Order à l'ordre. The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. We're going to start the day a little
Alors,
differently today.
on va commencer différemment aujourd'hui.
Convoy protester witnesses. We're going to have to start with the Commission Council
On va avoir
presentation.
une présentation de la part de l'avocat pour la Commission. Je suis Daniel Shepard pour la Commission. J'ai une présentation PowerPoint, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur le commissaire, la Commission va présenter son rapport sur le financement pour aider les manifestants. Comme OR 705 décrit les activités de financement majeures qui ont fourni de l'argent aux protestataires à Ottawa. Ce rapport de survol décrit des entités qui étaient impliquées dans son processus, des plateformes de sociofinancement, des traiteurs de paiement et aussi la crypto-monnaie. C'est un récit de rencontres et de prise de décision pour comment organiser ces activités de financement et comment l'argent serait distribué. Et ça donne l'information pour la Commission pour les sources et la disposition d'environ 24 millions de dollars en dons. Prochaine diapo. Avant d'aller rentrer dans les résultats, voici le processus suivi par la Commission. On a commencé par revoir l'information qui avait été donnée par les partis à la procédure. Une grande partie de l'information n'était pas dans les mains des partis. La Commission a envoyé des sommations et avec ses pouvoirs de négociation a reçu des documents de 10 autres sources et aussi de l'information de sources ouvertes et aussi 10 témoins qui ont donné des énoncés qui ont été utilisés pour compléter ce rapport. Prochaine diapo. Évidemment, il y avait beaucoup d'activités de financement durant les protestations à Ottawa. Ce rapport se concentre sur 4 sources. Le GoFundMe et les campagnes de transfert de fonds associées au Freedom Convoy, le Adopt a Tracker, Give, Send and Go et les campagnes de transfert d'argent et aussi le Give, Send, Go sur cette campagne-là et un sous-ensemble de campagnes de crypto-monnaies pour des monnaies virtuelles afin d'appuyer les manifestants. Les résultats de l'enquête. Chaque ligne donne une source de fonds et comment les fonds ont été distribués et traités par des intermédiaires divers. L'épaisseur de chaque ligne, c'est le montant de financement. On va y revenir tout à l'heure à la fin de ma présentation pour savoir ce que la Commission a appris concernant les fonds et leurs destinataires. Avant de passer à cela, ce serait des rôles importants dans les activités de financement pour le Convoi de la liberté. Nous avons Tamara Leach, qui a créé les campagnes de GoFundMe et les transferts électroniques pour le Convoi de la liberté. Chris Guerra, l'organisateur de la campagne Adopt a Tracker et les
also involved in the move of the Freedom Convoy crowdfunding campaign to his platform. Next slide, please. There are also a number of companies that were involved in the various forms of fundraising. You have already heard me refer to GoFundMe and Give, Send, Go, which are 2 crowdfunding platforms that take in donations in support of causes. There are also Canadian financial institutions that had important roles, such as the Toronto Dominion Bank and the Royal Bank of Canada. These were two financial institutions that received some of the funds. And finally, payment processors like Stripe and its Canadian subsidiary, Stripe Payment Canada Limited, played an important role in the background to these fundraisers, as I will discuss later in my presentation and is set out in more detail in the overview report. Next slide, please. One thing that will become apparent as one reviews the overview report is that frequently there were events that were taking place in parallel. It is not a strictly linear story that can be told, but rather one has to understand that different actors were engaged in different forms of fundraising conduct at the same time. The first part of the story that the overview report details has to do with the period January 14 to February 2nd of 2022, associated with the creation of the Freedom Convoy GoFundMe campaign and its associated e-transfer campaign. Next slide, please. The story begins with Tamara Lich and the creation of a crowdfunding campaign on the GoFundMe platform on January 14th of 2022. At the same time, or rather 4 days later, Ms. Lich also made a post to Facebook that put forward an email address that solicited direct email money transfer donations in support of the Freedom Convoy. Both the Give, Send, Go campaign and the email money transfer campaign were associated with a bank account at the Toronto Dominion Bank in Ms. Lich's name. And both campaigns began to receive funds on the days that they were created. Next slide, please. In its interview with Commission Counsel, representatives from GoFundMe indicated that they became aware of the crowdfunding campaign on their platform within hours of its creation. This was because it was flagged through its algorithms due to the very high rate of donations that were made very early in its creation. This flagging caused individuals within GoFundMe to review the campaign. And relatively early on, those individuals began to be concerned about the ability of this fundraiser to comply with the GoFundMe terms of service. In particular, the concern related to the GoFundMe terms related to campaigns distributing money in accordance with their description. When an individual creates a crowdfunding campaign, they have to describe what it is that they're going to do with the money that's raised. GoFundMe requires people who organize campaigns on their platform to actually distribute money in accordance with what they tell the public they will do with it. In the case of the Freedom Convoy fundraiser, the description said that it would do certain things with the money, such as, we are asking for donations to help with the costs of fuel, food, and lodgings. Funds will be spent to help cover the costs of fuel for our truckers first and foremost, will be used to assist with food if needed, and contribute to shelter if needed. Any leftover donations will be donated to a credible veterans organization, which will be chosen by the donors. GoFundMe reported that it had concerns with these statements. They indicated that, for example, they were uncertain how it would be possible for what was now thousands of donors to all agree on a credible veterans organization that could receive leftover funds. Because of these initial concerns, they tasked what they called their VIP team to reach out to Ms. Lich. This is a group of GoFundMe employees who are responsible for dealing with high-profile fundraisers. And they reached out to Ms. Lich starting on January 16th of 2022 to discuss the fundraiser and how the funds might be spent. Next slide, please. These communications continued between the 16th and January 27th, initially with Ms. Lich, but very quickly turned over to a group of other individuals who were working with her to manage the campaign and to deal with GoFundMe. Over the course of this period, GoFundMe representatives posed questions and received answers. And by January 27th, they had reached the point where they felt comfortable releasing at least some of the money that had been raised. Up until this point, donations remained in the control of GoFundMe. On January 27th, in order to formalize the assurances that Ms. Leach and her associates had provided GoFundMe, they provided something that they refer to as the attestation letter. The attestation letter was a document that they asked Ms. Leach to sign that set out a number of obligations on her part that she would have to agree to in exchange for access to the first $1 million of funds. This included pledges that she would act as a fiduciary for the beneficiaries of the fundraiser, that is to say, the truckers involved in the Ottawa protests, that she would deliver funds in a manner that was consistent with what she had set out in the fundraiser itself, a series of accountability mechanisms, such as requiring truckers to sign registration forms and to provide receipts in order to receive reimbursement, and to make reimbursements through email money transfers to create a form of a digital paper trail that could be tracked. Finally, there was a requirement for the group of advisors that had surrounded her on these matters to form a formal finance committee that would be involved in overseeing the distribution of funds. Ms. Leach signed the attestation letter on January 27th and returned it to GoFundMe. Next slide. It is at this point that GoFundMe decided to release $1 million Canadian to Ms. Leach's bank account. However, the money did not actually get transmitted on January 27th, and this led to some confusion amongst various actors. As the Commission discovered, while GoFundMe had reached the decision to release the funds on January 27th, it wasn't until February 1st that an actual transaction was initiated. In the time between January 27th and February 1st, Chad Eros, the accountant who by this point had been brought in by the organizers to assist them in their dealing with GoFundMe, began to express concerns about the idea that funds would be sent directly to Ms. Leach's personal bank account. In his view, it would be more appropriate for there to be a nonprofit corporation that would receive donated funds and would manage their distribution. To that end, on January 30th, again, after the money was agreed to be released, but before any release of funds took place, Mr. Eros incorporated the Freedom 2022 Human Rights and Freedoms Nonprofit Corporation, which is referred to in the overview report as the Convoy Corporation. As I've mentioned, February 1st was the date in which the actual fund transfer from GoFundMe was initiated. Records obtained from Toronto Dominion Bank indicate that on that date, Chris Barber was added as a second signatory to Ms. Leach's account that was receiving the funds. Records also showed that a second account at TD Bank was opened jointly between Ms. Leach and Mr. Barber on that date. The overview report refers to these as the first and the second TD accounts, respectively. February 2nd, in the early morning hours, was when the $1 million was in fact deposited into the first TD account. However, for reasons that I'm going to get into later in my presentation, very little of that money was ever accessed. And on February 3rd, TD Bank itself placed holds on both the first and the second TD account. Next slide, please. Before continuing the story of the GoFundMe fundraiser, I'm going to speak a little bit about a second fundraiser that was taking place during the same period of time, the Adopt a Trucker fundraiser on the Give, Send, Go platform. Next slide, please. Chris Guerra articulated the concept of Adopt a Trucker on Facebook. The idea was to pair Ottawa area residents with incoming truckers so that the truckers could receive support like showers, food, and billets. In order to support this concept, Mr. Guerra created a crowdfunding campaign on January 18th on Give, Send, Go. This campaign was attached to a bank account in his name located at the Royal Bank of Canada. Sometime after the creation of that crowdfunding campaign, he also, with the assistance of a man known to the commission as Serge, created a website. The website did a number of different things, including soliciting email money transfer donations. Those donations were associated with an email address that was also connected to the same RBC account. And again, on January 18th, these campaigns began to raise funds. Next slide, please. So I'm going to return now to the GoFundMe campaign and discuss the events that took place that eventually led to that campaign being shut down. Next slide. Now, I've already indicated that on January 27th, GoFundMe had authorized the release of $1 million in funds. We'll recall that January 28th was the first day in which protesters, as part of the Freedom Convoy, began to arrive in Ottawa. GoFundMe representatives told the Commission that on January 28th, they began to receive conflicting media reports about the nature of the protests that were taking place. They were aware of some media reports that described the protests as peaceful, and other reports that described it as involving harassment or unlawful activities. This led GoFundMe to have concerns about terms of service compliance, not only with respect to whether the funds would be distributed in accordance with the description, but also their requirement that funds not be used to fund unlawful conduct. A series of further communications between GoFundMe and convoy organizers then took place. On January 31st, GoFundMe sent emails to organizers asking a series of questions, and in particular asking them to confirm that no funds would be given to protesters that were engaged in a range of unlawful activities. One of the activities specifically mentioned by GoFundMe in their communications was blockades of roads. Subsequently, on February 1st, the day in which the $1 million transaction was actually initiated, GoFundMe emailed organizers asking a further series of questions, including whether or not they would agree to publicly disavow unlawful conduct that GoFundMe was concerned may be taking place in Ottawa. GoFundMe asked the organizers to respond to their questions within 24 hours. A response was not received within that time frame, and on February 2nd, the same day that $1 million was received into the first TD account, GoFundMe decided to suspend the fundraiser pending further investigation. Over the course of the next 2 days, a series of important meetings took place. On February 2nd, representatives of GoFundMe met with Deputy Chief Bell of the Ottawa Police Service, and on February 3rd, with Mayor Watson of the City of Ottawa. On February 3rd, the Freedom Convoy organizers also had a series of communications with GoFundMe. A letter drafted by Keith Wilson, acting as counsel for the Convoy Corporation, was sent responding to the questions posed in GoFundMe's February 1st email. Subsequently, a telephone conversation took place involving Mr. Wilson, Mr. Eros, other associates of the fundraisers, and the GoFundMe platform. In their interview with Commission Counsel, GoFundMe representatives indicated that they left that meeting unsatisfied with the responses that they had received, and they continued to have concerns about the lawfulness of the protests and the role that the funds might play in those protests. On February 4th, GoFundMe had a second meeting with Deputy Chief Bell. It was also on that date that representatives of GoFundMe reported that they believed that individuals associated with the Freedom Convoy leadership were using social media to encourage harassment of GoFundMe employees. GoFundMe reported that its employees had received a number of threats after the decision was made to suspend the fundraising campaign, and those threats increased in frequency on February 4th. In the evening of February 4th, GoFundMe made the decision to cancel the fundraiser, and over the course of the next 24 hours, arrived at the conclusion that they ought to refund all donations made to the platform. Next slide, please. The overview report also describes the events that took place surrounding the move of the Freedom Convoy fundraiser from the GoFundMe platform to the GiveSendGo platform. But as I mentioned before, often events were taking place in parallel. And as it turned out, there were critical events involved in that move to GiveSendGo that were taking place as early as January 26th, even before Ms. Leach had signed the attestation letter, let alone the GoFundMe campaign being shut down. Next slide, please. In order to understand this part of the story, there are some additional individuals who have to be introduced. On January 26th, a man named John Ballard reached out to Jacob Wells, the co-founder of GiveSendGo. Mr. Ballard is understood by the Commission to be associated with an American-based social media platform called CloutHub. In the January 26th meeting, Mr. Ballard spoke to Mr. Wells about the possibility of the two men working together to convince the Freedom Convoy organizers to move their crowdfunding campaign off of GoFundMe and onto GiveSendGo. In furtherance of this discussion, on January 27th, Mr. Wells created what he described to the Commission as a mock-up of a campaign on his platform, showing what a Freedom Convoy fundraiser would look like on GiveSendGo. Although, to be clear, this was not an active campaign and was not capable of receiving funds. On January 28th, Mr. Ballard obtained Mr. Eross's contact information by way of Mr. Guerra. Mr. Ballard contacted Mr. Eross and asked him to join a phone conversation to discuss the possibility of the Freedom Convoy raising funds on GiveSendGo. Mr. Eross agreed to join that conversation. However, before that phone call took place, Mr. Eross reports receiving a phone call from another man named James Peloso, who is associated with the organization Taking Back Our Freedoms. Mr. Eross and Mr. Peloso had not previously had interactions with each other. Mr. Peloso indicated that he should be involved in any phone call involving GiveSendGo because Taking Back Our Freedoms had funders who would not agree to fund the Freedom Convoy unless one of their individuals was on the inside for discussions related to fundraising activities. On January 31st, a meeting took place between Mr. Eross, Mr. Wells, Mr. Peloso, Mr. Ballard, and another individual named Jeff Brain, who is the founder of CloutHub. During that meeting, Mr. Ballard described a plan to move the Freedom Convoy off of GoFundMe and onto GiveSendGo. As part of this plan, he also suggested that Freedom Convoy organizers should use CloutHub as their main web presence to advertise their campaign and indeed their movement as a whole. Mr. Ballard also described how CloutHub would provide a secure means of communication between organizers of the Freedom Convoy. Mr. Brain, again the founder of CloutHub, also offered to provide Freedom Convoy organizers a $250,000 loan to finance their operations, pending the ability for them to access donated funds. At the end of this meeting, no decision was made with respect to taking CloutHub up on its offer to use its services or indeed to accept a loan from them. Indeed, Mr. Wells and Mr. Eross in their interviews with the Commission found it confusing that CloutHub was involved in these meetings at all. However, as a result of this meeting, Mr. Eross and Mr. Wells did form a connection. And as a result of that connection, an agreement was made to create a crowdfunding campaign on GiveSendGo connected to the Convoy Corporation. That campaign was created and went live on January 31st, again, prior to the release of funds the next day from the GoFundMe campaign. Ultimately, when the GoFundMe campaign was shut down, Ms. Leach advertised the fact that the Give, Send, Go campaign was in existence, and funders then moved and made donations there. Next slide, please. I mentioned before that payment processors played an important role in the story of the fundraising of the Freedom Convoy. This was a role that was played largely behind the scenes, and it had the most significance when it came to the Give, Send, Go campaign. To the public, there was only ever one campaign on Give, Send, Go associated with the Freedom Convoy fundraiser. However, for reasons connected with how Stripe operates, there were in effect, two campaigns associated with the Freedom Convoy fundraiser on Give, Send, Go. And in order to understand why that came to be, one has to understand a little bit about what payment processors are and how they operate. Most crowdfunding platforms don't actually accept and distribute funds themselves. They are, in effect, kind of a social network shell that provides a platform to attract donors. The actual work of receiving electronic donations and distributing those donations to bank accounts are done by payment processors like Stripe. On the Give, Send, Go campaign, in order to set up a campaign at all, one needs to have a Stripe account. However, in order to create a Stripe account, an individual has to have a bank account to associate with it. This presented a unique difficulty for Mr. Eros, because at this point, the Convoy Corporation did not have a bank account. Recall that the Convoy Corporation was only created the day before, on January 30th. He therefore could not create a Stripe account and therefore could not attach it to the Give, Send, Go campaign. As a temporary solution to this problem, Mr. Wells suggested that he use his Stripe account, attach it to the campaign on Give, Send, Go. And that is what happened. And so between January 31st, when the campaign first went live, and February 7th, the Give, Send, Go campaign was actually attached to Mr. Wells' Stripe account, and through that, his personal bank account. On February 7th, Mr. Eros did create a Stripe account. However, that account was not connected to the Convoy Corporation directly. By February 7th, the corporation still did not have a bank account. In order for Mr. Eros to create a Stripe account, he reached an agreement with Keith Wilson to have the Stripe account attached to Mr. Wilson's trust account at his law firm. Once this took place, on February 7th, the fundraiser was switched over from Mr. Wells' Stripe account to Mr. Eros's Stripe account. And from February 7th until February 10th or 11th, the evidence on that point is conflicting, donations made to the Give, Send, Go campaign went into Mr. Eros's Stripe account. On either February 10th or 11th, the Stripe account was switched back to Mr. Wells' Stripe account, and all further donations made to the Give, Send, Go campaign went there. Next slide, please. I'll return to the crowdfunding campaigns in a moment, but before I do, a few words about some of the activities involving cryptocurrencies that were taking place. The majority of these activities occurred between January 27th and February 17th of 2022. Next slide. There were a number of cryptocurrency campaigns and fundraisers taking place during the Freedom Convoy. This overview report focuses on three main ones. The first was a cryptocurrency campaign associated with Mr. Guerra's Adopt a Trucker campaign. I mentioned before that an individual named Serge created a website for Adopt a Trucker. In addition to soliciting email money transfers, that website also provided information that would allow individuals to donate any of 6 different types of cryptocurrencies to the Adopt a Trucker campaign. However, it appears that those cryptocurrencies were not in the control of Mr. Guerra directly, but were rather controlled by Surge. A second different type of cryptocurrency campaign took place in association with Pat King. This was the Freedom Convoy Token campaign, a new cryptocurrency that was created and marketed in association with the Freedom Convoy. The idea behind this campaign was that individuals would exchange pre-existing cryptocurrencies for this new cryptocurrency called Freedom Convoy Token. Built into Freedom Convoy Token was a process by which 4% of every transaction involving it would be diverted to an entity called the Freedom Convoy Foundation. The idea being that this would provide a long-term source of funds for convoy protesters. However, the Commission was unable to determine whether or not such an entity even exists, and it appears that there is not an active market today for Freedom Convoy Token, and therefore funds are not flowing to any such entity. The most significant cryptocurrency campaign addressed in the overview report was the Honk Honk HODL campaign. Next slide, please. This campaign was started by an Ottawa area resident named Nicholas St. Louis on or about January 27th. While Mr. St. Louis was the creator of the campaign, there were a number of individuals that were associated with it at different stages, including Benjamin Dichter. Using a cryptocurrency crowdfunding platform called Tallycoin, this campaign ultimately raised approximately 22 Bitcoin in donations. The value of those 22 Bitcoin at the time was approximately $1.2 million Canadian, although today the value would be significantly lower. Of that money, approximately $800,000 was distributed to protesters involved in the Ottawa protests. This was done by splitting $800,000 worth of Bitcoin into 100 individual electronic wallets, and then handing out in sealed envelopes 100 sets of instructions on how to access one of those unique online wallets. These were distributed to truckers in Ottawa over a 24-hour period on February 16th and 17th of 2022. Next slide, please. We get to the part of the narrative contained in the overview report that deals with how all of the funds we've just been discussed were eventually blocked from arriving in the hands of fundraisers. In order to understand this, it's useful to understand 2 types of court orders that were involved in the process that led to these funds being blocked. The first is something called a restraint order. This is a type of order that can only be obtained by the Attorney General of a province or of Canada, and it exists within the Criminal Code's proceeds of crime provisions. In essence, a restraint order is obtained by the Attorney General when they are able to show that there are reasonable grounds to believe that some property meets the definition of offense-related property. Offense-related property is defined to mean any property that is used in any manner in connection with an indictable offense or is intended to be so used. The effect of a restraint order is to prohibit anyone from dealing in any way with the property in question unless in accordance with the terms of the order. The second type of order to understand is called a Moreva injunction. A Moreva injunction is a civil court order. It is ordinarily obtained by plaintiffs in civil proceedings against defendants. It is used to freeze and preserve a defendant's assets and funds when there is a risk that they may be dissipated. Its purpose is to freeze those funds in place so that if plaintiffs are successful in their lawsuit, there will be assets that they are able to execute judgment against. Both of these types of orders, restraint orders and Moreva injunctions, played a significant role in how funds that were raised were ultimately disposed of. Next slide. On February 10th, the Attorney General of Ontario applied ex parte to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice and obtained a restraint order against the funds that had been raised on the Give, Send, Go platform, those being the Freedom Convoy campaign, as well as the Adopt a Trucker campaign. As a result of the restraint order, Stripe froze the accounts of Mr. Guerra and Mr. Eros. It did not, however, freeze the account of Mr. Wells, as it was held not by Stripe Payment Canada Limited, but by the American payment company Stripe, which Stripe felt was beyond the reach of the Ontario restraint order. I've mentioned before that it is either on February 10th or 11th that Mr. Wells changed over the Stripe account associated with the Freedom Convoy fundraiser from Mr. Eros's frozen Stripe account to his own active Stripe account. Mr. Wells also took action with respect to the Adopt a Trucker campaign. While Mr. Guerra's Stripe account was frozen by the restraint order, Mr. Wells switched that campaign over to a backup payment processor based in the United States called RallyPay. Thus, while both of the fundraising campaigns remained attached to active payment processors and could continue to receive funds, it would be difficult for those funds to arrive in the hands of the organizers. By this point in time, both TD Bank and RBC had been put on notice of the restraint order, and they too were prevented by its terms from dealing in any way with the funds raised on Give, Send, Go. On February 17th, Zexi Lee, in her role as the representative plaintiff of a proposed class action of Ottawa residents, obtained a Moreva injunction. This order applied to a broader set of assets. It included those assets covered by the restraint order, but also applied to several other individuals and other assets. For example, it applied to assets that were raised by Mr. King, and it applied to a range of cryptocurrencies that were not the subject of the restraint order. On the same day, the Toronto Dominion Bank applied to court to pay in through an interpleader approximately $1.4 million that were in the first and second TD accounts in the joint control of Ms. Leach and Mr. Barber. They did so on the basis that the true owners of those funds were unknown and that the funds should be held by the court until such time as the proper recipients of that money could be determined. The money then stayed in these various bank accounts in various locations, frozen by both the restraint and the Moreva orders. This changed on March 9th, when the Moreva injunction was varied to allow these funds essentially to be pooled in the hands of an escrow agent who would hold them all pending the outcome of the Ottawa litigation. And in the days and weeks that followed, the funds that we have been discussing so far were transferred to the escrow agent, where the Commission understands they remain. Next slide, please. This then takes us then to what the Commission understands about the sources of the various funds and their ultimate destinations. Next slide. During the events in question, there were many public statements and questions raised about the issue of foreign versus domestic funding. And in the order in council creating this commission, this issue is also flagged for the commission's consideration. As a result of this, the commission made inquiries with various entities about the sources of funds, both in terms of number of donors and in terms of the value of donations. The result of these inquiries show different patterns for different fundraisers. The simplest are the email money transfer campaigns associated with the Freedom Convoy and Adopt a Trucker. Those campaigns were 100% Canadian in that they relied on the email money transfer system that exists within Canada. All donations to those fundraisers originated, at least immediately, from a Canadian domiciled financial institution. The Freedom Convoy GoFundMe campaign was also largely Canadian in its origin. GoFundMe reported that 86% of donors were based in Canada, and that by value, 89% of donations originated in Canada. The two campaigns on Give, Send, Go, however, show a different pattern. Both of those campaigns were largely American-based in terms of where donors were located. Freedom Convoy, 59% of donations originated from the United States, 51% for Adopt a Trucker. However, when measured in terms of the value of donations, the values are slightly different. 55% in terms of the actual dollars donated through Adopt a Trucker originated in Canada. And in terms of the Freedom Convoy campaign, an equal amount of money originated from Canada and the United States at 47% each, the remainder from other countries around the world. Next slide, please. And so we return then to this chart that describes the value of money flowing into and out of a number of different entities. I'll begin with the GoFundMe campaign. The GoFundMe campaign raised in excess of $10 million Canadian. $1 million of that was released to Ms. Leach's Toronto Dominion Bank account. However, the full amount was also refunded to donors. In other words, while GoFundMe released $1 million, it also refunded all donors the full amount of their donations, making up the $1 million shortfall themselves. In addition to the $1 million that was deposited into Ms. Leach's TD account from the GoFundMe fundraiser, she also received $419,416.63 in email money transfer donations. Out of this approximately $1.4 million put into the first and second TD account, only $26,000 was accessed. The remaining $1,393,000 and change was placed ultimately into escrow as part of the Moreva injunction. With respect to Adopt a Trucker, Mr. Guerra raised around $800,000 Canadian on Give, Send, Go. Of that amount, approximately $330,000 was released by Stripe into Mr. Guerra's RBC account. The remaining money contained in Mr. Guerra's Stripe account was either ultimately paid into escrow or was the subject of a variety of credit card disputes, chargebacks, or fees by various financial institutions. In addition to the $330,000 that Mr. Guerra received into his RBC account, he also received approximately $31,000 in email money transfer donations. Of this amount, approximately $220,000 was released from Mr. Guerra's RBC account and spent on a variety of things, approximately $141,000 was paid by RBC from that account into escrow. With respect to the Freedom Convoy campaign on Give, Send, Go, it begins to become a little bit difficult to provide precise figures. This is because Give, Send, Go was reporting donations in US funds, but that those donations were made over a period of time, subject to a number of different exchange rates. What we can say is that Give, Send, Go reported receiving approximately $9.8 million US in donations, and that using the February 10th Bank of Canada exchange rate, that would be equal to roughly $12.4 million Canadian. Of this, around $3.75 million was put into Mr. Eros's Stripe account, and the remaining approximately $8.6 million went into Mr. Wells' Stripe account. The money in Mr. Eros's Stripe account was sent into escrow. It was not provided to Mr. Eros or into the trust account of Mr. Wilson. There is a bit of a discrepancy there, which was explained by Stripe being taken up again by credit card chargebacks and a variety of fees. In terms of Mr. Wells' Stripe account, while the Commission did not have access to any banking records associated with this, in communications between Mr. Wells and Stripe that the Commission did review, it appears that all donations made and put into his Stripe account were refunded to donors, with the exception of certain fees that were subtracted, as well as components of those donations that donors had indicated should go directly to Give, Send, Go. With respect to the Honk Honk HODL campaign, as I mentioned before, out of approximately $1.2 million of Bitcoin that was raised, 800,000 of that was distributed to protesters. Paid into escrow was 7.57 Bitcoin, which at the time was worth approximately $413,000. Finally, there was a $10,000 bank draft that was also paid into escrow. This money originated from a very brief period of time when the Convoy Corporation did have a bank account at the Steinbach Credit Union. Next slide, please. The overview report contains substantially more detail about these transactions and the events surrounding them. For the parties, the overview report is available in the participant database. And for members of the public, this overview report will soon be published in both English and French on the Commission's website, along with over 100 source documents that provide further detail on the things that I've discussed in my presentation. With that, Mr. Commissioner, I'd ask that COM OR 705 be entered into evidence.
Okay, thank you very much. So that detail on all the movement of funds. Now, are we in a position to move to the next phase? Okay.
Chat, let me know if you hear my voice. I can see the pulsating avatar, so I think you must see my voice. I can't get my freaking camera to work.
The next witness is Benjamin Dichter.
Oh, Ben Dichter, this is going to be good. Does everyone hear me? I'm not going to talk over it too much. If I reboot my computer, I'm afraid I'm going to lose the stream on both StreamYard, not StreamYard, what the hell am I talking about? I kind of like this format much better. I don't have to worry about what I look like. Oh yeah, let me see if I unlock the camera, what's going to happen? Nothing. Piece of junk.
Mr. Dichter, will you swear on a religious document? Or
Religious.
do you wish to
He's
affirm?
going with a religious document.
Religious document.
Do
Okay.
you have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available?
You have a Siddur Torah, yeah, please.
He got it. They got the options for a Bible.
Torah.
A Torah.
Okay, I never knew they offered options. I always just thought it was only the Bible. I'm going to see if when we have a long pause, like maybe the lunch break, I'm going to try to either reboot my computer, and if it kills the stream, I'll just restart the stream. Everyone who doesn't know, I did like an hour interview with Dictor.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Benjamin Dictor, Benjamin, Dictor, Dichter.
Fun fact.
Do you swear that the
Benjamin-
evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Benjamin means
Thank you.
son of my right hand. Ben
Good
Yamin.
morning, Mr. Dictor.
Good morning.
The registrar takes the Torah. Your counsel here, Jim Carahalios, I believe, wants to make a brief statement before we begin.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mather.
Jim is his
My name is
counsel?
Jim Carahalios. I'm counsel for the witness, Mr. Dictor. The last
Interesting.
name is spelled Karahalios. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for giving me a minute in the introduction. Mr. Dictor has a couple of requests. As the commission has posted on their website, Mr. Dictor made a late application for standing that was dismissed. In that application, the application for standing was done jointly with Mr. Christopher Guerra, who, as we saw in the previous report, was the lead on the Adopt a Trucker campaign. Mr. Guerra has standing as a member of the what we are calling the Convoy Organizer Group. Mr. Guerra is in attendance here today. We received yesterday the time allocations today with regards to after the evidence in chief is provided. It provides for 15 minutes for the convoy organizers and 5 minutes for, I believe, the Democracy Fund, the JCCF, and 10 minutes for Mr. Dictor's counsel. Given that the convoy organizers and the JCCF Democracy Fund have very similar interests, Mr. Dictor would like to ask the commissioner, with the approval of Mr. Guerra, who's a member of jointly the convoy organizers in standing and gives his approval, to consider, and I hope my friend from the convoy organizers would agree to reallocate some of the 15 minutes provided to the convoy organizers to Mr. Dictor's counsel at the end for further questions.
For anybody who also doesn't know, Jim has been on the channel multiple
Okay,
times.
so
I
if
love
understand
Jim.
correctly, you're
Leader of
seeking
the
to have
New
a
Blue Party,
transfer
founder.
from the convoy organizers of 5 minutes to your final submissions or presentation?
That's correct. I think that would better balance the time allocation after the evidence in chief.
This
the
procedure is
interests of
so
everyone involved.
useless. It takes
Okay, I
5
don't know
minutes
if
to
that's
ask
been
to
discussed with
reallocate
the
5
convoy
minutes. Let
organizers or not.
me see if I can fix my
I
camera.
haven't
I'll
had
be
a
back.
chance to discuss with my friend, but Mr. Guerra is here today in attendance, and he's a member jointly having standing with the convoy organizers, and he gave his blessing. So I apologize, Mr. Commissioner, I haven't had a chance to talk to legal counsel of the convoy organizers in advance.
Oh, I see convoy organizers, councils just walking in. So that obviously hasn't been discussed. So we can address it when we get to the point of cross-examination if it hasn't been sorted out before then. And I can assure you we won't be shortchanging the witness. We've been quite understanding about the situation for witnesses who are not represented by
Thank you.
counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. The second brief thing I'd like to ask on behalf of Mr. Dictor is in his application to have his counsel lead his testimony here today, you correctly pointed out, Mr. Commissioner, Rule 59 that allows for Mr. Dictor to apply for additional time in the evidence in chief led by his counsel, if I understand it correctly. At the end of Mr. Mather's evidence in chief, if you could just give Mr. Dictor a little bit of time to decide whether he wants that Rule 59 application to be brought forward to you for more time in evidence in chief by me, that would be appreciated.
So that's a similar, it's sort of 6 and 1.
Different periods of the testimony, but yes, similar.
Okay, well, the same response. Where we will, of course, endeavor to make sure it's fair to the witness and we obtain the evidence we need.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay.
Good morning again, Mr. Dichter.
Good morning.
My name is John Mather. I'm Commission Counsel.
John.
I just have a few questions about your background to start. I understand you're from Toronto, is that correct?
Yes, I grew up in Toronto in a middle-class family, Bayview Newark Mills. I grew up in a Jewish home. I was adopted, and I hit the jackpot with my family. And later in life, I found out from my biological siblings who found me, I am the descendant or the grandson of Brigadier General Dennis Whitaker. So, yeah.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a trucker and I produce podcasts.
How long have you been a trucker?
Several years, about four years approximately, and I've been an owner-operator for a couple of years.
And can you just give the commission a sense of the nature of your trucking business, where you travel, what sort of loads you carry?
Yeah, I drive to the United States, mainly in, as we call it, the upper right corner. So Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, all that sort of stuff. With the carrier I work with, predominantly commodities, paper, that sort of stuff.
And can you give the commission a sense of the sort of podcasts you produce?
A variety of stuff. So Professor Stephen Hicks, we produce a podcast called Open College. I do a legal podcast called Not on Record with a couple of lawyers and a really well-known legal researcher. So I've been learning a lot over the past couple of years. So a wide range of stuff. And we've changed some of the stuff that we've had on this little, it started as a hobby and we're slowly growing it into a small little side business.
Any other podcasts?
I mean, there's a few of them. We did for a while, U2 with Mike Bullard. We're not doing that anymore. Untrue Crime, Diana Davison, One Godless Woman. She's a Saudi activist, the Quiggin Report. And we, at the most, I think a total I've produced and created 7 different podcasts with different creators.
Sometimes podcast companies they fall under an umbrella. Like, is there a name for your podcasting publishing platform?
Yeah, possibly correct.
Possibly correct. Okay.
A little tongue-in-cheek humor.
And were you podcasting with Possibly Correct in January 2022?
Yes, it was a little bit slow. Things were, you're coming off the new year, and it kind of ebbs and flows. There's different times where it's busier, depending on what my creators are sending me. They'll do their scripts, they'll do the recordings, send it to me, and depending on their availability, that's when I'll upload content.
Okay. And the commission has read reports that indicated that you've also had jobs, including being a gemologist, designing safety equipment for motorcyclists, and owning a commercial printing shop. Is that accurate?
I went to school for gemology, and I was a diamond grader, was my specialty. I patented a product for motorcycles many years ago and moved back to Canada when my girlfriend at the time was diagnosed with cancer. And I had a printing business on Ryerson University's campus, well, adjacent to Ryerson University's campus for several years, yes.
I also understand you ran for city council in 2014, is that correct?
Ran for city council in 2014 and also ultimately ran for federal politics for the Conservatives.
Right, and that was in 2015?
2015, yeah.
And when I say city council in this setting, I should say that was the city council of Toronto, not the city council of Ottawa, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've also founded a group called LGBT Tory.
Yes.
Can you tell the commission what that group is?
Yeah, LGBT Tory was basically a community organization for friends of mine who were conservative, and in the gay community, there was a lot of tension that was building up, and they felt very, I don't know, we'd say alienated. Where my business was adjacent to the gay, because I have a lot of gay friends. And so we decided, let's put together an advocacy group, a meeting group, whatever, just to allow people to come out. And, Doc, who founded with me, always says it was easier to come out as gay than it was to come out as a conservative in the gay community when we started.
And is that group still active?
Periodically. We had a meeting a couple of months ago, and looking at moving forward in the near future. I'm so busy with so many other things at this point. So they just kind of meet with me for my ideas, advice, messaging, that sort of stuff.
Shifting now to the
Yeah.
protests in Ottawa in 2020, in January and February 2022, how did you get involved?
Tamara Leach called me on January 15th, and I knew Tamara, it seems to be from what I'm learning in testimony, I knew her the longest. And she reached out to me. She said, we've started a GoFundMe campaign within the past couple of days. It seems to be taking off. If you could come on board, help me with messaging, press releases, all that sort of stuff. And I said, yeah, sure. So I decided to get involved with her.
And how did you first meet Miss Leach?
I met her 2017 or 2018. I was in Alberta. I was connected to her through some other people. I went to Medicine Hat, and that's where I made her stay at her house, actually.
When you say you connected with her through some other people, who were those people?
People that were fans of one of the podcasts that I was doing. And so they invited the podcaster out, and I just kind of tagged along and got to see Medicine Hat and Grand Prairie for the first time in my life.
And what was that podcast that they were fans of?
The Quicken Report.
Quicken Report.
Yeah.
So, sorry, you said that was around 2017, 2018?
17, 18, some of that.
And after you first met Miss Leach, how frequently were you in contact between then and January 2022?
Pretty frequently, actually. We would, sometimes it's every couple of weeks, sometimes once a month, just, hey, catching up, how are you, that sort of thing. Me and her really bonded on the whole, I think I made fun of, positivity, sort of woo-woo, good energy sort of thing. We really connected when we first met each other. And she had interests in politics. And so we would discuss politics in general. And there were a lot of concerns from people in rural Alberta, what had been going on in Canada from the perspective of people in her community.
What did you come to learn about Miss Leach's political interests?
When I was in Medicine Hat, I didn't know that she had been involved politically and knew people in politics out there. I thought she was just a fan sort of thing. And I just kind of, okay, fine. She knows people in politics, great. And just didn't really delve all that much into it at that point.
But it sounds like you had subsequent conversations with her about politics. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. That's one of the things we would talk about. She'd call me and, just general. What do you think about what's happening?
And through those conversations, what did you learn about Miss Leach's politics? What was she trying to do? What was she hoping to achieve? What was her interest?
You know what? I don't know. It's really interesting because she's really practical. And I wouldn't call her extreme to any side. I would say I don't like the labels. It's the problem. So the political spectrum thing, I'd call her maybe very center-right if we're going to use that antiquated definition, which I don't think is accurate. But she's very, very pro, I know I'm very libertarian on social issues, and she's the same way. So we crossed over a lot of that stuff.
And I'm not asking you to put a label on Miss Leach.
Yeah.
What I'm interested in understanding is through your conversations with her, what did you understand, the causes that she was interested in? What was she trying to achieve, regardless of what the label is?
I don't know. I know she ended up with this Maverick Party, and which I tried to explain to her, Jay Hill, who's leading the Maverick Party, is a Conservative Party MP. That's as establishment as it's not a real party, Tamara, is what I told her. What are you spinning your wheels with this for? But she said, no, I'm going to give it a chance. You never know. We need to have more voices for people in Alberta. I'm like, okay. And actually, leading up to prior to the convoy, I had a conversation, I guess before Christmas, if I'm remembering correctly. And she seemed to be coming around. She said to me, yeah, I think you're right all this time. I think I'm just getting frustrated, because she noticed it was all people tied to the Conservative Party and Maverick. I don't know the details. That's just what she was communicating to me.
So the sense I get from that response is that she was involved in the Maverick Party, and you raised with her, this is tied to the Conservative Party or has a relationship, and that's an establishment party. It sounded like that was something you weren't in favor of. Is that fair?
No, it's kind of the deceptive tactic that if you're the Conservative Party, then just be part of the Conservative Party. Don't make fake parties. Like you see a lot of that going on lately, and I just find it's deceptive to the voter base who may not understand this is the sort of thing that goes on in politics. I just don't support that. Just be who you are, right?
At that point in time, in December 2021, were you still a supporter of the Conservative Party?
You know, I have some people in that party who love me, and I have some people in that party who hate me, because I will call the Conservative Party out when I think they're doing something wrong. So I don't know. It shifts. Depends on the month and what's going on and who's leader. And I personally, just leading up to the convoy, I just feel like I'm done with politics. It's not for me.
Again, setting aside labels, how would you describe your political views in December 2021 to January 2022?
Like I'm a downtown middle class, I grew up middle class, Canadian, fiscal conservative, libertarian on social issues. Let's all get along. Let's all talk to one another. And let's not get into these different echo chambers and silos, which is something that I've seen worsen over the years. And I saw it particularly on the university campus when I had my business there.
So Ms. Leach calls you, I forget you said what date you thought it was, but it was January 2022, and she asks you if you can come and assist with messaging and press releases. I think we know from the evidence that you took her up on the request. Is that fair?
Yep.
Why did you want to participate in the convoy?
I was very uncomfortable with the mandates and the ArriveCan app and the data tracking. I know lots of truckers that were being affected by it. I'm vaccinated myself, but I saw the amount of stress that it was causing on people. And I figured I know where her frame is in terms of being very positive. And I figured we might work well together to get a positive message out there. Peace, love, unity, and freedom, which are the 4 words I kept repeating over and over again.
What day did you arrive in Ottawa?
January 28th.
And how did you get there?
I drove.
Your truck?
No, I drove my car. I because of the nature of my contract with my owner operator, I only have insurance when I'm hooked up to a load. So I had no desire to bring my truck here.
Did you consider at all whether or not you could find a truck or another commercial vehicle to bring with you, in solidarity with the other truckers that had arrived?
No, because I was there to be messaging, right? And I figured I'm going to be spending all my time doing interviews and talking. I'll try to get on the street and talk to people, but I wanted to just get maximum exposure and again, convey that message of peace, love, unity, and freedom.
What did you hope to achieve by participating in the convoy?
I hoped we would help to convey, we would affect some positive change and help bring some people together. And I got to tell you, on the 28th, it's amazing. We're in front of the Chateau Laurier. I see thousands of people walking across from into Quebec, because we know how strict the regulations were in Quebec, with Canadian and fleur-de-lis together, signs that said liberty and freedom. And they came up and they're on Parliament Hill and they're hugging these Albertan truckers and Saskatchewan truckers, like everybody's finally getting along. And so this division of, Quebec doesn't like Alberta, and that was gone. Everybody was getting along. And, Keith stole one of my experiences, and I'm glad he conveyed it yesterday with these 2 truckers in Tim Hortons. One was from Saskatchewan, the other one was from Quebec, and they were communicating via Google Translate. And they're hanging out, they're joking. It was amazing. It was absolutely beautiful.
And so, again, you've said that you were there to assist with messaging and public relations. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
And was there anyone else who was working on that aspect of the organization?
Yeah, I ultimately had a team of 3 people working with me as well in my hotel suite, and we were the ones putting out most of the press releases and messaging and all that sort of stuff.
Okay. And as maybe if you could assist the commission and give us a sense of what it involved to be doing messaging and press release and public relations. What did your day-to-day involve?
Scheduling lots of interviews. My email and Twitter threads, Twitter DMs, social media, direct messages. I was getting requests from all over the world, from every news agency imaginable, and I was trying to figure out who can we go to where I know we'll get fair representation, and compared with who's going to have enough engagement and enough views that will allow us to be effective.
And as the commission understands it, you gave some television interviews during the convoy, is that correct?
Many.
And those included with outlets like Fox News?
Tucker Carlson, Hannity, Newsmax, did a lot of podcasts, Gad Sad, Jordan Peterson, Steven Crowder, like just had looked for what I believe is current media. And yeah.
And you, as I understand, you also gave at least one interview with Russia Today, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you say you gave interviews with what you view as current media. Could you just explain what you meant by that?
Yeah, so media that has been successfully able to leverage alternative media platforms. So we're not doing an interview with a media organization that's going to have 30,000 people watch at night, and then it's not going to be uploaded anyways. There's no archival of it. So it's kind of a balance of those newer platforms. And I actually, with Russia Today, I explained that they're one of the, like them or not, they were one of the platforms that was able to leverage both online media as well as alternative media.
So when you say current media, you were looking for, in your view, the media that had the largest platforms or would reach the largest audiences. That's
right. That would be the most effective. Yeah, for sure.
And I understand that you would not give interviews to media organizations such as the CBC, the Toronto Star, the Globe and Mail. Is that correct?
That's right.
And why wouldn't you give interviews to those Canadian media?
Well, for example, the Toronto Star put out a meme, and I can't remember the exact cartoon, but it was completely defamatory of the truckers. You already saw some narratives coming out from established Canadian media trying to tie us to January 6th, which has nothing to do with this protest. And we saw in testimony here that there were text messages coming from the Prime Minister's office, which proved exactly that. So I was right.
We've heard some evidence from different witnesses so far about you having suffered some injuries on your way to Ottawa and during your time in Ottawa. I'll just give you an opportunity. Can you just explain exactly what happened and when it happened?
So on February 4th, somebody came into my room and said, the lawyers just did a video that's the complete opposite of our messaging. We call it the War the World's video now. And I looked at it and I was horrified. It was, come to Ottawa, your freedoms are dying, Canada is dying here, like doom and gloom, not peace, love, unity, and freedom, which built the movement. So I went over to the Arc Hotel to explain my sentiments, and maybe a little aggressively, but you know, there were so many problems going on at that time. That's just another wrench that was thrown into the spokes of the wheel. And as I went back after a 20-30 minute long meeting about a few issues, a number of issues, what I'm sure we'll get into. I was presented with the class action suit and a retainer here. We're going to give you free legal advice if you guys sign it. So that was the nature of the meeting. And I went back to the Sheraton and I realized I left my laptop. I was so heated, I didn't even pull it out. So I went back and I slipped the first time I was going back and forth, and finally, in a panic, going to get my computer, my laptop, which is my life. I slipped on this massive thing of ice in front of the EDC building, and I slipped on the ice. And I remember the exact moment. I still picture it. It was 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night. on the 4th, approximately. And there were a couple of trucks in the parking lane, a bunch of cars. The driving lanes were completely open. A couple of cars were parked in front of the Sheraton, dropping people off. And it was silent. There was no one around. And that's why when people are honking, like, it was dead silent. I felt very alone and secluded. It was weird. So I tried to get up. I heard a crack. I've never broken anything, but I'm wiggling my toes. I'm like, it's not broken. So, but I couldn't get up. And I hear from the distance, in front of the Arc Hotel, a trucker, a red suit, big beard, says, you need help. And I'm like, I think so. He's screaming. I'm like, yeah, I think so. So he comes over and he says, you need help. I'm like, yeah. He puts his hand on my ankle and he says, Jesus, Lord, God bless this ankle, heal it now, thy Father, and whatever. I'm like, I love you, man. But I was thinking of a paramedic. And another guy is like, do you need help? I'm like, yeah, this time send a medic, please. And it was amazing because there was, just an hour, there was so much friction. And this was a common thing. There was friction and then we get together. So we were able to work out our differences when we needed to. They carried me into the Arc Hotel lobby. They put me on the couch. They called the paramedics. And everybody, it was a serious moment. Everybody came back to help me. Chad was by my side. Miranda was pumping me with drugs. I don't know, she's given me. Bridget was there. The doctors came down to look at me to say that it's broken. So it was an amazing. And then the paramedics got there in, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And they said, yeah, it's broken. You need to go to the hospital. So I said, okay, should I call an ambulance? They said, well, the problem is you're not an important case. You're just a broken ankle. There's other people who have more serious cases. If you can call one, it might take about an hour or so. So I asked our volunteers and they said, yeah, we can, one of us can drive you to the hospital. And Ottawa General, I'm telling you, Ottawa Hospital, 20 minutes from the hotel to having a doctor cutting up my new jeans.
Wow.
It was crazy. It was great.
Wow. So that was that incident, and then I'm going to return to a second. Were you also in a car accident, just briefly? Is that true?
Yes, I was the day before.
Okay, so you had a bit of run of bad luck.
Yeah, but there were other things on my mind. My mind was the messaging. We need to keep everybody happy and peaceful and all that sort of stuff. But yeah.
So I want to pick up on the context or what happened before you slipped and fell.
Mm-hmm.
You said that there had been a press conference on February 4th with, I think you said, the lawyers. Is that right?
No, it wasn't a press conference.
Okay.
Somebody came in and said the lawyers put up a video that's doom and gloom, the opposite of our messaging. And I said, what lawyers? What lawyers are talking about? And that's when I went across to find out who these people were.
Okay, so did you see the video yourself?
Yes, I did. They
Okay.
showed it to me.
And did you recognize the lawyers in the video?
No, I didn't.
Who did you come to learn who the lawyers were?
Keith Wilson.
Okay. And so you were staying at the Sheraton Hotel
That's right.
and you went to the Arc Hotel.
Yep.
And why did you go to the Arc Hotel to find out who was in the video?
Because that's where they were.
And who's the they in this?
So we had 3 different hotels. So the Sheraton became messaging. My team was dealing with that. The Arc Hotel was doing, I guess, logistics. There was always conflict there. And the Swiss Hotel, I think, was security, communicating with the police, emergency lanes, all that sort of stuff. They actually took a while, but they got it pretty well organized. So I was told that they're at the Arc Hotel now. Go and see them. That's why they said the video. So I went there.
And they are at the hotel, the lawyers.
Yeah.
And then who did you meet at the hotel?
Keith, Andre, Eva, and Chad. I met him for the first time. There's a couple other people. I think Bridget came. Tamara came in about 15 minutes after I had my heated exchange. There's maybe 10 people there.
Okay, so Keith Wilson.
Yeah.
Eva Chipiuk.
Yes.
Andre Memomari, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Chad Eros.
Yeah.
Bridget Belton.
Yes. And there's a couple other people from the board. I don't remember who.
Okay. And describe the conversation you had at that point in time.
I might have used some trucker words with Keith to explain my discontent that I just spent almost 3 weeks of my life getting everybody on a message of peace, love, unity, and freedom. And it worked. People are here with hippie tie-dyes. There's people left wing, right wing, all wings just hanging out together. And I said to him, do you understand what you just did? Knowing I have a brother in policing, 2 nephews in policing, like I understand that world a little bit. Mood and behavior is what they're monitoring. They don't care what we say. It's mood and behavior. The mood and behavior was positive until right now. You just undid all of that. And he seemed concerned. And he said, oh, I'm sorry. Like, well, and I should have thought that before. Anyways, that was it. And then the next thing was, well, you've just been served, congratulations, with a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. And it's, what are you talking about? A class action lawsuit for what? For honking. What honking? It was the same night that I broke my ankle.
So you had this conversation with Mr. Wilson. You expressed your concern. Did things improve after that in terms of Mr. Wilson's messaging?
No, it seemed to be on the same trajectory. And I felt like one of the things that to look at the convoy itself, when people talk about the convoy organizers, there were many different groups, right? It wasn't just one group. And every different group had their own idea, but we were all converging on the idea of Arrive Can and the mandates, but he seemed to be representing another group that wanted to go in a different direction.
And what was your understanding of that direction?
That it was counter to peace, love, unity, and freedom. And it was weird. It seemed to be coming from, I started to put the pieces together after a couple of days that these people were politically connected in some way, shape, or form. And, it just within a couple of days, we have, or a few days later, we have Keith Wilson and Randy Hillier's buddy, Tom Marazzo, and Doug Ford's buddy, Dean French, setting up meetings with people in the city, pretending to be negotiating some sort of deal. And what was shocking is nobody in the Ottawa police, in the mayor's office, in the city council, did the most basic due diligence to see if these people possessed the position of moral persuasion that they could speak on our behalf. It was just really weird.
Did you think that Mr. Wilson and Mr. Marazzo could speak, had a position of moral persuasion?
No, I didn't. I don't think so.
Why not?
Just because, firstly, for up until that point, on the GoFundMe was myself and Tamara, and that's why we were getting so much attention. So many people were reaching out. So many people knew who we were. I'm a trucker, so it's a little bit of a, there's a culture amongst truckers as well. These were lawyers that, I don't know, they seem to have some ulterior motive, or they seem to know people in politics that I don't know that they had, like they may have been organizing a deal with the city, but maybe they're structuring a deal for Doug Ford, but it wasn't for the truckers. If that makes sense.
So it sounds to me that you had a concern that they were pursuing a political agenda and/or ulterior motives. Is that fair?
Yes, and it's one of those things you can't put your finger on it. You realize there's something going on, and these people are well connected.
So do you think Mr. Wilson and Mr. Marazzo had the same goals as you in terms of ending the mandates?
No, I don't think so. I think their goals were ending the protests and getting everybody out of the city as quickly as possible. Because when I first met Tom Marazzo, he said to me, I thought we got somewhere. He said, listen, I'm just going to be here dealing with the trucks. I don't know who put him there. I don't, there was very fluid all the time. Okay, fine. He said, I'm going to be dealing with the trucks. I'm going to be a ghost. Nobody's going to know I was here. I will be invisible. And I thought, great, perfect. So finally, because every day we were dealing with different people setting up their own press conferences, we finally got that under control. I'm like, great. So I'll deal with the messaging. Trucks are parked, so I don't know what you want to do. You want to move trucks? That was a little suspect to me in the back of my head. I just kind of left it there. And then the next morning, somebody comes into my hotel to tell me, Tom Marazzo, guess what he's doing? I'm like, what? A press conference. I'm like, it's less than 12 hours ago. He told me he's not going to, what is going on? And that's the cats we were trying to herd.
Did you ever speak with Mr. Wilson or Mr. Marazzo about the concerns you had about what they were doing?
Yes, many times to everybody. I spoke to Tamara about it, and Tamara agreed with me. And she put out a number of messages to people. She was typing messages with me to tell people. She got on the phone, because this happened numerous times, telling people no comms or no communications goes out unless it's approved by Benjamin and his team.
So that's with respect to who's doing the messaging, but
That's right.
your concerns that Mr. Marazzo and Mr. Wilson were seeking to end the protests or find a way for the protest to end, is that something you ever brought to them and asked them about?
I didn't say them directly. I'm going to go to him and say, you're trying to sabotage the protest. I mean, then it's a little bit jumping the gun. The indicators seem to be there, but I couldn't prove it. So
what did you do to try to understand if this is actually what they were trying to do?
What I wanted to do was just control the messaging first. Stop going out and doing press conferences. I remember when Keith said to me, yeah, we're going to try and reach out to the city. And I remember saying, what are you reaching out to the city for? Just wait. Dance parties, barbecues, we're feeding the homeless. Just wait. So we have to have a press conference every day. I'm like, it's not a hostage negotiation. And you're the ones, because they agreed with me, that the legacy media just lies. So you're telling me the legacy media lies, yet you want to run to the legacy media and do a press conference every day. I'm like, just calm down. Everybody relax. We'll do a press conference at the end of every week, except for if something materializes and we need to do a press conference when the government brings some sort of representative who's going to speak with us. I can't hear they're talking.
Sorry. Okay. You try and either not talk or keep it down, please. And Mr. Dichter, if
Yes.
we're translating all of this.
Oh, sorry. Slow down a
So
bit.
Please slow down. It's,
My apologies. Yes.
you get excited and that's okay, but
I'm
try and
passionate.
get excited with a slow speed.
Okay. Will do. My apologies.
So, Mr. Dichter, I've heard what you've said about dealing with the messaging and your approach to the messaging, and I understand what you're saying with respect to I wasn't going to go to Mr. Wilson or Mr. Marazzo and say I'm concerned you have ulterior motives. Are you trying to end the protest? Did you raise that concern with Ms. Leach, Mr. Barber, Ms. Belton, anyone who I presume you didn't have a concern about?
With Tamara, for sure. And Tamara and I spoke all the time. There was a day and a half that I had to leave from when I left on the 30th, came back on the 2nd, ended up being the 3rd because of the car accident. I must have talked to her 25 times that day. Like, we were in constant communication. Me and Tamara had great communication during the entire time.
And what did Ms. Leach say in response to your concerns?
I'll handle it. We'll take care of it. I'll talk to them. The primary thing was the messaging, of course. But when this whole idea of let's move trucks to Wellington, I don't understand what is the goal of that. I mean, I was just in some of these, not the streets in the middle of downtown that only had a few trucks on it. I didn't see these residential streets, and I'm sure people will give me some, anecdotes of a street here and there that might have had a truck on it. Okay, that might be the case. But that was not my experience. The whole idea of let's consolidate everything into Wellington. The cops told us where to park. Chris Guerra was here for a week. He got maps from the Ottawa police saying, park your trucks here, because we wanted to have safety routes so safety vehicles could get through during the protest, emergency vehicles, and people could just generally drive around. And I was driven around a couple of times. So I was in a car when I came in and out of the city. Like, I got in and out of the city, no problem.
And we'll get to the agreement with the mayor to move the trucks more in a moment. But
Okay.
I understand that's what you're referring to when you're talking about moving trucks to Wellington. And the evidence we've heard so far is that the mayor wrote a letter saying that he would agree to meet with some of the organizers if the organizers were able to show that they could move trucks out of the residential areas onto Welling and perhaps elsewhere. And we'll get to how that came about in a moment. But ultimately, at some point, did you learn that Miss Leach had entered into that agreement with the mayor?
No, I didn't know that she got into that agreement until like during the convoy. I don't even remember seeing that. It was all really opaque. So it was, we're doing a deal. What? We're taking care of it. Okay, well, that's the inverse of the way it's supposed to work. You got to tell the messaging people first so we can communicate it to people, because all that would do is that would heighten potentially conflict and anxiety of the protesters who've been sitting out there freezing all day. I need to be able to tell them what's happening, but they wouldn't do that no matter how much I tried.
Right, but at some point you learned that Tamara had sent those letters. I appreciate, and we'll probably speak to in a moment, that it may be the case you didn't understand what was happening at the time, but at some point you learned that yes, Tamara had exchanged letters with the mayor.
I don't remember seeing it during the convoy. I might have, and just amongst the thousands of messages, it just in and out. Okay, great, and forgot about it because there's dealing with so much other stuff.
Have you ever spoken with Miss Leach about the agreement that she reached with the mayor?
No, I haven't spoken to Miss Leach since I gave her a hug in my hotel room the night before she was arrested, and because I didn't want to put her at any risk, and I knew the slightest misstep that she would be targeted.
So Miss Leach was arrested after the agreement with the mayor and after February 14th, when we've heard evidence of moving trucks onto Wellington. In that last time you spoke with Miss Leach, did you ask her at all about whether or not she had agreed with the mayor to move trucks up onto Wellington?
No, because I was so focused on messaging. I just had done, that was when I did the statement on Jordan Peterson's podcast to clarify that we are not here to overthrow the government. That's what elections are for. We hope that our parliamentarians and our media tone down the rhetoric. She was really stressed. So Tamara was coming in infrequently, different days, 2-3 times, sometimes once a day, sometimes not at all. She would disappear. And it's because she was under tremendous amount of stress. Not only this class action suit that we were all given, we didn't know what to do. Everybody was scared, and we were being told we had to behave in a certain way or else we're going to lose our free legal advice. But at the same time, every 3 seconds, she was getting hounded with another problem here, another problem there. And I did communicate to her, and I said, Tamara, we need to get you a handler. And she didn't want to. She wanted to deal with people directly, which I get. That's her strength. She really communicates well with people. But you know what decision fatigue is. She had decision fatigue by early morning. She was just burnt out because there was so many demands that were being put on her. I put a little bit of a moat around me. I had the 3 people in the comms team working with me, and I said, everything, send it to us and we'll filter it. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with a million problems all at once. But her management structure or system is different than mine, I guess. And just to further that, so she would come into my room to give her a hug and to relax and calm down. The world's not falling. Everything's going to work out. The government's not evil. They're problematic, but we have a lot of love around us. And I just remember we did a bunch of those little sessions where we focused on all the good things.
So I take it you see Miss Leach as one of the organizers of the convoy. Is that correct?
Yeah, one of them.
Mr. Barber?
One of them as well, yeah.
Miss Belton?
Yeah, one of them as well.
Anyone else who you think was sort of a key organizer or played an important role?
There's so many people that I wouldn't even know because there were so many. I remember I went to a road captain meeting. I went and crutched in the snow over to the Ark because no one would come over to me. I'm like, okay, let me just go sit down with all of them. There were 40 people in the room. I had no idea who half those people were, but they were leading different convoys from around the country. It was great. They're amazing people from all over different cultures of Canada. So it's not a group of 2 or 3 people. There were hundreds of people. And then there were all these other little groups as well. It's a very, the parallels to Bitcoin, very decentralized. And, but I think we had the greatest, what I mentioned before, position of moral persuasion, that we could help influence people more. But that's not a guarantee. And that actually came up on the 18th when the road captains came into my hotel after a trucker had guns drawn at him. They smashed his windows. The police pulled guns on him, arrested him in the snow. Tamara had been arrested. Chris had been arrested. The road captains came into my room. There seemed to be, I don't know if a lack of leadership, but maybe a lack of decision making, or they needed just another head to bounce ideas off of. And they told me the story, and I said, okay, well, I'll support what you guys want to do. But if you're asking me, if the police are getting violent, maybe it's time to leave. And to my surprise, the first person to pipe up was Bridget. And she said, we can't let people get hurt. We need to leave. And then Joe did the same thing. And all the other road captains that were sitting on my bed and standing up, and Johnny, and everybody said, yeah. And I said, okay, call your police liaison officers right now. Don't argue. Just tell them we're going to leave. We're going to go. We're going to communicate the message to everybody that we're going to leave. And then I went on to social media, and I echoed that sentiment in a Twitter message that I probably should have done a thread to clarify it better, but a little bit of a panic. And then Keith Wilson called me and said, you need to leave. I said, well, I need to, I'm in a wheelchair with a broken ankle. What do you think of the bust down the doors of the hotel and arrest me? And he said, they just might. I'm like, Keith, don't be so dramatic. That's not, I'm not on the street, but he argued with me for 20 minutes. And he convinced me. He said to me, I always remember, he said, somebody needs to be able to speak up for freedom. And if you get arrested too and end up getting subject to a gag order, then you can't speak. And I thought, like, all right. And so I had a friend in Ottawa, and I called an Uber. I got out of the hotel, the red zone, which is what the police wanted to clear out. And I went to stay with my friend until I could get my cast off.
When you arrived in Ottawa, were you aware that Pat King had involvement in organizing the travel of the convoy across Canada to Ottawa?
January 24th or 25th, the first day that Tamara left Ottawa, my social media lights up, and I see some videos from this guy, Pat King. Never heard of him? I called Tamara, said, who's this guy? She said, oh, he's some blogger from, I don't know, wherever he was. I said, okay, he's got to go. We can't have this sort of rhetoric. Peace, love. No, this is not for here. So I don't know who he is. Tell him he's got to go. And there was some back and forth, a follow-up call. She confirmed the videos. She ended up telling him, she told him to leave. And he was very upset, but he said, fine, if I'm not welcome here, I'll go home. And I said, great, nothing personal, but we can't have that sort of rhetoric here. And then the next day or two, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, because they were driving across the country. I was in Ontario preparing, doing messaging. And she said to me, yeah, he said he was going to leave, and then he showed up at the next trucker stop. I'm like, well, you got to deal with this. I know what to tell you. So.
And when you talk about Mr. King's rhetoric, what rhetoric?
I don't know if he was trying to be comedic. I don't know if he was serious, but some offensive rhetoric to myself, and well, not to me personally, but to certain ethnic groups, Indigenous ethnic groups, Jewish groups, whatever. And then I saw the video. First I saw his bullets. I don't know who. I just stopped in the middle. I too much. Let's get rid of this.
Were you able to see Mr. King's testimony yesterday?
I did.
Okay, and some statements were put to him, including statements he made about Indigenous people, statements he made about Asians. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Do you remember, were those the postings that you saw
Yep.
at the time? Okay.
Yep.
And I take it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but were you concerned? Did you? Let me put it to you this way. Were you concerned about the fact that the substance of those statements, did they offend you, or were you concerned about those statements would be associated with the convoy, or was it both?
I personally don't get offended very easily. I got thick skin, and I think people who say silly things should be able to say silly things, and we should be able to respond to them. I didn't really care about that. I really cared that he would negatively impact the tenor of the convoy, the mood of the people. It might I was worried that he would cause some unnecessary anxiety. You know, when I was thinking about how are we going to envision this protest, a little too personal, but I thought of, don't laugh at me, I thought of when I was younger, going to Grateful Dead concerts or Fish concerts or Allman Brothers or Bob Dylan, that vibe of peace and love, especially the Grateful Dead, without the drugs, so I'm not into drugs. And I thought that's the feeling that we need for this protest to bring everybody together. And I was worried that this sort of rhetoric, which is completely inappropriate, just did not marry to what we were trying to achieve.
So, and as discussed with Mr. King, the media reported on some of his past rhetoric, some of his past statements. The media also reported on statements you had made in the past. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And in particular, there was reports that, in this case from the Globe and Mail, that at some point in 2018, you gave a speech to the People's Party of Canada in which you alleged that Islamic front groups were infiltrating the country's political institutions. And they quote you as saying, quote, "The adaptation of political Islam is rotting away at our society like syphilis." Do you know the media report I'm referring to?
The Globe and Mail, I don't remember. It's been a few years, but yes, in general, yeah, I do.
Is that something you said in 2018?
Yes, and I entered my testimony in the Ontario legislature into evidence in this hearing where I quoted numerous imams that were quite extreme in their rhetoric about Jews and the gay community. And amongst LGBT Tory, there were a lot of people that supported us, that were part of our group, that were really concerned about that sort of rhetoric. So I stand by the statements.
Did you have any concern, and I appreciate you stand by the statements, but do you have any concern about how those statements might affect the Freedom Convoy given your role in the convoy?
No, I didn't.
As you've noted, and you provided context to those statements in the legislature, is that correct?
Yeah, in the Ontario legislature.
Okay. At the time, did you take any steps to contact the media who were reporting on those statements and provide the context you provided the legislator and now provided today?
No, I mean, I look at during my skepticism for legacy media is quite high. And I saw during the convoy a headline from the same newspaper that the truckers are weaponizing freedom in the name of white supremacy or something like that. And I just kind of, at this point, I dismiss it all. I really don't care what they write.
The commission has heard a fair bit of evidence about Mr. King's role, and we've spoken about Mr. King and also about Mr. James Bowder. As someone who was involved in the organization, in your view, how influential were Mr. King and Mr. Bowder to the convoy?
I don't even know what James Bowder looks like. I've never seen him before. He had some MOU thing that was written in 2019. I thought it was a meme. It was a joke. Like, that's not how people are serious about litigation and political change, right? So I just dismissed him. There was the other guy, Jeremy McKenzie, who's been my personal troll because I'm a Jew for the past several years. And these are all people that have almost zero following, but the legacy media seems to be wanting to make these people who have very little or nothing to do with the convoy into celebrities. That's why I was really concerned that in the case of McKenzie, that he's being asked to testify here. Why? And nothing to do, it's not a trucker, had nothing to do with the convoy. There's just rhetoric. Do we want to make him famous? Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense to me.
When you say Mr. McKenzie was your personal troll, can you expand on that?
Yeah, he has made several comments throughout the years about Jewish conspiracy theories. I laughingly say he makes Mel Gibson look like a rabbi. He is really, really aggressive towards Jews. Whatever, that's fine. I don't really care. And while I was producing a podcast several years ago, this woman who is a Saudi refugee who grew up under extremism, she was a doctor and moved to Canada. And he was harassing her online. He was harassing me online. Like, that's what he does. Apparently, that's comedy. Whatever, fine.
Do you think what Mr. McKenzie does is comedy?
No.
What do you think it is?
I think we're living in this era where there are people, when they say something that is extreme rhetoric, then they say, oh, it's just comedy. But when it's, digestible, then they say, oh, this is serious. They want it both ways. And I think he goes in that category. And that's why these people have such small followings. But again, there are personalities in the media that want to elevate these individuals. It just makes no sense when people say, "Oh, they have 20,000 followers." Firstly, that's not very much, and secondly, yeah, he would have 2 if it weren't for you. Keep talking about him. The Streisand effect, right?
I'm going to return now, and we got to it already a bit, but I just have a few more questions about the agreement that was reached between Ms. Leach and the mayor, and some of the events that's surrounding that. So, the mayor and Ms. Leach exchanged letters on February 12th. On February 13th, there was a news report that came out saying that the agreement that was reflected in those letters had been reached. And then, if we could pull up COM 831. And so this is a tweet from your Twitter account. If we can scroll down, you can see the timing, just so we can scroll down to the bottom, from 8:24 p.m. And if we could scroll up, it says more fake, and this is, you're referencing the media report I referenced. It says more fake news, this time from City TV News. No deal has been struck. The federal government has not yet lifted its mandates and passports. Do not watch #fake news. It's bad for your mental health. This is completely false. Why did you send that tweet?
From the original time that I was told by Keith that he's going to reach out to the city I mentioned before, and I said, why? Just wait for the government to, they will come to us. But no, just went over my head, went over my sense from the rest of the board is that they felt the same way. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they told them differently, but that was not my sense. So throughout that week, I would maybe tease Keith a little bit. We actually had a pretty good working relationship, which is why I was shocked yesterday. And I would say to him, so Keith, how's the deal going? And he would say, well, not great. And on February the 13th, I did the same thing. I said to Keith, how's the deal going? And he says, not great. So either he was lying to me or he was lying in this scenario. I don't know. And then that night, I was starting to go into Twitter Spaces to communicate with people. And I just got destroyed. I got attacked by a couple of thousand people in a Twitter space. You're a bunch of sellouts. Randy Hillier put out a tweet. So I don't know, if you can't convince Randy Hillier, Tom Marazzo's buddy, that we have a deal, then how have we convinced the city or anybody else there's a deal? But okay, fine. And so I sent a message to Keith the following morning. And I said, Keith, I just got attacked last night. I think I get everybody calmed down and whatever. What's the status of this deal so I can put an end to it? I can't remember how I worded it exactly. And he said, neither Eva nor myself have drafted anything for the city. More rumors. Okay. So everything is the same as I have been told the entire way throughout. That's fine.
So if we could pull up BJD 6017. And this is a document that you provided to the commission, I believe, yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
What was the date of the tweet we just saw?
It's February 13th at 8:24 p.m. I must have the wrong number. Perhaps I think we have the message you're referring to. I don't have the number now. Maybe have an opportunity to show it to you and confirm that's the message. But so you had a text exchange with Mr. Wilson, or a messaging exchange, signal exchange with Mr. Wilson on the 14th, when you said what's going on, and he said there's been nothing with the mayor. And again, when we have the opportunity, we'll pull that up. My question for you now is, between when you read the news article that you tweeted about and when you tweeted about it, did you ask anyone whether the news article was true or make any inquiries about the news article?
No, just out of time, being overwhelmed with stuff. And, I already communicated my skepticism on legacy media. And I'm getting it directly from the source. I'm getting it from our lawyers, who's telling me no deal. I mean, I know
Right. But your lawyer told you that on the 14th, not on the 13th when you tweeted it out.
No. What I say, I spoke to him on the 13th as well.
Sorry.
That before. So I did another, so how's that deal going? And he says, not so good. Okay, fine. And went late at night into the Twitter space, and then had to reconfirm it again the next day.
So that conversation you had with Mr. Wilson on the 13th, was that in writing or was that?
No, face to face. I think it was in my hotel room, if I'm not mistaken, or the adjacent room. We were always in and out. I would sometimes go to the other hotel rooms, Tamara's and the others, or they would come to me.
And then if we could pull up COM 841. So the first, your tweet, which is there, says more fake news from City TV, no deal has been struck. And then we see this is a retweet by Tamara Leach, from Miss Leach's account, which I think is an important distinction as we get to 3 minutes later, in which Miss Leach's account says the media lies to their viewers, no, quote, deal has been made, and the mandates and the passports. That's why we are here. The commission has heard and received evidence that you had access to Miss Leach's Twitter account and that you were the one who made this tweet.
Oh, from the very beginning. Yeah, she asked me to take over. She didn't know Twitter very much. She did Facebook. She said, you deal with Twitter.
Fair enough. And did then you do this retweet from her account?
Yes, and it was very important because what was happening, remember I explained earlier, I was trying to go for peace, love, unity, and whatever. And there seemed to be another counter narrative that was creating anxiety, and people were starting to attack Tamara, myself, everybody. You're sellouts. I never got my money for gas. What do? You can see the tenor already of frustration was building up. So I needed to communicate to everybody that no, relax, nothing has changed. If it is, we'll let you know, kind of was my thought, but you could already see the anxiety being ramped up. And the last thing we could have was any sort of conflict and violence. And that's why I was trying to echo that statement until we get something substantive. If we got a deal in writing and said, here we are, okay, fine, that's a different story. But that never materialized.
You were in regular contact with Miss Leach?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is there any reason you didn't speak with her before you sent out this tweet?
No, because we had a communication teams of myself and 2 other people. So all the comms were amongst us on the Twitter side, which became a primary platform that we were using. And, if we were doing that on every little tweet, then we would get nothing done. And Tamara didn't have much interest in Twitter. I noticed, was it that day, around that time, like she would do a positive good morning message. I saw those would pop up periodically. So she had access to the accounts as well, right? And, but that's about it. And I guess because she was overloaded, she was dealing with so many other things. And she was, I think, primarily on Facebook, if I'm not mistaken, which I wasn't on.
So, Mr. Commissioner, I've come in my time. If I could have 5 more minutes just to address one more document and then one more item.
Okay, and you'll come back to that one document. You wouldn't.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, why don't we do that document right now? So it's BJD 18. I was one digit off. My apologies, Mr. Dichter.
Hi.
So on the screen, this appears to be a message you've provided to us. I take it this is the message that you sent Mr. Wilson on Signal.
Yeah.
And then if we scroll down, we have his response.
Yeah.
Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson has both given testimony and also had an interview with the commission. And in his interview, Mr. Wilson stated that you were, at least to his understanding, aware that an agreement had been reached with the mayor, between the mayor and Tamara, and he expressed some surprise that you sent your tweet and Tamara's retweet. And specifically, Mr. Wilson has identified the following document as evidencing that knowledge: HRF 1491. HRF 40 is 1491. So we'll scroll down. You'll see that this is February 12th at 3:47 in the afternoon. Mr. Wilson writes you, the middle paragraph says, hence the drafting committee will keep working on the broader document for review by the board tomorrow. But in the meantime, below is a draft communication for the captains/truckers specific to the mayor's arrangements to allow you to advance into Wellington and Elgin, while at the same time taking away the excuse that Trudeau wants to unleash the police goons and seize trucks. Remember, we are trying to block Trudeau from having the justification to cause the police to use the new emergency powers against the truckers and to allow the truckers to stay here in Ottawa for as long as it takes, etc. And then if you scroll up, to the top, you then replied shortly afterwards saying, looks good to me. What did you understand Mr. Wilson to be talking about in his email when you responded, looks good to me?
This was a communication to the Premier's office, was my understanding, is that they were going to be drafting something for Doug Ford. They're making some headway with him. And that's how it was communicated. Okay, fine. Good to me. If we get a response, they're finally going to talk to us on the provincial level, that's progress.
In Mr. Wilson's email, he says, below is a draft communication for the captain/truckers specific to the mayor's arrangement to allow us to advance into Wellington and Elgin. What did you understand that to mean?
In terms of the mayor's arrangement, I don't know. I don't know the details because, again, everything was opaque, that I wasn't told any specifics or details whatsoever.
Did you take any steps to learn what Mr. Wilson was talking about in that email?
No, this is what I was trying to do, as I explained with the messaging, not step on everybody's toes. This is the drafting or the legal committee. Okay, fine. You're going to do what you can. If you have something signed, whatever, send it to me when you have something prepared and whatever, and let me know.
My final question for you, Mr. Dichter, is you referenced that you had a good working relationship with Mr. Wilson and you were surprised by his testimony yesterday. Other than what we've spoken about, is there anything else that surprised you?
Yeah, well, there was one caveat which I started to, people say things and you put the red flag up in the back of your head. So with the class action suit, there were the injunctions and motions put forward and whatever. Okay, we already signed off with him and the JCCF. Turns out a retainer was with the JCCF. They were going to go, okay, fine. And he came back and he said to me, and all of us individually, but you remember saying to me, okay, so I have good news. We got a number of items that the class action suit wanted, the people on the complainants wanted, and they've all been rejected, with one exception. The one exception is the horn honking has to be limited in scope into one designated area. And I said to him, who cares about the horn honking? Like, that's not what we're here for. We're here for mandates, whatever. And that's how he communicated it to me. And that was it. So then what I didn't tell him is I took that document and I sent it to a friend of mine who is a legal researcher at a firm. And I said, this is what I was told this document says. I don't read legalese. Can you just interpret it? Because he's saying that the media is lying, that we actually won. What is your interpretation? And she said to me, I don't know who's telling you you won. They wanted the horns stopped or whatever. That was the part of the injunction. And they won. So whoever's telling you you won is not being honest with you. And I thought, is he just overselling it because he's trying to be compassionate and he knows we're under a lot of stress? Or was it just dishonest? I don't know. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt at that time. That maybe he's just trying to be supportive in some sort of way.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Commissioner, sorry,
Yes.
would I be able to submit my application for Rule 59 to have some more leading testimony from my lawyer?
The normal is your lawyer will do it at the end. And that's when I would do it. I mean, unless there's any particular reason to do it now, I would suggest we do it at the end, which is the normal.
If Mr. Commissioner, if you're going to make us pick between now or the end, I think you're right. The end is better. I think what Mr. Dichter is suggesting that I be able to ask a couple questions now, leading questions, and at the end have the opportunity to close with non-leading questions, as per Rule 59.
And how long do you propose to be?
At this time, 5 minutes.
5 minutes of some leading questions.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any objections or concerns? So, oh, sorry.
I do have a concern. Perhaps I had misunderstood. I understand that counsel for the witness, who is not a party, now wants to ask him leading questions. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, I denied the application to have his counsel lead the evidence. And now he seeks to have 5 minutes to do that. There may be some additional at the end. So that's what it's being proposed. And they would be leading questions for 5 minutes.
So I guess I would oppose it, because if he was not given standing, then I question why he's allowed to examine his clients. And I guess further to that, if he is allowed to examine his client, why would he be allowed to ask him leading questions as opposed to non-leading questions?
So, Mr. Commissioner, just for your assistance and for the assistance of the parties and the public, I just want to read what
Read the
what
rule, yeah.
59 says. So Rule 59 says that if a representative for a witness intends to adduce evidence in chief not adduced by commission counsel, the representative will examine the witness immediately following commission counsel, and then will have a right to re-examine the witness following questions by the other parties. There is no reference to leading or non-leading in the rule.
Okay.
So with that clarification, I suppose he can ask his questions now, but I would suggest that what's contemplated and what's fair is that the questions be asked in a non-leading fashion. He obviously doesn't have the right to cross-examine his client.
Okay, well, I guess it's there's some uncertainty in the rule. What a surprise. So I think what I'll do is I will let the questions go, and if there's a problem, we'll deal with them. But I think it's preferable to get that evidence out so before the parties do their cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'd like to point the witness to BJD 40.
Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, BRB 40. My mistake. Mr. Dichter, do you recognize the screenshot?
Yes, I do. That
Oh.
is the group, one of the group chats in Signal where we were communicating, myself, Tamara, the lawyers, the board.
And what, who was part of this group chat?
Like I said, most of the board that were involved, Chad, Keith Wilson, Eva, Tamara, Chris Guerra, like all of us were in it. And this echoes the same sentiment of the other text message.
You made a statement in that group chat on February 14th at 6:51 a.m. talking about how you were being accused of certain things from supporters on your Twitter space the night before or early morning, depending on how you look at it, 1 a.m. But what was the response to your, if we can scroll down, we can see a response to Mr. Dichter's statement there. Can you read that out for the commission?
Yeah, from Tamara. I haven't seen any statement yet, so don't worry about meeting at 9. If I hear anything, I will let you know.
Where was Mrs. Leach staying during the protest?
The Sheridan.
Where were you staying during the protest?
In the Sheridan.
What floor were you on?
The 16th floor.
What floor was she on?
I think the 14th, but I might have that wrong.
How often did you guys see each other?
Frequently. There were a couple of days where she wasn't around, but frequently.
Did she ever mention to you in those frequent interactions that she was working on or had reached any kind of deal with the mayor?
No, and if she did, I've forgotten it, but I don't think I would forget that.
And this exchange on the group chat seems to confirm that?
That's right.
Mr. Commissioner, am I allowed to ask about the email HRF 1491 that Mr. Mather was asking Mr. Dichter about just now? A different aspect of the content?
If you like, so far you
sure.
haven't been leading, so
HRF 1491.
try avoiding leading, and that makes it easier.
I'll do my best. If we can scroll down, this was referenced in Mr. Wilson's testimony yesterday. He suggested to the commission that this was your sign off on a deal. Can you read the first sentence or line of the first sentence of the second paragraph of this email from Mr. Wilson?
Hence, the drafting committee will keep working on the broader document for review by the board tomorrow. But in the meantime, below is a draft communication for the captain's truckers specific to the mayor's arrangement to allow us to advance into Welling Street and Elgin, while at the same time taking away the excuse that Trudeau wants to unleash the police goons and seize trucks.
Did a draft communication ever follow?
No,
Did you receive any other email?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Can we scroll down to the attachment that was with this email? Can you have a quick review of this attachment document, Mr.
Okay.
Dichter? Let me know when you're done.
Yeah.
Does this look like a document that's a deal or a contract between two parties?
No, well, that was my whole point. There's no witness, signature, date, nothing. It's just a letter.
What is this? Like in your experience as a communications person, what is this document?
Public relations.
Like a press release?
Mhm.
Okay. If I can ask the attention, the commission to pull up a document that I'm, BJD 12. It's an article in the Toronto Sun talking about Dean French working on a deal. If we can scroll down to, I think, the 4th page. Some text, maybe go up. Okay, down, sorry. The next line in the article. Maybe it's page 3. Sorry to have you fishing. There's an article in this document.
How do I get out? I didn't mean to get in. I didn't mean to get in, people. I was
This
trying
gives
to see if
his
I can log
public
on my phone.
perspective
Yes.
Oh gosh.
And he's
on the protest, and he says on page 6 of the document, I don't believe in protesting or honking on residential streets.
Sorry, I just wanted to see if it worked. I'll be back probably in an hour. Bye.
Do you know who Dean French is?
He is Doug Ford's former chief of staff and friend since the 1990s.
How did he end his tenure as a chief of staff to the premier?
He resigned in disgrace.
Did you read or hear the mayor's testimony on Dean French?
Yes, and I was confused when he thought he was a credible person that he could reach out to. And the other problem is, how do you have somebody negotiating on behalf of the truckers who's not a trucker, who's connected to the premier's office, who's critical of the trucking protest?
Former Chief Slowly testified that the mood on the ground was a powder keg. If the truckers heard that their interests were being represented by the first chief of staff of the premier, who was responsible for most of the mandates in Ontario at a provincial level, how would the mood have changed on the ground, or did it change when reports came out that it was Dean French talking to the mayor and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Marazzo?
That's where you saw some of the conflict, and I can understand where Chief Slowly might have interpreted the powder keg issue because, again, I said before, the mixed messages. You want to go to a trucker and say, hey, yeah, the guy who brought in your provincial mandates, he's negotiating a deal for you guys to leave, which is not a deal. That's capitulation. A deal's both sides get something, and we would have gotten nothing. These are the sorts of things that were causing so much anxiety and division. Furthermore, the first week was really stressful. We were overloaded. We had far more people than we imagined would be here. And it took about a week to get everybody finally on the organizational side of all the different groups slowly to talk together, or at least decide go your separate ways in some scenarios. And then this started. And the level of distrust all of a sudden came back again.
Okay, I think your time is up, Mr. Corralios. So I'm going to ask you to wrap up this part of your questioning. You asked for 5 minutes. I've already given you much more.
Am I allowed one more question, Mr.
Yes.
Commissioner? Thank you. You mentioned a War of the Worlds video. You mentioned dealing with a Jordan Peterson podcast, I think, talking about how we're not here to overtake the government. Specifically, is the War of the Worlds video that you're talking about submitted a video of Mr. Wilson BJD8, and the reason that you felt you needed to explain that you guys weren't here was in response to the February 8th press conference of Tom Marazzo, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Wilson yesterday testified that when he met Tom Marazzo, he was very impressed with his calm demeanor. I'll ask the commission to pull up a video, BJD 17. It's 20 seconds starting at 3:40.
Tom Marazzo, give it up.
Go ahead to 3:40 because it's a long video.
I live in my car. I lost everything. And you guys won't even shut your mouths for 2 minutes and let me get some sense into your heads. Just stop. Just stop. Check your ego.
Thank you.
You know what?
I think that's all we need.
Okay.
I'm sure Ms. Zexley will be very proud of Mr. Marazzo talking about supporters of the
I'm not
protest.
sure you're here to give evidence. so-
Mr. Dichter, what can you say about Mr. Marazzo's demeanor in the context of Mr. Wilson saying yesterday he found him a good negotiator?
I think we're going to close this off at the moment. I gave you a question, you've done more, so we'll
Okay.
put off if we can deal with
Thank
further
you, Mr.
questioning at
Commissioner.
the end if need be. Okay? So we'll take the morning break and come back in 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, so now we're ready to get started on the cross-examinations. For the Government of Canada first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Dichter. My name is Andrea Gonzalez. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. So as I've understood your evidence, Mr. Dichter, you were the spokesperson and really generally media relations person for the Freedom Convoy, correct?
Yeah, we had a team of three other people and myself, and I led the team.
You were one of the directors of the corporation as well?
Yes, I was.
And do you have any formal training, degree, or professional experience in communications, media relations, anything of that sort?
No, I don't have a degree in communications, but I worked for companies previously that basically taught me general media communications, owned a business for many years, had to deal with it. So I've been in media, in and out of media for business purposes for quite some time.
And you do your own media?
Yeah.
Yeah. For instance, you've got a book that's set to be released next week that you're promoting through your own website?
Yes, I actually wrote that book with a friend of mine who was an investigative journalist for the Toronto Star for 30 years and a published author. And I said to John, I said, I don't know how to write a book, but can you teach me? And can we do this project together? And it was amazing to have somebody in my life who understood the process of investigative journalism to build a framework, a timeline, all that sort of stuff, so we could get the story out factually as it was, and not just my story, the story of other people involved in the convoy.
And during the period of the protests, when you spoke or when you approved publications on behalf of the Freedom Convoy, you were speaking on behalf of the group that the Freedom Convoy represented, right?
That was the attempt. So there were many other ancillary groups that were attached and whatnot. You know, you can't speak for everybody. You do your best to find a message that will resonate with all sorts of people. And as you know, as you've seen by some of the people here, they're quite enthusiastic. Sometimes they were upset that the tenor was not as enthusiastic as they wanted. So there was a balancing act with the different personalities involved.
Right, and you've said previously you couldn't control the truckers, you couldn't control the protesters.
Well, I think we were in a position, and primarily because of the success of the GoFundMe and the subsequent Give, Send, Go, where we had the highest degree of moral persuasion. So if there was a representative of the government that came to speak with us, we would be in a unique position that would be easier for us to sell whatever settlement idea, that agreement we would come to with the government. It might take a little bit of time. And for example, I mentioned on February 18th when the road captains were in my room, and they agreed with me saying, yeah, it's time to leave. The government is getting violent. And Miranda piped up and she said, yeah, but Ben, some of these people are not going to want to leave. And I said, that's your job as a road captain to convince them and persuade them to leave. If you need me to help, we'll try and get everybody to get on board with us.
So, Mr. Dichter, I've only got a limited amount of time.
Okay.
And what I've put to you is a simple question that you have said in the past. In fact, you've sworn an affidavit. It's in our documents, JCF 6014, where you said, I do not control the truckers and other participants in the current protest in Ottawa. You recall saying that in an affidavit?
Yeah, control and moral persuasion are two different things. That's,
And I asked you about control, so I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
no, nobody controls anybody, of course. Yeah.
Right. And do you recall speaking at a press conference on January 30th?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. We have a transcript of that. It's COM 50895. It's a transcript, as I understand, of a video that has been prepared by Commission Counsel.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to read that transcript?
I skimmed through most of as much as I could in the past 24 hours.
Understand.
And it's been hard.
But you would have no concerns about the accuracy of that transcript?
From what I've seen so far, no.
Okay. We can put it up if you need your memory refreshed, but you said at that press conference that there were so many truckers you lost track, right?
Yeah.
And the various participants in the protest had a variety of viewpoints, objectives, demands. Fair?
No, I think what we all agreed on was ArriveCan and the mandates. Everybody has all sorts of grievances with the government, but we had one unifying grievance, which was the ArriveCan and the mandates, which is what we were here for. And everybody kind of understood that, right?
That was the baseline. And then there were others who wanted more. There were some, to your knowledge, you know, that were interested in a change of government.
Again, not the convoy. People might have said things incorrectly. People might have given that impression. There's always fringe elements in these sorts of events. But that's not what we were about from the very beginning.
When you say the Freedom Convoy, you're talking about that organization where you're one of the board of directors. You've spoken about some others involved and those who subscribe to that messaging and we're following that group, correct?
Well, there was the board, but everybody, you could see it's evident online that everybody saw themselves as participants of the Freedom Convoy, that's how they viewed all of this. And the board itself, the name we settled on was Freedom 2022 Human Rights Freedom Organization.
And there were others such as Mr. King who participated in the protests. He had followers. They had different objectives and views, correct?
Well, Mr. King has a very small social media following. I heard some of the numbers he threw out, and I went online, and I know analytics, and he has nowhere near that sort of, and he's got 3,000 followers online, which is why it's odd that we keep focusing on him when on the 25th of January, I said to Tamara, 25th or 24th, whichever day she left, I can't remember, he's got to go. And we had that back and forth, and she ultimately agreed with me, and then we released a press release. It was our first update to the GoFundMe, and it stated that Pat King represents only himself. He does not represent the Freedom Convoy, and that stayed up there for quite some time.
And I know the document you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's GFM 7 zeros and a 1. And that update to the GoFundMe page, in distancing the Freedom Convoy from Pat King, you felt that was important to pursuing the objectives that you and those you were aligned with.
To get people in the framework of peace, love, unity, and freedom, yes, we needed to ensure that people didn't get confused, that the government didn't get confused, and the government could understand that we were reasonable people that they could speak with, and they wouldn't get that impression with that sort of rhetoric, which is why we all were quite concerned about it and wanted it not to be involved.
And these concerns about what was being seen on the part of the protesters, this in fact prompted you to put out a number of public statements distancing the Freedom Convoy from violence, correct?
Of course, yeah, of course.
And that had to be done repeatedly. For example, there's a Sun article on January 26, COM 630. There was an official daily event and safety report put out on January 27th, HRF 708. And in fact, could we put that document up on the screen? Is this the type of document that would have been approved through you or one of the other three working on communications?
No, this was produced by Tom Quiggin,
Okay.
who's the intelligence analyst. But the reason we needed to put these messages out, to answer your question, it wasn't because of the people, it was because of the legacy media that was putting out a narrative that was completely false about these phantom violent people that I never saw. And so we had to put these things out to, and we saw by the text message in this testimony from the Prime Minister's office that they were doing exactly what I thought they were doing.
Again, I'm going to ask you to just focus yourself on my question. All I did was ask whether you approved these messages before they went out.
The daily safety reports, no, that was Tom.
No. And if we go down, maybe on the second page, bullet number 10, convoy organizers are developing an internal intelligence capability to identify potential sources of violence. A separate report on identifying violent groups/individuals will follow. And if that's going out in the name of the Freedom Convoy, it's being represented as something true and accurate, correct?
Yes, it also has the word potential.
Right. Now, the objective, as I understood it, from the GoFundMe page of the Freedom Convoy was to stay in Ottawa until all mandates were lifted.
Yes.
You understand, sir, you do legal podcasts, you're a former candidate for Parliament, that the federal government does not have the jurisdictional authority to lift all mandates in Canada, right?
Federal mandates?
Yes. Well, no. The wording of the GoFundMe page was all mandates. I want to make sure we're on the same page, that the best the federal government could do was lift federal mandates, right?
Yeah, we knew if the federal government lifted their mandates and the provinces would follow. And in fact, the opposite happened. The province dropped all their mandates and the federal government held on to it until last month.
And so you didn't know that. That was something you hoped would happen, right?
I think it was a good educated guess understanding how government works, yeah.
But fair to say there was misunderstanding on the part of at least some participants about what the federal government could do with respect to all mandates. And there were times when you found yourself in the messaging ensuring that it didn't give the impression that the Freedom Convoy was asking the federal government to do that which it had no authority to do, right?
Ask that again.
Yeah, sure, I'll break it down. There was misunderstanding by at least some participants in the protests as to these, notions of jurisdiction and what the federal government could or couldn't do.
Oh, there's definitely people in society who need some education in civics, there's no question. But in terms of people who are leading organizations and groups within our board, we understood that it was the federal mandate because that's the mandate that were destroying truckers' careers, their businesses, and their jobs because they couldn't cross the border.
And so I've seen in the documents, I don't have time to take you to them, that there were times where you had to ensure that the messaging was refined to not lead the impression that the Freedom Convoy was trying to get the federal government to revoke all mandates. Right?
It was to remove the federal mandates for sure, and the federal mandates would lead to all mandates. That was our optimistic assumption. And I think evidenced by what happened on the provincial levels, that was probably a good assumption.
And you were asked in that January 30th press conference that we talked about, about whether there was any point to trying to get the federal government to lift the mandate on truckers crossing the border because there was a parallel restriction in place on the US side. You remember that?
Yes, but the
Sorry, before you go on,
yep.
I just want to clarify that you did in that press conference acknowledge that fact, but say that you understood that the U.S. restriction had been adopted at the request of the Canadians. The
and
Canadian
it came here
government.
first, and the U.S. never enforced it.
But that's what I want to make sure we're both clear on. The U.S. mandate was announced first, right?
It was no, it was announced after. It was the Canadian mandates that were announced first, from what I remember.
Okay, well, I think the evidence is different on that, but I'll
Okay.
leave it there.
Could be.
And so when you and the Freedom Convoy say we are in this for the long haul, you recall using that statement at times.
Yeah.
You were not willing to leave until your demands were met. Fair?
I was reflecting the reflecting the sentiment of the truckers that were coming here. It wasn't BJ's decided we're going to stay here permanently. It's the truckers that assembled their convoys, and there were so many convoys we couldn't keep track. They all agreed, and that was their sentiment. I was trying to reflect the sentiment of them for the government so they would understand, which was odd that there are people in the city of Ottawa that said, oh, they're going to be here for 2 days. Okay.
And your understanding is that that group would not be prepared to leave Ottawa. These were committed, dedicated individuals to their cause, yes, as you understood it. And they were not going to leave Ottawa until they had accomplished their goals, right?
Well, I think at least we start with somebody from the government who would hear them, because what this protest was, this was a cry for help. And they felt completely alienated and abandoned, and they were losing everything they had. And this was an act of desperation.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm 1 minute over my 15 minutes. Could I have another 5, please?
In the circumstances, I'll give you another 5.
Thank you.
Been generally reasonable.
Thank you. And so we've heard you give some evidence about the agreement, the deal between Ms. Leach and Mayor Watson. And the tweets and your understanding of that series of events. And just to confirm, you did come to understand that there was an exchange of letters that set out an understanding at a minimum, a deal as to what would happen for there to be a sit down between the mayor and representatives of the Freedom Convoy. You understand that, yes?
From what I understand, there was attempts to communicate. I didn't know at the time, nobody told me that people connected to Doug Ford's office were involved in that communication.
And you discussed Mr. Wilson's connections with those events this morning. Who did you understand Mr. Wilson's client or clients was in the course of these dealings?
Well, Mr. Wilson told me it was that we were his client, but the retainers was with the JCCF. I didn't say anything because my mother is a paralegal, so I know some of the basics, and I knew that retainer was not legitimate, but I didn't even bother to pursue the matter because there were so many other things on our problem, and we were desperate for free legal advice. And that just became a nuanced argument that maybe we'll figure it out in the future.
And did you ever see the letters that were exchanged between Ms. Leach and Mayor Watson?
No.
To this day, you've not seen those?
Oh, no, now I have, yeah.
Now you have, but not at the time.
Yeah.
And so I gather you did not make any efforts yourself to try and get those who were parked in the residential areas of Ottawa to move their trucks in accordance with this exchange of letters.
Yeah, no, that was my understanding with Tom Ratzo, where he said, I'm going to deal with the trucks. And I said, great, I'll deal with the messaging. The next day he's doing a press conference. But I didn't want, there's so many things I had to deal with. And I didn't want to step on other people's toes. That's what I was trying to do.
And you never approved any sort of official written communication from the Freedom Convoy to its group of followers saying, we need to leave the downtown residential core. There's a deal with the mayor that we need to make sure we comply with.
No. If that anything came out under the Freedom Corp logo, I was completely circumvented in that and not told about it.
Okay, thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is are the convoy organizers.
Mr. Dichter, Brendan Miller, I'm counsel for Freedom Corp.
I've been watching you for a few weeks. Nice to meet you.
So just a couple of things. I want to get some things clarified here. You haven't been very clear with dates about when things happen, so I want to get that hammered down. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. I understand on February 4th, 2022, or maybe it was the 3rd, you were in a car accident out in Kingston. You ended up in a ditch. Is that right?
I ended up in a ditch in a tree on February 3rd, and 45 minutes later, I was in Tim Hortons doing an interview on Stephen Crowder.
Okay. And so you were in Kingston, and then I take it you got in back to Kemptville, sorry. In Kemptville, and then you got back to Ottawa the evening of February 4th. Is that fair?
No, February 3rd.
February 3rd.
I was picked up by a friend who came to rescue me after the interview to get back into Ottawa.
Right. And then was it the 3rd or the 4th where you broke your leg?
The 4th.
The 4th. So February 4th. And after you broke your leg, I take it you were in the hospital for a brief period of time, or were you?
I got out of the hospital the next morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't remember much of that day because of Dilaudid and all the medication, but midway through the day, I started at least to become aware and got back to slowly working through media and stuff like that.
Okay, so February 5th, you get out of the hospital.
No. I was out of the hospital on February 5th. Yeah, the morning of February 5th.
So morning February 5th. So you get out of the hospital and your leg's broken. I understand it was a pretty bad break, eh?
Still hurts so much.
Still hurts, right. And so you said just now you were on a bunch of medication. Is that correct?
Yep, for 24 hours.
Yeah. And what was that?
Dilaudid.
Okay. And I take it then after that, you would have still been on some form of pain medication, would you not?
Oh, just Advil.
Okay.
Advil.
And so after that time, so after February 4th, you're pretty restricted mobile-wise. You stayed in your, essentially in your hotel room for most of the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you weren't out on the street talking to anybody or anything like that?
I tried to go out every Sunday, and I did, to when Pastor Hildebrand did his service. There was the Lubavitch Jewish community that wanted to see me for whatever reason. So I would go every Sunday. The pastors would give their service, and started the first weekend, me, Tamara, and Chris were on stage. And my idea was we have to be here every Sunday to thank everybody for coming out and supporting us and all that. So I did that.
But other than that, you were pretty much confined to your room, right?
I was confined to the hotel. I did manage to go to one meeting at the Arc when my leg was broken. That was the meeting with all the road captains. There was like 40 of them in there. One of the people working with me said it would be a good sentiment, even though you can't. So I did, yeah.
Right. And you weren't a road captain, right?
No.
Right. Okay. And so it's fair to say that from February 4th onward, you weren't really on the street talking physically in their presence to any of the truckers, right?
No, but I had the person who was assisting me on messaging. She was going to the Arc Hotel and the Swiss Hotel meetings every morning, keeping me up to date. I was in communication with Tamara and the group over Signal, so there was no lack of communication there. And then I had two friends that had come up, friends, one's a reporter and another friend who came up to Toronto, he came up to Ottawa. We're staying, sleeping over in the adjacent suite, and they were going out to the groups, talking to people, bringing people back to the hotel. That's how I managed.
So this individual you were saying was keeping you up to date other than Tamara. You said you had somebody in communications working with you. Who was that?
His name is Salman Sima. He is an activist from Iran.
Okay, thank you. And you'd said in your evidence in chief that Ms. Litch was constantly coming to your room every day, and that was happening all the time?
There were a few days that she disappeared. I remember one day I couldn't get a hold of her all day, and you had to see the stress that she was under. I really sympathized with her.
Right.
So she went to Quebec, for example, a day, and she got back to me at 6, 7 o'clock. That happened a few times, but whenever she was in the hotel, we would see each other fairly frequently.
And I take it that frequency of seeing her, it declined after February 7th. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree.
Okay.
I saw her at my promo video is her giving me a hug the day that she was arrested.
I'm not
So,
saying that you didn't see her. I'm saying the frequency that you would see her from February 7th on declined. Would you agree?
I don't remember it that way, but it could be
Okay.
because so much was going on.
Did you know that basically everyone other than yourself and Chris Barber had checked out of the Sheraton on February 7th, 2023, and were staying at the Swiss?
I know there was a lot of jockeying around with hotel rooms because we were getting death threats. We went to the Arc to the Sheraton, and I know she left. Did she leave the Sheraton to Swiss? It might be, but everybody was around. And I know Dagny was there with them every morning and telling me what's going on.
But you can agree then that Miss Litch wasn't staying in the same hotel as you from February 7th onward. Can you agree with that?
That could be. That could be.
All right.
It's also, remember, she had a hotel room. We had so many different hotel rooms. You know, I was in 4 or 5 hotel rooms that were Tamara's. I don't know if everybody knew which hotel room belonged to who. It was just a block of hotel rooms. It didn't really matter,
Okay.
you know, whose room was whose.
Right. But all of these folks, they had to basically come and see you because you were confined to your room.
I would go to the other rooms when they're around. So there was also a boardroom on the 16th floor, if I remember, that I went up to for a couple of meetings. So
Now-
communication was there. Like it wasn't, you
Right.
know.
So I want to take you to February 11th, 2022.
Okay.
You knew about that meeting that was taking place between the members of the board and Dean French and the mayor, or through the mayor. You knew about that on that day.
I didn't know about that.
You didn't.
No.
You're saying you didn't know about it.
Though I heard Dean French's name in one of there was a news article. I didn't know the capacity at the time. Now I do. I didn't know the details of it. Again, everything was opaque. It was, Keith, we're going to go do a deal with the city.
So there was a board meeting that you couldn't attend around that time. You attended by phone conference because you were in your room. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
You don't. Well, they had a meeting. You were in attendance, according to our records, and this was all discussed.
It was on phone or Zoom or
You
Signal?
called in. Everyone else was there physically. It was at the Swiss.
I don't
And you called in.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Well, that's going to be testified to, so I have to be fair to you.
No, fair enough.
Right. And so all of this was discussed before the deal that was discussed with the mayor. Everybody knew about it, and you're saying you didn't.
No.
All right.
So the deal, as I explained before, when Keith said we're going to reach out to the city, I questioned that strategy. And the board was willing to reach out to the city. I said, I don't agree. And I got no specifics in terms of what they were going to do. Because a deal is what? Leaving? How is that a deal?
So
I don't
let me,
understand. It
let
didn't
me
make
get
any
back to this.
sense.
So the board, the majority of the board didn't agree with you. Fair?
Okay. Yeah.
Right? And you were eventually removed from this board. Is this correct? Or did
This
you
was
quit?
after.
Yes.
Yeah, well
because you-
after.
Right.
Do you want to know why?
Well, I'm going to get into that.
Okay.
And some of the animosity that arose was that the board had voted to do all these things, enter into these agreements. Then you broke into or went into Miss Litch's tweet account or whatever they're called.
Broke into?
Well, you went into it and pretending to be her.
The entire time,
Right.
as she asked me to.
But you posted something that you knew was a lie.
No.
You knew that
No.
they had done this deal. You knew.
There's no deal.
Mr.
No.
Commissioner, I'm going to
Yeah.
object. I think the questions are getting a little argumentative and accusing the witness of lying. I don't think that's the role.
Yeah, I hear your objection, but I think this is cross-examination and I'll give some latitude. Go ahead.
So you're saying before you went in to her account, representing to the public at large,
I didn't go into her account. I was using her account from the very beginning, and the account is linked to her cell phone number.
right?
If they didn't want me to be using it, which was never told to me, guess what? You could just tell me you don't want to use it, which was never
So
communicated.
No
to
one
me.
on the board and no one else told you to do that. You did that on your own initiative.
No, Tamara told everybody in the board, all comms go through Benjamin.
Yeah, I'm
And-
not asking about that. I'm asking about the
No, but
tweet.
this is an important, this is an
Well,
important
I
fact.
understand. I would like you to answer.
She
my
was
question.
telling me everything goes through him.
Right. That's
Yeah.
nice. And so that gave you the prerogative
Yeah.
to go on to her Twitter and make something up and say that
Didn't
this
make
is fake
something up.
news.
There,
I think this is just getting into argument and I think he's answered the
I'll
question.
move on. So after this deal goes through and some of the trucks did get moved, you're aware of that?
then why did Keith tell me the deal's not
It-
going well?
it-
Sorry.
Right.
He asked you about
Right.
Okay,
trucks were moved. So let's try and,
focus on.
you answer the question and we'll get through this.
And so you did get that email with the comms essentially sheet that was supposed to go out to all the truckers about the deal. You did get that and we've seen it up there and you replied, looks good.
It's just it's a comms piece, right? It's not a deal. It's communications piece.
Right. So what was your expectation? Did you believe that the city of Ottawa was going to enter into a contract?
Well, when I followed up after that, I was told there's no deal. That was the whole point. I was getting bombarded online. People were getting upset. Truckers were getting upset. I had to communicate something. That's why I reached out to them in those text messages. That's why I asked Keith, is there a deal? No. And he said specifically in a text message, we haven't drafted anything. And Tamara as well told me, there's nothing yet. I'll let you know if there's something. And there never was.
Okay. And so again, you're communicating, the truckers are reaching out to you. And who were these truckers reaching out to you that were concerned?
No, people online of getting bombarded with thousands
Right.
of messages.
But nobody from the board that you were on.
Well,
Were
the
you-
board wasn't getting angry. It's the people on the street that I didn't want them to get angry and God forbid get violent. So I needed to communicate at this point. There's no deal. There's nothing.
And so let's talk about this. So
Yeah.
you had said in your evidence that after the police started taking enforcement action,
Yes.
that a bunch of people came to talk to you because Tamara had been arrested, Chris Barber had been arrested, and they asked, what should we do? And you said, leave. You need to leave.
No. So what I said specifically and directly, I said, I'll support you whatever you want to do. If you want to ask my opinion, I think maybe it's time to leave, just to give them a little bit, because I thought they would attack me for it, to be entirely honest. And Bridget was the first one to pipe up and say, yeah, I think we should leave. Joe, I think, was the next one. They all said, yeah, it's getting violent. And I said, okay, if that's what you want to do, I'll do my best to communicate that, call you later. And we all started working.
And right. And so the deal that was being negotiated, that I understand you say you didn't know about it, but the deal there was to get the same sort of thing done, but to move the trucks without any violence, right?
No, the deal was to consolidate trucks onto Wellington, is what I've been hearing all this week.
But get them
That's
out of the
not-
residential areas.
No, we were leaving Ottawa entirely.
Okay.
That's what I communicated.
All right.
Not consolidate them onto Wellington Street to make it easier to kettle the trucks.
So you were not happy with Mr. Wilson and Ms. Chipiuk and the folks doing the negotiation to try and end things peacefully, but you're okay with telling everybody to leave once violence has started. That's what you would rather have done.
No, I was uncomfortable with Keith Wilson and Eva, because that's not the client solicitor relationship, them telling us what to do and going and doing off their own deals and coming and dictating to the truckers what we have to do.
But you're on a board. Do you understand how that works?
Of course, I
So
was
the
one of the
board-
few on the board that
Right.
that
I
knew that.
I understand that, but the board gave him instructions. It's not just what you want.
Because what the board was doing to, what the JCCF was doing to them was scaring them. They offered them free legal advice, and if you don't listen to us, then we're going to pull your free legal advice. Everybody was scared. We had the class action suit. We didn't know what we were going to see potentially. And then we had all of this pressure coming from the JCCF regularly trying to dictate how the messaging should, well, not the messaging, but how the convoy should operate, how the board should work, whatever.
Right.
It was really difficult. It really caused a lot of problems.
And I also understand again that you were making the decisions about what media outlets that you would communicate through. Is that correct?
Which Keith supported. And he
Right.
mentioned yesterday that, anyways, yeah.
I understand. So, but you specifically mentioned here today, Russian Today.
Yes.
Right. And I understand that my clients had no input into you communicating with Russian Today. You just did that.
Yes, like all the other interviews.
Right. And you're familiar that Russian Today is essentially a Russian propaganda outfit. You're aware of that.
Yeah, they thought it was hysterical as well because the CBC.
So you went to a Russian propaganda outfit
if I can
in
explain.
order to portray what you believed was the message that you wanted to portray?
Mr. Commissioner, is he asking the question or answering the question on behalf of the witness?
He's asking the question. The witness will get a chance to answer.
Yeah. Okay. So you went to Russian Today on your own accord, which you know is a Russian propaganda outfit, and thought that that would be a good communication strategy.
It's funny how back then they supported me because there was a reason I did that. The reason I did that is because the CBC started disseminating some more narrative that maybe the convoy is a Russian operation. And I wanted to bait the CBC into building that narrative. That's how alternative media works. And they didn't take the bait, but it was great.
But you weren't instructed to do that. That was just on your own initiative.
No, I was instructed with my team to do all the communications. That's what I was told to do.
But never specifically contacting a Russian propaganda outfit.
That's a wonderful narrative, but they loved it when I did it, and everybody's changing their minds.
I think it was a question.
All right.
Okay. Next, we have the Ottawa Police Service.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Dichter. My name is David Michikowski, and I appear as counsel to the Ottawa Police Service. Am I correct, Mr. Dichter, that when you came to Ottawa, it was not your intention to disrupt the lives of residents?
No. The people who live here, no.
Your beef was with the government?
That's right.
And so there would have been no reason that the police would expect that when you got here, you or other members of the convoy would engage in harassment or honking or engage in antisocial behavior with the residents.
I didn't see any harassment or antisocial behavior myself for the first few days that I was walking around or when I went on the stage any of the days. I've heard a lot of claims, swastikas, for example. And the woman I spoke to had a swastika on her sign. She said, yeah, because I'm a religious Jew. And what the government is doing to me is exactly what they did to us in Germany in the 30s. I don't consider that antisocial behavior. So people were just activists. They're just protesters.
Perhaps my question wasn't clear.
Yeah.
My question was with respect to the information that was planned by members of the convoy before they arrived in Ottawa. They did not plan to do anything illegal or harass people or engage in antisocial behaviors.
I don't think anybody does. And the Ottawa police had a great relationship.
Listen to the question. It was a pretty simple question.
Yep. Gotcha.
Okay. So you would agree with me, correct? That wasn't the intention when you came. And you indicated, therefore, I guess that you would agree with me that the police would therefore not expect that there would be antisocial behavior or breaching bylaws or anything like that based on what was being talked about before the convoy got here.
This is a silly question. I don't know what antisocial behavior means.
Okay. You would expect that the police would not have anticipated that the protesters would park their vehicles wherever they want or honk their horns or harass people wearing masks or engage in racist or misogynistic behavior. That wasn't your plan, so therefore you wouldn't expect the police to anticipate.
Well,
that,
and
would you?
parking the trucks is where the trucks were parked where the Ottawa police told us to
Right.
park them. Yeah.
Okay, so my question to you again, perhaps I wasn't clear,
Yeah.
and I'll break it down.
No. That was not in our intention. Of course
Right.
not. Of course
And
not.
so therefore the police wouldn't expect that either. They would expect what you were promoting was a peaceful demonstration with love and where people got along, correct?
Yes, but my brother's a police sergeant, and I know they have protocols for everything. They always anticipate that there could be problem people in every protest in every organization, right? That's just the way it is. You get enough people together.
Right.
There's always going to be somebody who may cause issues.
Right. And so you're aware that the police had public order units on standby in case that was necessary the first weekend, correct? Right. But you didn't anticipate it being a problem, fair?
No.
And certainly what you were reading on social media before you got here, it wasn't anticipated that this was going to be a problem. What was anticipated was a peaceful protest.
Yeah, just a very large one.
Okay. In spite of what you anticipated, however, subsequently when you got here, there was honking of horns.
For the first day and a half, yeah.
And there were residents and businesses who complained about the behavior engaged in by at least some of the people.
All the businesses that I dealt with were supporting us and thought it was amazing.
Many of the businesses were closed downtown, correct?
Well, they were closed after. So Rideau Center was open initially. All the businesses were open, and then the city brought in some emergency thing that made it, one of the owners of the business told me, it's $150 penalty a day if I open today, but we're going to support you. But that's why that happened, from what I understand.
And so ultimately there was an injunction issued by a judge about the honking, correct?
Yep.
And then there was a further injunction that the city got.
Yep.
And so at least a couple judges found that conduct had been engaged in that was interfering with the residents, the businesses of Ottawa, correct?
I don't know what evidence was provided to him because I was not in that case. I don't know if it was just claims of this and it was not substantiated and the judge just ruled that if this is happening, it can't. Because I was not a participant in those
Right.
proceedings.
But you would assume that our justice system works where there's evidence and judges make decisions based on that evidence.
Of course, but judges have different leeway. Everybody's different in what they accept.
Treason is a very serious crime, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And so one of the things you did is if we could please turn up JBA 0080. It's a triple fours. That's something that Mr. Botter put out. Do you subscribe to the views of Mr. Botter?
No.
Okay, so you can take it off. That's fine. So I take it then that you don't subscribe to the views of Mr. Botter, and it sounds to me from your evidence that you've had some disagreements with some of the other members of the convoy as well. Correct?
Yes. Do you want me to expand on the MOU?
No. I'm just asking you. You've had conflict with the views of some of the other members of the convoy, of the Freedom Convoy as well.
We
correct?
were all really good. We were all really tight, and we could resolve our issues in the very beginning until the 4th of the 4th of February, when I first met people from the JCCF, and that's when all of a sudden the distrust started. And I think some of the people who wanted to be on the board got very upset. But initially things were great. For the first couple of weeks working with Tamara, everything was awesome.
Right. And so things, however, fell apart and there wasn't cohesion within the group anymore.
On certain issues, when I broke my ankle, I told that story when I was on the couch. Everybody came and coalesced around me. They're all very supportive, and we have some differences, but it was an amazing moment. So
It's
we
not-
were able to resolve conflicts when we didn't have people that were, fueling some division, in my opinion.
I've listened to the testimony from convoy protesters all week.
Yep.
And have you as well?
Yes, I have.
And it sounds like there's a lot of disagreements.
Well, I think the only board member was Chris Barber, right? He was the only board member who's testified.
So it sounds like there was a lot of disagreement among your views, Tamara Leach's views.
Tamara and I were in sync the entire time. At least, that was my impression. We were messaging, calling, texting, like everything was great.
Right. And so as I understand it, you were of the view that Keith Wilson wasn't honest when he told you that there was no deal.
Say that again. What?
Keith Wilson?
Yeah.
He wasn't honest when he told you there was no deal.
It seems to be that's the case.
Right.
But
And he was the lawyer representing some of the group, correct?
he was representing the JCCF.
Right. So there was some disagreement there. And then I believe Ms. Leach didn't tell you about the negotiations with the mayor, correct?
That's right. I didn't know she met with the mayor.
So there was some withholding of information there.
It was opaque for sure.
Yeah. And so when you got the letter that she wrote, that Freedom Manifest, you didn't interpret that as telling truckers to leave, right?
No. Sorry, no.
I just want to have you identify a couple of pictures.
Sure.
I just want to move on to two sort of final minor points.
Okay.
And so if I could ask you, please, Mr. Clerk, to turn up JBA 40002. And so these are some pictures, I take it, that you took on the day that enforcement action was being taken, correct?
No, I didn't took it. I was in a wheelchair. I couldn't go out in the snow. I didn't take that picture.
Okay, but you've seen these pictures, correct?
Yeah. That's Metro Toronto Police, no?
Yeah, so I'm saying, in fact, we can see some indications on the picture of some badges of some officers. Then we can see on the back, on the yellow vest, we can see other officers identified by A12. Correct?
Yep.
Right. So you could see where the various police were coming from, correct?
I wasn't on the ground. So when I was in the hotel, for example, my friend Salman, who's been in many protests in Iran, he was running out and coming back to me and predicting everything, saying, this is what they're going to do. This is how they're blockading everybody off. And he said to me, who put all the trucks in one area? I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
So that was mine. But I was in a wheelchair. It was snowy that day, so I couldn't even get out if I wanted to.
Okay. Let me move on just to address my final point. You can take that picture off, please. If I could ask you, Mr. Clerk, to put up JBA 0020. So 4 zeros.
Mr. Commissioner, just
2A.
for the record, I thought the parties per the rules were to provide the witness with at least 3 days of the evidence they were going to call. So I'm just, for the record, the next piece of evidence in the last two, Mr. Dichter was not aware that it was going to be presented to him today.
Well, I guess I have two comments about that. First of all, the witness, I'm only taking him to something he referred to, which was the information they got with respect to traffic. But of course, these documents, it was only became apparent that there were documents that Mr. Victor had posted yesterday. So that database didn't exist. So unless one is checking the database continuously, that database did not exist. But in any event, I'm only taking him to something that he himself referred to, which was the information they got with respect to parking when they came.
Okay, well, let's see where it goes.
Thanks. If you could, you were referring to some conversations about the police telling you where to stage vehicles, correct?
Not me, Chris Guerra.
Okay. And so that's an example of something. Good morning, Jason. I'm still waiting to get the traffic management maps from the city, but do have some info I can relay. I've been told I should have the map by noon today. We have some staging areas set up for trucks and passenger vehicles, but those areas are on roads whose infrastructure cannot accommodate trucks with trailers. We're working on a staging area for trucks with trailers, and I'll pass that along when I get it. Correct?
Okay.
And so you understood that was information the police were giving to the convoy participants as to where they could stage their vehicles, correct?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons I was surprised Chris Guerra was not called as a witness here, because he was here for a week, so he could clearly comment on these issues. I just spoke to him on the phone a few times during the week just to make sure he's okay, and but that was his area in his department, right?
Right. And just the final one in that one is JBA 400068. And again, so that is giving some of the information for truckers as to where they can and cannot go, correct?
Yeah.
So that was the information you're referring to. So they were told to leave space for vehicles. They were told where there would not be convoy access. And you understood coming into the city. Did you come in on what day?
I've been, you're way over time. I thought you were just going to put a document to them, and now you're going into a, so
Sure,
you're going to have
I'm
to
on my-
wrap up.
Sure, just to finish that up, what day did you come in?
The 28th.
So that'd be the Friday.
Yes.
And on Saturday, you saw that a number of entrances to downtown were closed off. Is that correct?
Yeah, the team that was at the Swiss Hotel was just dealing with volume. That was the problem. Nobody anticipated, the longest convoy in history. So that's what really caused it. And I know they were working with police, from what I understand, to clear up and make sure that the emergency laneways were opened up, and that was their primary concern.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. It's Christine Johnson for the Ottawa Residents and Businesses. I'm just not sure if we were perhaps missed there in the lineup. I believe we have 15 minutes with Mr. Dichter, and I know it normally goes from most time to least time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Council with the Ottawa Residents and Businesses.
Yep.
Just checking, I'm not sure if we were perhaps missed in the lineup. I believe we have 15 minutes with Mr. Dichter, and I know that it normally goes from most time to least time.
You're absolutely correct. And you're not the first person I've skipped in error. So maybe you want to go next.
Sure, and I'm in your hands, of course, knowing that we normally take the lunch break around 1 o'clock. If you would prefer to have us start, or perhaps a party who has less time take us to the lunch break, I'm in your hands.
I'd say get started. We're going to be running late today, so.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Dichter.
Good afternoon.
As you would have just heard, my name is Christine Johnson. Yep. I'm one of the co-counsel representing the Ottawa Residents and Businesses Coalition.
Okay.
I just have a couple of areas of questioning for you today.
Okay.
It might come as no surprise that my first area of questioning for you, sir, is going to be about the honking that residents and businesses observed during the convoy protest.
Yeah.
So you told us this morning, Mr. Dichter, that on the evening that you fell and slipped on the ice and broke your leg, that you didn't hear any honking at all. It was silent. Is that?
It was eerily silent. It was really weird. Yeah.
But you would agree that there was loud, prolonged, frequent honking day and night throughout much of the convoy protests in Ottawa.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I would agree for the first couple of days. But I was living down here too in a hotel, and we all had to sleep. Truckers who had their kids in their cabs, they needed to sleep. So I don't know where this narrative is coming from. I didn't witness that.
You witnessed no loud, prolonged honking.
For the first couple of days, for sure. Because you had multiple convoys coming in all through the night, different times of the day. People were moving things around. When they had the dance parties or during the day, like so many kids would do this, go up to the trucks, honk, because it was that sort of vibe. It was amazing.
So there was honking throughout the day, continuing beyond the first few days?
No, because I was only on my feet, remember, until the 4th. So for the first couple of days, I will say there was honking for the first couple of days as everybody came in, but it was not sustained for weeks. I was here all 3 weeks.
And we heard that after your fall on the ice and break of your leg, you were confined to the hotel most of the time. Is that right?
Most of the time, I got out at least once a week, and there was that meeting I went to at the Arc with the road captains. There might have been one other. I remembered some other reason I was in the lobby, went in and out. I just can't remember what it was, but yeah.
So you wouldn't have heard the honking directly on the street because you weren't on the street for a good period of time.
Well, I was in a hotel in downtown Ottawa, 2 blocks away from Parliament Hill. There were trucks, a couple of trucks parked on the street in front of the hotel. Those weren't honking. The adjacent street, they weren't honking. If I'm staying in downtown Ottawa, right in the core of all of it, and I'm not hearing honking, I don't know where the honking's coming from.
But you're aware that many residents were expressing concerns that they were hearing frequent loud honking and they were disturbed by that honking.
I don't want to project motives onto people. I would just say that I disagree, and perhaps there's other motives for it. I don't know. I just know my experience and what I saw, both when I was on foot for the first couple of days, which was that amazing moment where everybody came from Quebec to meet with the Western Canadians. Yeah, there was honking then. And I will admit as well, during the speeches on the Sundays, that when the pastor would give his speech, when somebody would finish, the trucks were there, people would applaud, and the trucks that were there, the 6 trucks on either side, they would honk and applause. But that's all I saw.
But you are aware that Ottawa residents ultimately brought an application for an injunction against the honking, and the court, in fact, granted that motion.
That's right. That's what I mentioned before.
And I may have caught you wrong, but I believe that you just told one of my friends that you weren't a participant in that proceeding at all, in that motion to obtain an injunction proceeding.
No, that was handled by the lawyers that were representing us.
And so you don't recall the fact that you swore an affidavit that was submitted into evidence for use on that motion on February 7th.
What did it say? What specifically?
I believe it attested to the fact that you were in Ottawa as part of the protest and you did not own a truck.
That's right.
So
No,
were
I own
aware,
a truck. The truck wasn't in Ottawa.
but you affirmed that affidavit for use in the motion injunction.
I'm getting lost. Can you simplify that?
Sir, you told us earlier that you were not involved whatsoever
Yes.
in the motion for an injunction on February 7th against the horn honking. When
I wasn't there. I didn't attend the proceeding.
Okay, you didn't attend the proceeding, but you did in fact supply an affidavit for use in that proceeding.
I signed an affidavit from my lawyers. Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And again, you're aware that that motion was successful and that the court was convinced on the evidence that there was honking and it would cause irreparable harm if the honking were to continue.
Okay. Is that how they worded it? Irreparable harm? Okay.
Were you ever provided a copy of the court's decision?
I was provided with court decisions later on, like they would show us, but it was so busy. There were so many things going on, and we all left the legal stuff in the hands of legal. I dealt with messaging. Certain people dealt with trucks, the security, that sort of thing. So it was, so many things came in and out, right?
So the lawyers for the JCCF never provided you with a copy of that court order at the time it was obtained?
It might have been within the couple of days they would have sent an email, and just because I was busy.
And were you aware that pursuant to that court order, you were required to communicate the terms of the order on your personal social media?
No, nobody told me that.
Okay. And in fact, you never did communicate the terms of the order on your social media?
I don't believe so. I'm trying to think. I don't believe so.
Okay.
Could be wrong, but there were so many thousands of messages that I put out there. I'm trying to think if I was told communicate, but I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Okay. So you've told us that you didn't hear a lot of honking. You didn't think it was a key feature of this protest at all. Is that fair?
That's right.
So I want to ask you about your personality on social media. You have a Twitter account, Mr. Dichter, that has honk in your name on Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And what is the significance of that? Why did you include honk in your Twitter name?
Oh, it's just humor. The idea that when we came here, I mean, it's both humor and a cry for help from the government. Like the little bit of honking that you saw, it wasn't to be aggressive. You have to understand what these people's lives were going through, and they were just completely desperate. And I know some of them. One particular driver, a Ukrainian driver, he was very passionate in the beginning for honking because he said, they don't listen to me. What do I have to do? I have to honk or something. And we're like, well, let's tone it down a little bit. That was in the first couple of days.
So some truckers did communicate to you that they felt as though the honking was a way to get their message across, get their voices heard.
Yeah, but again, it was just for the first couple of days. And that's when we all, I believe that's when I changed my social media tag to put that.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question, was when did you insert honk into your name?
I believe it was in the early days, but so many things going on so many days, it's hard to keep track, right?
And one of my friends has already asked you about a forthcoming book that you'll be publishing about your experience in the convoy. And I understand that the title of that book is Honking for Freedom.
Yes.
And again, if honking was not a central feature of this protest, why would your book be named Honking for Freedom?
Because there's so much social media tags around the word honk and around this protest because it became such a divisive issue. And Cry for Freedom didn't really have the same element in communicating what was going on. And honk was just a natural title for it.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to just have this witness look at a couple of documents. The first is HRF 6042. And while this is coming up on the screen, Mr. Dichter, you've already been asked about those daily event and safety reports that were put out for convoy participants.
Yes.
I believe you've told us that you didn't have direct involvement in these. They were put out by Tom Quiggin.
Yeah, I'm not an intelligence analyst, and
Right.
I figured he would be the best person to do that. And I think everybody agreed.
And Tom Quiggin was the host of the Quiggin Report hosted on your podcast, correct?
Yeah, he also has worked for the RCMP, the Bank of Canada, military. He's got a very impressive CV in terms of his career working for the government.
Okay. Do you recall seeing some of these daily event?
I saw a couple of them, but I just got so overloaded with stuff that I couldn't make this my focus. But he was posting them, and he also has a social media account. I believe he was posting them on his as well.
So this looks to be the report from February 12th. We'll see that at the top of the report. And Mr. Clerk, I'll just have you scroll down to the very bottom. So we have a daily humor and meme warfare section. From looking through a few of these reports, it seems like it was common to have a daily humor or joke section at the bottom of them.
Lighten the load. It's
Okay.
the sort of thing Elon Musk does.
And so this or humor section.
It's not the good camera
has
today.
A caricature of someone labeled the honker. And it has a variety of descriptors around this caricature. It says, doesn't vandalize, just honks, uses meme warfare in real life, creates a schedule of the honk for maximum freedom enhancing effects, disrupts the status quo by not letting people sleep in tyranny, withholds the soy from reaching the soy jack until freedom improves, uses the power of vibrating air to chase the prime minister out of the country, just straight up says to the crying soy jack, the honking will continue until freedom improves. Train horn not enough, we need a ship horn. And there are a variety of caricatures at the bottom.
Making fun of their
tears
misery.
pouring out of their eyes, their hands in their face.
They're called NPCs in internet culture.
And can you explain that to us, sir?
A non-playable character is the term, what it means. Yeah.
And we see the reference to the term soy jack. Can you illuminate us on what the term soy jack refers to?
You have to really, this is going down the rabbit hole of internet humor culture. Like, it's a joke, right? It may not lend itself to legal proceedings, but this is, I mentioned Elon Musk. This is the sort of thing that he would put out frequently. He's probably the most popular to do it. And also, we knew there was a honking injunction. So people would go out on social media and they would put hashtag honk honk. It wasn't people actually going outside and honking. It was their way to show their support for the convoy.
And honking is an
But you would
alliteration
agree
for
with me
Heil
that
Hitler.
this type of humor,
Honk,
whether
honk.
it's in jest or not, is perhaps not getting the message across to convoy participants to lay off the horns in light of the injunction.
No, I think it's good to get people to have something that it might not be your type of humor, but for people who were freezing in their trucks for 3 weeks, they need something. They need some sort of pick-me-up. And I think for them, it's a way for people to vent, right? That's why we have free speech, for conflict resolution. And that's the power. That's why humor was very important. And there's so many memes going around the internet through all of this. Some of it was, look, for me, some of it was too extreme and distasteful. I get it, but I'm not going to dictate what people should say. Just, okay, that's not my thing. But then other stuff was great. It was, you have a whole range of different worldviews and opinions because with people from all over the world that were supporting us. When I was in Colombia, there were people there who wanted to meet me because they were supporting. When I was in Miami, there were people who recognized me as Uber drivers that were supporting us. So you have a whole range of people with different worldviews.
And in the interest of time, I won't take you to the second daily report of this nature, but for the record, HRF 6043 is a February 13th daily report that has a humor section along these lines as well. And I don't know if you recall it off the top of your head, but there is a daily humor section at the bottom that says the supreme art of war is to tire the enemy with honking. So something that you find equally funny along these lines.
Okay, good. So,
Well, it's not literally honking in your truck. Again, you'll probably see those memes were grabbed from the internet where people were putting memes up with the hashtag honk honk. That's where it all comes from.
And lastly, sir, I'll just ask you a couple of other questions about the impact, just very briefly, on Ottawa residents and businesses. We heard you say this morning that it was your understanding the Rideau Centre was open initially.
Yes, I was in there. I got coffee at Tim Hortons.
But you were aware it was only that first weekend that it was open. It closed very soon on that first weekend of protest and actually remained closed for the duration.
You might understand that came from the city that they demanded
I'll talk about that in a second.
closed,
I don't
and the
think he's a
Rideau
fraud.
Centre as well was one of them, which didn't make sense to us because the businesses we were attending, they'd never been so busy. Like they were so happy. We had so many businesses tell us that they made record profits. Right?
Yeah. So, sir, I would tell you that your information on that sounds to be inaccurate from our discussions with our BIA and clients. So who was it who told you the businesses were forced to close because of the city?
I think it was the Iconic Cafe was one of them. One of the shawarma
I believe they were
places
told to
that
close
stayed
because of the
open.
city. They
There's
weren't
a number
forced.
of videos online. One that just came out last week.
They were told to
from
close.
somebody who works in one of the restaurants, and she said if they were coming around to our restaurant, the media was coming around telling us these people are dangerous, you should close. And she said if I wasn't there to see the media trying to coerce us to make us think the truckers were dangerous, I might have believed it. But I was here, I saw it, I saw everybody was peaceful. We served you and it was great. So I think there was a little bit of some narrative and politics going on there.
Well,
but I don't know.
are you aware, sir, that many businesses were forced to close because of maskless protesters and their concern about the fines that they as businesses might face if they were to stay open?
They were
and
forced to
have
close because
maskless
of the abuse of
patrons
government. Oh, okay.
I don't know.
in their stores?
I can't comment to that. That might be the case, but I do know when my business was in downtown Toronto, I would try to stay open every day of the week, especially when university students were in town. And if I had something like this, it would have been amazing. I wished I would have had.
They were
an
forced
event
to
like this when
close
I had
because
my
they would have
business in
gotten
Toronto.
fines from the government.
Notwithstanding any concerns
for
that
maskless
young
people.
employees
What a
might face
load of crap.
harassment or anything like that. You wouldn't have had concerns when you were running your business of those sorts of things.
Truckers are very.
You're well over your time.
Yeah, good. Go to lunch. Go to lunch so we
I'm
can
not
take
sure
some
this is
questions.
Getting anywhere.
It's not getting anywhere.
So
They made memes.
The next is now is the Ontario Provincial Police.
So you're down with OPP? We're going to get to the questions during the break.
Commissioner, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me just find out if we're going to have much more. Then I think I'll take the lunch break. Will you have some questions for the witness, Mr. Kaharalius?
Yes, I will.
Okay, and Democracy Fund, JCCF, will you have questions?
Not have any questions.
What did I just
No.
do? Okay.
And counsel for Mr. Slowly, will you have any?
Oh, Slowly.
We'll have 5 minutes.
He'll have questions.
5 minutes. And re-examination?
Plugging in the camera.
Not at this time.
Okay, so let's try and get through it then.
Yes.
Counsel for...
The judge is working exquisitely hard, and he's very good.
former
He's
Chief
very
Slowly,
fair.
go ahead.
Thus far, I haven't seen anything to allow anyone to impugn his dignity, bias, or impartiality. He's been very good and working extremely hard. Punctually starting at 9:30, running to 6:30 in the evening at earliest sometimes. I don't know how he holds in his pee for this long.
Nicholas DeStefano for former Chief Slowly. I'm Mr. Dictor.
Hi, Nicholas.
Don't call him first.
So we heard a lot about how you were part of a group, a corporation that represented sort of certain protesters, correct?
Yes.
But there were also other groups that were present in Ottawa protesting, correct?
Correct.
There were so many groups, yeah.
Yeah. And you stated earlier that there were more protesters than you expected there would be?
I think we all agree to that.
Right. The events were just on a scale that you yourself and sort of members of your group just did not expect, correct?
We're going to get to this.
And within your group, you testified that you sort of had people at the Sheraton that were responsible for messaging. Some of you were at the Arc Hotel responsible for logistics, and others were at the Swiss Hotel sort of speaking with the police and dealing with the police, correct?
Yep.
Did you yourself interact with any of the PLT members from the OPS?
No, I didn't.
Can you remind me who from your group was responsible for that?
I don't know. I found out about I didn't realize
See what's
that
going
all
on
the
in
road
Rumble?
captains, I don't know which ones had PLT and which ones didn't. It just seemed to be random, and maybe I understand the PLT is part-time. That might have had something to do with it, because I do know there were occasions where some drivers, captains, whatever, were trying to get in touch with PLT members and they couldn't. So, but I wasn't there with a truck, wasn't on the ground, so there was really no need for me to interact with PLTs, with the exception of the day that we left, when I told all the truckers, I didn't tell them. I said, do you want to leave? And I suggested call all your liaison officers, and I'll meet you upstairs in the board meeting in the boardroom afterwards. And I walk up, Bridget is yelling and arguing with the PLT. I'm like, just say you'll do whatever you want. You got to go home. You got to leave. But I personally didn't.
So we heard some evidence that Mr. Marazzo had been in contact with the PLT. I'm
Yes,
correct?
that's true.
You didn't know about that at the time?
At the time, I didn't know.
And you would have had no input into any of those discussions?
No, because they seem to be running their own show.
Right. And we also heard from you that when Mr. Marazzo or sorry, we heard from you that when members of your group did indeed reach an agreement or purport to reach an agreement about the movement of trucks, that you did not agree with the outcome of that agreement, correct?
Well, the whole idea of, I was told repeatedly that there's, it's not going well. I didn't assume not going well means there's a deal. So, and I don't understand the deal. We're not getting, that a deal is two-way, right? Just capitulating and saying we're leaving. Like,
See, this is
we
where
told
there's
that
this
to
is
the
where there's
truckers,
politics and
they would
ego.
lose their minds, get so angry.
Right. And I'm not going to put the text message back up on the screen,
Yeah,
but we saw a text message earlier where you referred to thousands of protesters scolding you about the purported agreement.
No, not, well, some were protesters, many of them were protesters, but we had so much online support. That's what was driving a lot of it. So a lot of it was people within Canada that were supporting, people that were in Ottawa that were supporting. So you had a whole mixed bag. And that was going on all the time, regularly. There were people that were streaming in Twitter Spaces, that's like a communal group, that they would be in a group that was live, meaning active people talking for 24, 36 hours straight. With hundreds of
Nothing will
people,
complicate a
sometimes thousands of
relationship
people.
like $10 million.
And on February 6th, you gave a press conference and you mentioned, there's a transcription of this, I'm not going to put it up on the screen, but you mentioned that in Ottawa, there were certain rabble-rousers who were trying to make this about them, and they were sort of outside of your group and outside of your entourage. Remember that?
Yeah, so we always had those other, there was our, Freedom Corps, aligned with, let's say, the GoFundMe, where the money was being raised, and there were all these other little groups for sure.
And you stated that you couldn't police those people, and you agree with that still?
Well, that's why I explained our moral persuasion, that we definitely had influence with them and could communicate to them. And one of the things, by the way, we did communicate. We're relieved with Chief Slowly when he said, on February 3rd, I don't remember the date, when he said, this requires a political solution. This is not a policing solution because it's peaceful. And we were like, great, finally, there's a police chief that's not going to politicize everything. It was a moment of hope for us.
But you agreed that members of the protest that weren't part of your entourage were sort of independent operators, they were sort of free thinkers, and you couldn't force them to do something that they wouldn't do, right? Like, for example, you're aware that Pat King was asked not to come to Ottawa at a certain point, and then he did indeed come, right? You couldn't force them to do something they didn't want to do.
Which is what I understand Tamara was trying to mitigate that.
You can only
realizing
distance
that he's
yourself
not
from
gonna,
people. You can't
he's
tell
gonna
people who can
I don't know,
protest.
latch on. But he's going to be like many other people. He's just going to come along. And I guess my
this is hate
understanding
speech
is
right here,
the
Lisa.
strategy was just keep him under control, keep him out of the limelight. And but I never met him. I've never talked to him, don't know him. And
just one last question, Mr. Commissioner.
Quickly.
So you would agree with me then that even if your group was able to make some sort of agreement with the police, and that there was some sort of buy-in to that agreement, and that it was mobilized, whether it be to stop honking or to move trucks somewhere, some of those rabble-rousers could have moved in and parked their trucks in the exact same spot that they were moved out of, or just simply not abided by it because you had no control over them?
No, I disagree. And I disagree because people in the trucking industry, it's a very regulated industry. We know rules, PARS documents, going across the border. It's not the central casting description of what a trucker is. It's far more corporate than people realize. So I was not terribly worried about, but there are people that are very passionate about it. Sometimes you need people that they need to have a little bit more hand-holding and talking and coming to consensus. And other people are just, yeah, on board. Yeah, we'll do it. It comes down to the individual. It's not truckers. It's individual people that you got to reach out to.
Understood. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank
Done.
you. So the only remaining then is Mr. Karahalios.
Karahalios.
Maybe pronouncing
Karahalios.
it wrong, but
Oh, the dogs that oh my God. Yeah, some of those dogs were beautiful.
Mr. Dichter, what can you tell the commission about Twitter passwords?
Oh boy.
Twitter passwords can be easily changed if you have email and telephone access to your Twitter account.
So Karahalios represents Dichter.
Who were the first 7 members of the Freedom Corporation, if I can call it that, you gave the name earlier. Do you remember the names of the first 7 directors of the corporation?
Myself, Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, Chris Guerra, who am I forgetting? Chris Barber, Chris Guerra, Miranda, and somebody else. Sean Thiessen.
What's your relationship with Sean Thiessen?
It was actually quite good. Sean and I actually connected better than everybody. Like we really, I mean, maybe with the exception of Tamara, seemed to be a pretty reasonable guy and kept in touch with him.
Well, when was the last time you spoke to Sean Thiessen?
A few months ago. Maybe it's now 4 or 5 months ago.
Julia, is
No,
this
not that
comment
long, a few
directed
months
at
ago.
me or at Dictor?
Can you share with the
Before I
commission
reply.
your conversation with Sean Thiessen at that time?
Yeah, Sean Thiessen explained to me that they were really upset with a tweet that you made, and they're going to try to pin this all on you, and they're going to make some narrative that it's your fault. And I remember thinking, like, I don't know how they're going to do that. And I said, well, what's the rest of the board thinking? And he said, they're all really scared. Tamara and Chris have both criminal and civil charges. None of them have any experience in law. And they feel like they're being held hostage to
Exactly.
the JCCF for free legal advice and legal counsel because they don't have any money to fight a multi-million-dollar class action suit. And he was very direct about that.
Earlier, my friend from the convoy organizers asked you about your membership or your position in the convoy organization. Are you still a member of the convoy organization?
Apparently, I am.
There's been some dispute in the questions as to who was retained by the corporation, so I'm not going to get into the details of whether JCCF was retained or Mr. Wilson, but can you just tell me, in your experience dealing with lawyers, I think you testified that your mom was a paralegal. What do lawyers get retained to do?
I'm not sure where this is going.
And we're hungry.
I'm not sure that's evidence that is relevant to.
And we're tired.
the
Sorry,
case,
wrong candidate. Tired,
but,
hungry,
maybe
cranky.
you can explain it to me.
Sure. He was, my friend from the convoy organizers was asking Mr. Dictor about the relationship with counsel. And I don't think that evidence has been provided accurately. Mr. Dictor has an opportunity here to answer the question, what his perspective as a member of director of the convoy organization, what they hired lawyers to do, what the job of those lawyers was to do, and what they were doing on behalf of the board.
I like Jim's
That's
voice.
what I'm trying to get at.
He's got a good voice.
You have a submission?
Yes, sir.
Just let him
First,
go.
my friend is getting into something that may in fact be privileged, and the board has not waived that privilege as a whole. Second, I don't understand what the relevance and materiality of any of this is to whether or not the Emergencies Act should have been invoked.
Well, I mean, that's that. None of this has been relevant to that.
Certainly what I don't believe your client can waive the privilege. I think that's fundamental.
Yep.
So I'm not sure,
right.
again, what this is relevant to.
He wants to get what the mandate of the lawyer was, but he's not able to waive the privilege for the corporation on behalf of all the other directors.
I'll ask a couple other questions and I'll see if I can reframe it.
He's trying to reestablish some credibility here.
Defendant in the class action that came up earlier.
Yes.
After the injunction on the horn honking took place, are you aware of anyone in Ottawa that faced any charges or any other legal ramifications after the injunction to stop honking was put in place?
Comparing the chat on YouTube to Rumble.
Charges relating to honking? No.
You're aware in that same proceeding, there was a series of Mareva injunctions and escrow orders.
Yes.
Can you tell the commission your experience with, as a defendant in that proceeding, your experience with those Mareva injunctions and escrow orders?
Well, I was receiving privileged emails from Keith Wilson and his agent with regards to the Mareva injunction up until, I believe, May of this year. So my understanding was they were still representing me.
Personally,
And
or
what were
you
asked to
in your
do
capacity
part
as
of
director?
those court orders?
Oh, I was to surrender the seed phrase of the Bitcoin, which is a combination, to the Bitcoin app, of which there were 5
Is my mic
codes
low?
or 5 seed phrases, and I had one of them.
Is my mic on? Audio.
And
mic is
and
good.
what did you do with that seed phrase and the code?
I submitted it to Keith Wilson
Mic
via
check.
his agent, Norm Groot, who was representing me in the Mariva agent. And my understanding is that went to the bankruptcy trustee.
Yeah, I
or
heard that part too.
You testified earlier with my friends from the Ottawa Neighborhood Association. Apologies if I'm not identifying the party correctly. That the term honking
was an alliteration for Heil Hitler.
Became popular as a tag. What was the incident during the protests that led to honking becoming something that would get traction on social media?
What was the incident? I'm not sure I understand the question.
The particular incident.
Was there a particular incident?
A number of things. There, particularly when the tenor of the protest changed, when those first videos came out. But then you start to see a lot of people getting on board. It became popular. There was a Bitcoin drive. It just became like a meme and a cultural significantly event online with on Twitter and social media in general.
Was the hashtag honking or honk more popular after the Horn injunction or less popular?
It was more popular because
okay.
they couldn't honk. It was the only thing they could do is type hashtag honk.
Are you suggesting that the hashtag honk replaced actual honking on the street?
Exactly.
Not sure about that.
If I can ask the clerk to bring up HRF 1291, page 55. It's a long PDF. I apologize. There's a series of text messages between Dean French and Mr. Wilson.
So what page did you say?
There is
Page
definite
55
animosity
of the
between
PDF.
Dichter and the rest, and it's curious. There's a lot of I'm looking at the
Mr.
wrong
Dichter,
camera.
do you see that?
It's fuzzy, but I can see it.
Can you read it?
Yes, he's excited to get your call. Please remind your board, I never once spoke to Premier Ford about this or Katie Telford, Journo's chief, and then he corrected as Trudeau.
Who's Katie Telford?
That's a chief of staff of the Prime Minister.
Is there? Can you tell us about the significance of this text message from Mr. French to Mr. Wilson?
Well, this would indicate that, firstly, he has the ability to reach out to the Premier and the Prime Minister if he wanted, and it's clearly
the honk. I think it was from day one. I think I'd have to go through. Well, let me see here.
And in your time providing messaging on behalf of the protests or the corporation, did anyone from the Premier's office or the Prime Minister's office approach you for a discussion to get to a peaceful resolution?
No, never, not once.
Just 1 second, Mr. Commissioner. HRF 1325, please, Mr. Clerk.
So definitely spiked. Well, that's interesting. Interest over time.
Mr. Dichter, you identified the members, the directors of the corporation. You see this document seems to be meeting notes from a meeting at City Hall.
Yeah.
What directors from the corporation were at this meeting?
Looks like Chris Barber, and that's all.
Can you say that again, please?
Chris Barber and no one else. These are not board members.
Okay, your time is up.
All right.
Is there
what's the point?
anything that you need to
Jim.
deal with, or can we wrap this up?
I think we are close to wrapping it up. If you can just give me 15 seconds, Mr. Commissioner.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I just looked up. I'm looking up in Google Trends.
There is an email in evidence, and I'm running out of time.
Yes, you are.
So I'm not going to look for the number.
What was it about? What's the point?
And at the, it's an email from Mr. Wilson to you. And the third line of the email says, Trudeau will be pissed. Can you tell us your opinion on that line from Mr. Wilson to you?
Okay,
Trudeau will be pissed.
Just wait a minute, there's an objection. Sorry.
Sir,
Privilege?
this witness is being asked to interpret a document not authored by him and give his opinion.
Why
on
did
it.
they ask Wilson this
I
question?
don't again see how any of this is relevant.
It was an email from Mr. Wilson to Mr. Dictor submitted in evidence.
Yeah, so to ask Wilson what he meant by it. Did they ask him about
and
that?
I'd like Mr. Dictor to share his thoughts on what he thought of an email concluding with
no,
Trudeau.
Judge is
will
not.
be
What
pissed
he
from Mr.
thought Wilson meant.
We don't have context. I don't even know what he's referring to, sir. And
Okay, I
don't
can
see
take
the
a few
relevance of
minutes.
this.
I'll find you the document. I just thought for the, it
I
wasn't
think-
a document submitted by Mr. Dictor. I assume the other parties knew the document.
No, but Wilson was on the stand
If you're
yesterday.
going to refer to the document, I think we have to have it brought up so that.
We'll try to identify it. Just give us a moment.
Yeah, well, but he wants
Okay.
to know, asking this camera here. He wants to ask the witness what this witness thought
So do
the
you have a
author meant. The
reference
author
for
was
the
on the
number
stand
or a
yesterday.
reference number?
I'm trying to find it, Mr. Commissioner.
I don't know if
Apologies.
Carahalios asked Wilson this question yesterday.
For council,
I
do you
don't
have
think
the
he did.
date at all of this potential email?
But I'm curious to know what was meant about it.
Do you have the date for it?
HRF 1276.
Despite whatever comes of this, Canada will always be known as the ones that lit the fire to inspire the world to stand up. That in the end is more than enough to make me proud as a Canadian.
Can you read the email to yourself, Mr. Dick? Do you see the last line I'm telling you
I
about?
can't see too good. Let me just get to my bigger window here. This one? Nope.
When you read a line from Mr. Wilson at the time Trudeau is going to be pissed, can you tell us, can you give commission shed some light to the commission on what you're reading there?
I was quite shocked. I produce a podcast with lawyers. My mother's a paralegal. I've been around lawyers my whole life. I've never seen lawyers speak like that. I thought we were getting professional counsel. We got
Give me a
Pat King in
break.
a suit.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
I don't understand this, and I would note that my friend has just put up evidence proving that this individual knew about the deal. But other than that, I don't think it's appropriate for him to comment on Trudeau is going to be pissed and his view of what is appropriate language and. what is
Give me a,
not.
if
I don't
Dictor's
wanna
been
get
around
into
lawyers and
case
that's the
law
worst he's
about
ever
what
seen,
that is and how
he
lawyers
hasn't been
are
around lawyers.
Allowed to communicate, and I don't need to. I don't think the Groya decision, et cetera. But, sir, this is not relevant.
No, he's right.
I disagree. It
Yeah, well,
goes to
the-
the
the-
motivation of
the
the
judge
individual
agrees.
sending the email to Mr. Dictor. And,
Well,
Judge is
I-
not going to go for this.
I think you've put the question. It's been answered. If the document's there, we'll have to deal with it. So thank you.
Commissioner.
Okay, any
Further
re-examination?
Nope, don't do it.
No, Mr. Commissioner. No.
Okay, so thank you. So that you're now free to.
Okay, so
to
we're
go.
live
Thank
now.
you.
Live is in up
Your
to date on the
testimony.
time. It's going to break for an hour. Okay, so that's it, an hour?
55 minutes. We're going to take a little bit shorter
God,
today
this judge is good.
and come back at 2:30.
Okay.
The commission is in recess until 2:30. La commission est levée jusqu'à 14h30.
Has this announcer had a cold the entire time? Okay, so that's interesting. Sorry, people. I got to remember, it's this camera, not that one. I don't want to touch that camera because it took me a long time to get it. What is this? No, I don't want to use that. I'm going to block. So get some questions in because I'm looking at the wrong camera. I've got to do it. Hold on. Okay, that should do. I will not get confused now. It's the disgusting built-in camera on the computer. It's not grease. It's not Vaseline. I tried to clean my computer screen, and apparently, once you clean a Mac computer screen, it is forever scratched, blurry, and whatever. Okay. Why this channel and not the main one? Because I was going to do a separate stream on the main one, and then I wanted to run this all day without having to do this all day and allow me to do a separate stream on the main one. Then I had a water leak problem, which we had to take care of urgently. No dog food problem, which we had to take care of urgently. and vehicle issues, which I have to take care of because my goodness, moving ain't easy. All right, so what did we see this morning? First of all, I need to get on that stand. I snipped and clipped apart where it had to do with the violence and responding to the media. I've got the sound clip. I'm going to make a little tweet out of it. But they need me as a witness to testify on the media fiction versus the media reality. But we'll see. Viva, why does most of this have nothing to do with the Emergency Act? The wording of the mandate of the commission is to explore the circumstances surrounding the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So circumstances surrounding is going to be broad. But today, I'll tell you what did we learn today? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We learned that there's a bunch of people with different objectives, different egos, different propensities to want to be in the limelight, be the spokespeople, infighting, and big freaking deal. As if we wouldn't know that. You get a movement going that converges tens of thousands of people who may have different objectives, different MOs, modus operandi. Oh yeah, okay, and then you urgently coalesce some of these individuals into a board of directors on a newly formed company, a newly formed not-for-profit. Get attorneys in. I'm surprised it didn't devolve even. I'm surprised it didn't devolve. Period. Yeah, okay, fine. We're getting the laundry, the dirty laundry of the infighting. Big freaking deal. What did we learn today? First of all, I'm still trying to catch up on Pat King's testimony from yesterday. I saw the better part of it, but there's some clips in there that need to be snipped and clipped and shared. Pat King testified yesterday, and it's interesting. I feel that he came on. He was a little belligerent. He was a little snarky in some of his responses where he didn't have to be, but he actually came off, in my view, as far as I've seen. Maybe it devolved in the last portion that I haven't watched. He came off well. He's definitely a hothead. Definitely does things differently. Definitely does not weigh his words like Keith Wilson, for example. Definitely has a different delivery, a different audience, and a different social media presence. Seemed like he understood that he might have been something of what's the word I'm looking for? A firecracker that the convoy didn't necessarily want as a spokesperson, as a representative, even a figurative representative, even if he's not on the board. And so they felt the need to dissociate themselves from Pat King. It sounded like Pat King understood that. Does that mean that Pat King doesn't get to go down and do his thing because this is a Canada-wide protest, which, will include, what's the word I'm looking for? It will include people who other people might not like. It'll include all sorts of characters, including the Pat Kings. The Pat Kings are not precluded from participating in this protest any more than the protesters are not allowed having the protest themselves. Okay, so the convoy wants to go down, give off the air, the impression, and define themselves as being peaceful, democratic, with clear objectives, and not there to overthrow the government, because nobody wanted this ever looking like what the media says January 6th was. Okay, Pat King seems to have understood that. Now you get, even within the convoy itself, you have a newly formed, federally incorporated not-for-profit, a board of directors of people who didn't even know each other before this. Some of them are truckers, some of them are not. You think that's not going to cause some conflict? You think some people who are not truckers are going to be looked at by the truckers and say, you don't even know what we have, what we do, like, why are you talking like this? And then you're going to have the people who are not the truckers. The people who are not the truckers are going to have maybe a chip on their shoulder and have something more to prove, and not take kindly to some of the, who knows? Infighting is to be expected. Throw in $10 million into the equation. Yeah. And then throw in the natural parasites, the natural predators, the natural scammers that you are going to get regardless. There were 100,000, let's just say there were 100,000 protesters there. Anybody who thinks that all 100,000 of those people are totally trustworthy, that you could, People are people. And you have your demographics, you have your statistics. There's going to be issues. Okay, Pat King's testimony yesterday. He's a big, reckless, wild, loose cannon was the word I was looking for, not a firecracker. You have a loose cannon in Pat King. He said some things taken out of context. His explanations, incidentally, for how this stuff was taken out of context, plausible. It's just unfortunate, or I would dare say convenient, that once they deplatform somebody and you lose all the original content, it's very difficult to contextualize 5-second video clips that were taken out of 3-hour streams that are no longer available for scrutiny. Convenient. Isn't that convenient? Pat King didn't come off terribly as far as I'm concerned. I'm actually somewhat sympathetic for the guy. I don't think he's an opportunist. Some people were saying, when Pat King came out on the Drew Peters show and said he's found evidence as to how to put everything to an end. They haven't isolated the whatever. And what was the other thing? Oh, this is all you have to do to crush the COVID tickets. And I said at the time, he didn't even succeed in contesting his own ticket. And I took a little flack. People were saying, Viva, you're killing the inspiration. You need people to get people motivated. I said, you get people motivated through the truth, not through misrepresentations or misunderstandings. Other people saying, look, you have to do what you have to do to get the message out there. I don't adhere to that. But other than that, Pat King, like Dichter said early in his testimony, I don't even care if the guy says offensive things. But man, there's some infighting with Jeremy McKenzie, not with, but rather, the essence of Dichter's testimony is, I guess, related to the money coming in, to the idea that the convoy itself couldn't agree on whether or not there was an agreement, and they were butting heads on failure versus success in leaving when Keith Wilson, who was representing the convoy, purports to have negotiated an agreement. Dichter tweets out through Tamara Litch's, and we're getting her name. Everybody's pronouncing it differently. You got Tamara Litch, Tamara Litch, Tamara Leach, Tamara Leach. I'm going to go with Litch, Tamara Litch. So the big issue was the Facebook post or the tweet, whatever it was, that Dichter tweeted or posted through Tamara's Facebook and social media, saying no deal, that effed everything up. And I remember, we saw Keith Wilson's testimony, impeccable as far as I'm concerned. That's when for him things hit the poo-poo hit the fan. So it was a big waste of time. I don't know why. I mean, I guess they have to answer honestly, and there was a lot of tension. Everybody's fighting. Everybody's jostling for position, jostling for influence, jostling to be the spokesperson, jostling for public messaging. This is why you work in a big law firm or you work in a big company, and this is the type of politicking that you see every day, all day. Everybody's fighting for the same cause, but there's ego. Even when you're working together, people sort of want the credit. But anyways, I don't like seeing it. I don't like. I met BJ. I interviewed him. It kills me that I didn't actually in the interview didn't get to the fact that he's from an adopted family. That's why I explore people's childhoods, when I do interviews. But then it was time constraints. I interviewed BJ. I think he's a sincere individual. Whether or not people in there saying he was there to steal the money, I don't know. He seems credible. Tamara, I don't think there's a soul in this country, and I'm including the U.S. in that's going to impugn Tamara's integrity or intentions, period, full stop. I think Tamara is beyond reproach. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Jeremy McKenzie, definitely not beyond reproach, but that doesn't mean that you lock up a dude in solitary confinement because he makes stupid comments and makes stupid jokes. Keith Wilson, I think Keith Wilson is pretty much beyond reproach. The idea that the oversimplicity, which is why I'm not impugning BJ's integrity. I'm just saying the oversimplicity to say the lawyer does things without consulting us. The lawyer represents, if it's a not-for-profit corporation, a federally incorporated not-for-profit, nothing's ever perfect. You don't ever get unanimity of board directors, nor do you run everything by every board director. But Dictor is A, member of the bar, B, was working diligently and tirelessly to come to some sort of a deal. It's funny now, things that I remember hearing at the time make more sense because I wasn't privy to anything at the time. But I remember hearing talk of a breakthrough agreement at the time when things were getting heated, police were getting agitated. And then EA was declared, the Emergencies Act was invoked, and then the shit hit the fan. But Keith was always, and until proof to the contrary, and it's going to require a heavy burden of proof, was always doing everything humanly possible to represent the convoy, to represent the protesters in a way that would be productive and not destructive. BJ sabotaged the deal to move trucks. And then hearing BJ saying, like, some people wanted a deal, others didn't. If they just agree to a deal and don't get their demands met after 3 weeks of protest, then you can see how people are digging in their heels. Why was he saying Keith lied? Hold on here. Why was he saying Keith lied? Was he saying Keith lied about the deal? I don't know. And it doesn't even matter. Oh, saying they won the injunction when they didn't. I don't think Keith ever said that. What Keith said repeatedly is that they agreed to a negotiated injunction because no judge in their right mind would ever say, yeah, you can go on honking 24/7. And Keith is right. Now, they tried to score some points yesterday during Keith's testimony to say, oh, well, you say you agreed to the injunction, but did you not contest the injunction? It's like, that's stupid. Of course, the lawyer's going to come in and say, no, we're going to contest your injunction because if you agree to the injunction, well, first of all, it lays the groundwork for the fact that you never had the right to that which gave rise to the request for an injunction in the first place. It would not have been an impossible argument to say, we have the right to honk and we're going to contest it on the merits or contest it on the injunction, and judge, you can issue your order. Say that we do not have a constitutional right to honk. But Keith is a very smart man and a strategic lawyer, and there's no point, using up your goodwill with the judge by arguing something which, though legally potentially justifiable, will just not be acceptable in reality. So you contest the injunction, and then you negotiate the terms of the interim order, which is what they did. It negotiated and inserted terminology that made it clear, abide by the terms of this order, and the protesters can continue to peacefully protest. So and then the other thing is this: people accuse people of lying when they disagree with their semantics. So I won't get into the intention. So that's okay, but that's it. That's we're getting into Keith. This morning, BJ came in, gets on the board. The money, that was the interesting thing this morning. Let me go to Rumble. Actually, hold on. There was a Rumble rant. Let me see something from Faith Intel. Says, as a Give Send Go donor, should I be concerned about the class action? Can't give legal advice. No legal, no medical, no election fortification advice. I'm not worried about, as a donor to the Give Send Go, I'm not worried. And when I talk about using your goodwill or abusing your goodwill and losing your goodwill in front of a judge, I would defy anybody to add as personal defendants the donors to the Give Send Go, because I don't think there's a judge in Canada that would not deem that to be an absolute abuse of process. I may be wrong. I'm not worried. And I'm a compulsive neurotic. But the Give Send Go thing was very, very, very interesting. I was looking at the stats that McGregor, who's the CTV or Global News journalist, put up. It looked like a screen grab from the actual report, which I couldn't get myself, but it showed that when the GoFundMe was up, 89% of the donations in terms of value came from Canada. After the GoFundMe decided to go F everybody and Give Send Go started up, then it was like 50-50. 50%. It was like 47% from Canada, 47% from the US, and 6% from abroad, which is very interesting that it seems that having your constitutional rights, donating to that federally incorporated not-for-profit to support a cause of your choice, I consider that a form of expression, a charter right. It seems that, up until the time when Jim Watson pressured GoFundMe to go F everybody, and then they froze it, well, it seemed that act of desecrating charter constitutional rights pissed off Americans as well. See, it seems that gesture pissed off a lot of Americans. Other people are hypothesizing that, it took a little while for the news to reach America. I'm not so convinced about that. I think that when they canceled the Give, Send, Go, when they canceled the GoFundMe through political pressure, and we knew it at the time, and then they tried to take the money, GoFMe did, give it to a charity of their choice, and then they got a little bit too much blowback, so they said, okay, people who want their refunds back, you can ask for your refund, we'll give it to you. And then they still got pushed back from that. Then they said, okay, fine, we're just refunding it all. At first, they were going to say $10 million. Thank you very much. We'll give it to a charity of our choice. And then it was like, no. You'll refund the people. There was outcry, backlash. Then GoFMe says, okay, we'll refund those who ask for a refund, and we'll donate the balance to a charity of the convoy's choice. And people are like, no, we're going to start contesting all of these charges, run you up a $25 charge with the credit card company, GoFMe. And then GoFMe says, okay, we'll take all your money back. Well, it seems that even that pissed off enough people that it got Americans involved. And they said, you're going to tell people who they can and cannot donate to? It was a federally incorporated not-for-profit. I want people to appreciate that. Some people are going to say, steel man the opposing argument. Federally incorporated, it's just a rubber stamp. All you have to do is fill out paperwork, and the government rubber stamps it. Yeah, I'll grant you. I'll even say, okay, now what? The government rubber stamps a not-for-profit and then wants to tell you that you can't donate to it? The government registered the convoy, whatever it was called, as a federally incorporated not-for-profit. And now they want to criminalize donating to a federal entity that they approved of, even by way of rubber stamp. I got it. This GoFMe has will take on two meanings there. Okay, from watching your interviews, I trust Keith more. He is. But I don't know. People have their own perspectives, their own objectives. It's quite clear BJ had his own objective, and it seems that it did not reconcile with that of the other truckers and what some are going to say the real truckers, the people who were there as the real truckers who drove across the country, and say, okay, well, don't sabotage our deal. Don't sabotage our deal by accessing Tamara Litch's social media. BJ Dichter says, well, they all knew that I was accessing it. All they would have to do is change the password, and it's very easy. They didn't do it. Therefore, they tacitly accept to everything I say via that social media account without specifying that it's BJ through Tamara and not Tamara. That argument, that's not going to satisfy people who have questions. Okay. Viva, maybe I'm wrong, but I find Ben to be more credible when it comes to speaking for the people than Keith. Am I mistaken? Thoughts? Maybe, but Keith Wilson was never speaking for the people. Keith Wilson is speaking for his clients. Keith Wilson is speaking for the convoy that he's representing as counsel. But the other thing, it's possible they're both credible, and they both have different perspectives. They both have different goals, had different goals. And then you got to make what you will of the facts. And the facts are that it's accepted fact in the testimony. BJ is the one who apparently wrongly tweeted out, social media posted out through Tamara's social media without specifying that it was him. He thinks he was entitled to do it because he was in charge of communications. And you put someone in charge of communications, that doesn't mean that the board approves every communication the head of communications wants to put out. That defeats the purpose. He thinks he was entitled to do it, justified to do it. He thought he understood it properly. He may have made a mistake. Fine. Keith Wilson says, holy shit, we just spent all this time striking a deal only to have BJ social media post out through Tamara's social media. There's no deal, which messes everything up. I have no doubt Keith could think that BJ did it on purpose to sabotage the deal. I can have no doubt maybe BJ totally misunderstood, but who cares? Geez Louise, we're here for the Emergencies Act invocation, not for infighting among protesters. Like, this is the distraction. Ekaro says, Viva Clips, charity of their choice. Bet you they would have donated to Canada's version. No, the joke was at the time, they'll donate to BLM protests, mostly slightly fiery, but mostly peaceful. They're going to take the convoy, 10 million, and then donate it to a charity of their choice, which may be, in fact, responsible for more damage and more violence than anything that occurred at the. So that's it. Viva, spot on. None of this justifies invoking the EA. That's the issue. I mean, what is this? Even this morning, when they're talking about, I'm just going to go back to Rumble and see the chat there. When they're talking about the GoFundMe, that's a shit ton of money. And they talked about it yesterday. $10 million? Yeah, first of all, that can corrupt a few minds. That can make opportunists want to opportunize on the opportunity of $10 million. And the terrible thing is, like, sometimes people just feel entitled to it. They've been, we've organized this entire thing. We've changed the world. I'm entitled to admit, I don't know that this happened, but I'm entitled to an administrative salary. I'm entitled to compensation above me. That's conceivable. But the Emergencies Act was not intended to be an audit device for the convoy. If they swindled the $10 million, they didn't. Even if they did, okay, the EA is not an audit tool. The EA is not a tool through which to sanction fraud. And by the way, you want to know what's amazing? The Viva injunction, they got a court order to freeze the funds. You didn't need to invoke an executive. You did not need to invoke the Emergencies Act to freeze bank accounts. The Viva injunction proved as much. I mean, this whole thing is a bloody farce. But the whole point of this commission is to potentially reveal what a bloody farce it is and was. The EA is not there to audit funds. It was not required to freeze bank accounts of the convoy protesters if they were allegedly involved in unlawful conduct. The Viva injunction order proves as much. They went to a court, the court saw evidence, and froze bank accounts, from my understanding. The existence of the court proceedings initiated by Zexi Lee et al. And the orders that they got prove that the EA was not just unnecessary, utterly superfluous, and absolutely abusive. Because everything they in fact got, they could have gotten through the courts as demonstrated by their own actions. It could have been done under existing legislation as confirmed by the OPP, the OPS, and whoever the hell else was there. It could have been done under existing bylaw. Oh, that they couldn't find truckers to tow the trucks and the EA helped. It was a useful tool because now some towing companies could say, well, we're hanging our hats on the EA so we can wash our hands of responsibility. You know what else would have been useful tools to remove the trucks? Tanks. Okay, let's get to some super chats, which I've seen here before. Ginger Ninja. Viva, I'm concerned Keith was being dishonest when he was in Ottawa. I believe Ben and Tamara were on the same page, and Keith was trying to move trucks out. He even said it would allow truckers to quietly go home without shame. But hold on, what's this? Your observation might be right. He's not being dishonest. Keith said as much. The idea was to continue with the protest while relieving some of the pressure and thus arriving at some sort of negotiated settlement, which would have relieved the pressure, the critical pressure to allow the protest to continue and not allow or not give the pretext to Justin Trudeau invoking the Emergencies Act. There's nothing untrustworthy, dishonest, or incongruent about that state of affairs. Keith's rationale makes sense. It was, and BJ's rationale makes sense. We didn't come all this way to move without getting what we came for. And Tamara, middle ground as well, says, well, first of all, they're going to get violent. So make some concessions so that we can go along with this without the police getting violent. BJ Dichter says, we're not leaving until we get what we came for, but now the police are getting violent, so everybody leave without getting anything that we came for. That's bad strategy. I don't think it's possible, by the way, everybody's being honest and they just disagreed and had fights. It's possible. I whether or not BJ was there to steal a portion of the $10 million, people got involved in this before they knew that money was ever going to be there. He was trying to make arrangements to move trucks out without winning a single remedy from the government, just moving truckers out for free. BS, a very politician thing to do. I no longer trust him. That's fine. But I don't think he was moving out. I don't think Keith was ever trying to negotiate an end to the protest without anybody getting any concessions. My understanding is that Keith was attempting to resolve key issues to allow a protest to continue for the purposes of continued negotiations. That was his testimony. That was his strategy. I believe it, and you're free to disagree with it without impugning intentions, because I don't think Keith has said anything to impugn his intentions or to show that he was lying. But I'll tell you, I like Keith and I trust Keith. So maybe I'm biased, but I don't think I may be biased, but I don't think I'm not objective. Oh, that was it. What did they say? What did they say? Did you not know that? Oh, you're saying they were told to close by the government? The stores and restaurants were not told to close by the government. Did you not know that the government was going to give them massive fines if they allowed unmasked patrons in their store? Why? Because the government, like the abusive tyrants that they are, made the shop owners responsible for non-compliance of their patrons. Can you imagine a more disgusting and divisive thing to do? The government made the shop owners responsible for non-compliance of their patrons. That is like wedging a divide between family. It's nothing more than wedging a divide between family. And if you want to talk about impugning intentions, that's not an accident. When I'm trying to think of like, I'm just trying to think of an equally stupid analogy. The government tells the shop owners, you're going to get fined if people come into your store without a mask. You're making the shop owners the Gestapo of the government. Oh, but she thinks, but nobody forced the restaurants to close down. The government didn't tell them to close down. The government just told them they would face massive fines if unmasked people came into your restaurants. Oh my good God, is that shameless and disgusting division? Sorry, that I got angry. Whoa. Sorry, when they did that, and what are they going to get? They're going to get shop owners to tell people to put on a mask. And like you heard, Barbara, the woman who I posted the clip from, I forget her name, and it's not, it's my own dementia, not disrespect. When you're going to tell someone to put on a mask and not know if they have asthma, not know if they have general anxiety disorder, not know if they're victims of abuse, and you're going to tell a woman who's a victim of sexual abuse to put on a mask, and you're compelling a restaurant owner, a business owner, to get into that level of conflict with citizens. That's not incompetence. That's not negligence. That's malice. That is malice from the government. Go up to. It's as malicious and disgusting as compelling restaurant owners to ask for the vax pass of their patrons. Disgusting. I'm sorry. Okay. Is the judge really going to come to the conclusion that the Emergencies Act was unlawful or unjustified? We know where this is going. No, I think the judge looks good. The commissioner, he's a judge, but he's a commissioner here. I've gained nothing from these hearings. From hearing this guy testifying, like no new info. And the info I did get was a little useless. I tend to agree. I think the dogs you encountered should be brought to testify how peaceful the convoy was. I do remember thinking that, it's still not an ideal place for a dog, but those dogs were so freaking beautiful. I remember the guy, thick Canadian accent, had a lumberjack jacket, one of the most beautiful dogs I've ever seen. Okay, this was, so they were saying Pat King couldn't come. They didn't want Pat King speaking on behalf of the convoy. I understand that, but nobody can tell anybody who can come to a protest and what they can do with it. Pat King wants to get his own platform on one of the streets because he's got a message that resonates with people who follow him. Well, you can control the messaging of the federally incorporated not-for-profit, and I understand the need and the desire to not allow people to demonize the protest as. I'm not saying this with approval. I'm saying this with the nastiness through which the Canadian government subsidized media works, you know what they would do if Jeremy McKenzie or Pat King were the spokesperson of the convoy. They would characterize it as the worst things they could ever snip and clip those people as having said. And you can understand why, Tamara Litch, Ben Dichter, Keith Wilson don't want to have those loose cannons or those liabilities, social media liabilities, as spokespersons. You can understand it. It might be unfair, but I even think Pat King it recognizes, I would not be the best spokesperson for the Girl Scouts. Yeah. It's not his brand. The convoy wanted its own brand. Pat King has his own brand. Chris Sky has his own brand. Some acknowledge that their brand carries with it something of a liability. Viva, what are your thoughts on the Ottawa citizens lawsuit against the convoy? They seem to think they will own their trucks in the end. I think that lawsuit is exaggerated. I think they have legitimate grievances. I think they have legitimate causes of action, potential causes of action, potential inconvenience. Do they want to turn it into an Alex Jones debacle? 2.75 trillion for a week of honking? Oh, some of them have tinnitus. Show your medical proof, and then reasonable damages for reasonable compensation for actual damages. It's not hard. Own their trucks. I think I had never seen Zexi Lee speak before this convoy, this hearing. Her testimony was very telling. I saw someone who was very, very petty, very opportunistic, very nasty. Some truckers, some residents might have had their little reprisals and might have been throwing things out of their high-rise windows onto truckers while she's suing for damages. It seems opportunistic. The damages are excessive, and now they've added. I don't know who they've added to the lawsuit. The people they're going after. There's a. But on the merits of that lawsuit, I think on the merits of massive damages, preposterous. Whether or not there could be some basis for compensation, okay, you had a week of honking. The damages in Canada, they're not reasonable. They're sub-reasonable. Damages in America, super mega above reasonable. But bodily harm is not highly compensated in Canada. A week of honking, that would be worth what it's worth, and I would say it would be nominal. And I'm sure that could be negotiated in a settlement. But having seen Zexi Lee testify, I don't think plaintiffs are really up for much of a. I don't think they're open to settlement discussions. Ginger Ninja says a deal where the truckers lose 75% of their brethren yet gain nothing. Okay, as long as it takes. Unless one person plays politics, or unless the prime minister invokes the Emergencies Act and comes in, smashes windows, and destroys the lives of the truckers. What do they get? What do they get now? I mean, Ginger, this is all respectful because I understand what you're saying. As long as it takes, unless one person plays politics. Well, no, not as long as it takes. Until Trudeau comes in, smashes windows, assaults protesters, pepper sprays protesters, batons protesters, takes their trucks, freezes their bank accounts, arrests them, locks them up for 5 months, Pat King's case, several months, Tamara Litch's case. And then what do they get? Well, then they got 2 broken ankles, and the best they might get at the end of the day is a commissioner saying Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act willy-nilly, frivolously. No, I mean, look, you play your games. People play chess differently. Some people take gambits. Some people play to the last pawn. And some people continue playing losing positions. There's I don't know who said it, and I don't know if it was Donald Trump. You have to know how to negotiate from a position of strength, and you have to know how to negotiate from a position of weakness. Some people don't like to appreciate that when they are the ones negotiating from a position of weakness. So what do they get? What do they get for it now? I don't impugn Keith's intentions, but I think he didn't understand the intentions of those on the street. I think he did. And I think he had a reality of the law that the people on the street might not have had. I can argue very successfully for Keith here because I think Keith understood the intentions. He understood the desires. He also understands the law. Hello. Your iPad is here. You can take the dog. I think Keith understands the law and understood where things were going to go, and they went exactly where. Out of here. It went exactly where Keith thought it was going to go, and now they've got nothing to show for it but broken windows, debt, and criminal records. Viva, was the deal sabotaged to justify invoking the EA? Okay, so this is interesting now. Now I didn't even have this thought in my head until you said this. When I say people saying BJ is a Fed, like I don't believe, call me stupid. I don't believe BJ's a Fed. I don't think Mackenzie's a Fed. I don't think Pat King's a Fed. I don't think they're whatever. But I understand what people are saying. BJ on government payroll to sabotage the deal to justify Trudeau. Now, Trudeau was going to do it regardless. Trudeau's the only one who's predictable in all of this. He was going to do it regardless. I'm convinced he would have done it even if they had come to an agreement with the provincial, which is what Keith was saying. We're gonna negotiate a settlement, and it's gonna sort of take that arrow out of the quiver of Trudeau. He's gonna be so pissed. But now I understand what people are saying when they want to whoever anybody thinks sabotaged this did it for the benefit of Trudeau so that Trudeau could invoke the EA. Okay. Now, unreliable witness is different. An unreliable witness is different than a liar, a Fed, and whatever. I just think as witnesses, going into detail about all this infighting, his personal gripe with Jeremy Mackenzie, I don't think that accomplishes anything. Even if it's true, you don't have to go into that much detail about it, or incidentally be that sensitive about it. Jeremy Mackenzie said some offensive things. He said, "Yeah, okay." Social media people, when people live on the internet, you can't really call not quibbles, but spats between social media personalities as trolling or harassment or whatever. I'll needle Ethan Klein from H3H3 all the time because I think he's an idiot. Now, he might call that harassment. I don't think so. He'll needle me back, and he'll say something stupid, not stupid. He'll make a quip about me on one of his podcasts. That's fine. That's how social media accounts, dialogue or exchange with one another on social media. But going into the detail of these people who I'm just not sure that I agree with BJ that Jeremy Mackenzie's following is as small as BJ thinks it is. But all of these things are immaterial, irrelevant, and petty. So I don't think it helped anything. I don't think it was relevant to anything. And he has to tell the truth. He has to testify truthfully under oath. But you don't have to go into the details of stuff which is totally ancillary and looks like high school quibbling among adults. Let me see here. Okay, I'm just going to see what. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I'm on Viva Clips, not Viva Frei. He just wanted to look tough. He wanted to show China he doesn't respect the basic dictatorship he tries to emulate it. When they realized that, it went from 80, or I don't know when they found this out, but 90% donations from Canada under the GoFundMe to 50% from America, or 47% under the Give, Send, Go. Yeah, this was an international embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. There's only one way that an abuser responds when they get embarrassed. More abuse. Oh, that dog in the background. Do you hear that dog? Do we hear that dog? It's 2:15. Don't feed the dog. She might have to go outside. That dog. Oh. Laura Lynn is in Ontario doing town halls. That's going to be amazing. Russell Brand is covering the story. Fantastico. The more, the better. Okay. Now let's see here. What do we have here? Treacherous testimony gained nothing for either party. The EA has no bearing on infighting and media confusion. Absolutely. Okay, let's go to Rumble. See what's in the Rumble chats. In the Rumble, there's a Rumble rant from Royal Plague 45. Nice T-shirt, matches your hair. Ah, yes, I'm wearing the salty cracker today. Yeah, so anyways, that's it. And we'll see. I mean, I'm telling you, I gotta, if I can testify virtually, we'll see. We'll see anyhow. I'm telling you, people, I'm working on it. Let's see here. Dictor, let me see something here. Oh, I just lost it. Trudeau will be on Megan's podcast. Okay. Sorry. Give, Send, Go is the realest funding platform. Fat Beaver, tend to agree. I agree. Give, Send, Go is a Christian company. Up upon the horizon. Okay. It's the only one that is true to the donation that will allow people they don't like to raise funds for causes that they don't like. Oh my goodness. Okay. The lawyer said the dollar. Okay. Okay. So that's. Oh. Wilson said that many truckers needed to go home. I think you meant anyway. And I know that a lot of people, a lot of them were looking for a respectable way to say we came, we were heard, and now we're going. A lot of them had to go home, and that was my impression as well. Oh, okay, wow. Okay, I'm far behind on the chat. I didn't realize how far down I was. So we got nice T-shirt, matches your hair. Thank you. Then we got Rob A says Canadian accent. What the fudge? We don't have accents there, eh? The rest of the world does when they go about their business. Damn it. No, Canadians have an accent. I mean, I'm Canadian, but they say the Montreal accent is more American. But you get into Ontario. I mean, dude, I went to Newfoundland. I didn't understand. I'm saying this is not me. I don't mean this as anything mean whatsoever. Their accent was like a mix between the stereotypical Canadian accent and a thick Irish accent. I was at a Tim Hortons. I didn't understand what I was hearing. I had to go place the order at the window. It was beautiful, and it's so amazing that the accents I blow my mind that you have peoples in geographic areas that have their own way of of speaking words. I mean, has anyone ever thought about it? Why, through generations, do you have people speaking the same language with different accents? Irish, Scottish, English, and then even within English, Cockney, Sussex. Then you go to Canada, and you got Canadian, Ontario, you got Nova Scotia, New Brunswick has a unique accent. Newfoundland, it's a beautiful thing, and it's so cool. Martha says, had a Newfie patient, could not tell you a word of what he was saying. So nice though. Newfoundland. I don't know what I would how the world would look to me if I tried to go do what we did, my wife and I, in our childhood. We went to Newfoundland. It was the most beautiful place on earth. I know they have their issues. They have they have crime of a certain type. They have social issues of a certain type. Go to downtown Toronto, they have crime of another type. They have social issues of another type. It was so beautiful. The people were, it was like I didn't meet one person that I would not retroactively think I would question before letting them babysit my kids. It was beautiful, but I don't know. I think I've been black-pilled a little bit. I no longer view the world with the same not idealistic optimism that I once did. Wah, wah, wah. Thanks for retweeting my honk, honk, honk song. Check out the latest called Speed of Science. The Speed of Science is another, speaking of blackpilling, where I can't look at people without, the speed of science. The speed of science is the speed of corruption. Thanks for everything. My 10-year-old daughter is a big fan. Foundring. I'm going to screen grab this and make sure I find the Speed of Science song. I got the music in the mail from RhythmX. You know who you are if you're watching. It's good. It is very progressive rock. Oh, this has been up for the entire time. Sorry about that. Okay, come back here. I'm back. Now, hold on 1 second. I should hear the commission when it comes back. No, it's 2:20. Did I get to this $10 rump? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get to that $10 super chizat. They showed JT for who he was. He can never pretend he acts in good faith ever again. It's unfair to characterize their sacrifice as a loss like that because JT signed the EA. The truckers won this. Oh no, I'm saying, you know what? And Ginger, when Trudeau came in and busted heads and pepper sprayed and came in with a militarized police, I sometimes don't let on how upset and angry I am. I was deeply, deeply saddened. And now I say, in retrospect, life can only be understood backwards, but it has to be lived forwards. Kierkegaard. This is the next chapter in a story that I did not see continuing past that sad Saturday, that dark Saturday. And I think you're right. I think this will be the political downfall of Justin Trudeau. I want, people wish ill on Trudeau. I wish he lives to 95 years old so that he can see how history is going to write him. He should live a long life with the shame of what he's done. And he should live long enough to hear his memory echo around from the mouths of the people as to what a shameful disgrace of a human being he has been and a destroyer of our great country. But yeah, this is the next chapter, and it better end well. The courts are starting to turn around a little bit. The Court of Appeals decision coming out of Nova Scotia declaring the government overreach in their injunction to prevent protests, notwithstanding the fact that 0.1% of transmission of the Rona came from outdoor transmission. That Court of Appeal decision, that Court of Appeal stare decisis, is that the word? Should help with Keith Wilson and the convoy appealing that outrageous dismissal for mootness of their lawsuit. The people are angry, and in a good way. And that's going to reverberate for a long time. And Trudeau is going to be, I think he's going to be taken down by this, by the politics. I hope Jagmeet Singh is also taken down by all of this. People also need to appreciate Jagmeet Singh and his disgusting New Democrat Party voted for this crap. EA was invoked by Justin. It was ratified by Jagmeet and the NDP. They're not equally as guilty, but they're pretty damn close. They are the ratifiers of the evil. I'm not sure what's worse. The evil snake who is the evil snake, or the gardener who clears the path for the snake to bite the cattle. What the heck am I talking? It's very poetic. Ginger Ninja agreed, may he live to 200. Well, 200, the last 100 years of his life are not going to be cognitively coherent, but yeah. To see what acting as a tyrant brought to life, the realization of how imperative liberty is and how it must be protected. From your mouth to God's ears. Oh, Francis Charton, the federal NDP finally voted with the Conservatives against the Libs. No confidence soon. Interesting. Well, too bad. I'm never going to let Jagmeet Singh forget either. I am a stubborn person. I will not let people forget until they apologize. But unfortunately, the Wittgensteinian's ladder to unforgivableness. Jussie Smollett is not there yet. If Jussie Smollett, he's beyond forgiveness. Even if he apologized now, I wouldn't believe him. You do not understand. Trudeau does not have shame, only pride. He is proud. He has so much power, just like China. But probably right. Anyhow, the Trudeau name will be forever dirty. No. By the way, Renez Gade in Rumble says Jagmeet, not Jugmeat. No, his name is pronounced Jugmeat. He specified on Twitter, so I don't want anyone thinking I'm pronouncing it Jagmeet, despite his he says his name is Jugmeat, like hug me. That's how he said his name is pronounced. Justin Smollett. Now, Jussie Smollett, had he gotten away with what he did, could have caused as much harm as Justin Trudeau caused. Yeah, God bless Elon and Twitter if they return free speech to those being silenced from Flamingo Lady or Flaming Go Lady or Flaming O Lady. It's Flamingo Lady. Okay, so what else was there? I got to all the questions. There was something that I wanted to say. There was something I was supposed to do today. I forget. Oh, this is so much bigger than Trudeau. Who do you think controls him? That's what we really need to contend with. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta inducted fascist report. Okay, sorry, I don't know what you mean by the second half of that, but I do appreciate what you mean by it being bigger than Justin. I mean, when you have Klaus Schwab bragging about having penetrated the government of the Canada, I agree, it's bigger than Justin. Anyways, also next week in America is a big November midterms. Holy crab apples. So, what was I going to do? That's a drill, and that's not me farting, if anybody hears that. It stopped right as I said it wasn't me farting. Someone started drilling outside. Oh, it's a Klaus voices in the house. Yes, nature lover. We have penetrated the cabinet. We will make it so that everyone will have nothing, and therefore there will be total equality in Canada. Of course, the elite, we will still have everything. We will still fly around the countries to tell people how bad their carbon footprint is. And we will tell them that they must inject these. Oh, never mind. I'm going. I know if you're reminding me about sponsors, there's no sponsor today because I didn't. Where am I looking? Looking wrong camera. I think it'll be tomorrow, unless I do a separate stream on the main channel. And I need to catch up with other stuff. Like I've been following this convoy stuff all day, so it's like I don't know what's the news and other stuff. I'm gonna go to Twitter to get my fix on. 2:28. We'll see how time. So what else was there? The cross-examination of Dichter. The convoy needs to show that they were on the verge of a deal. They had the deal. BJ screwed it up and blame it on him. Okay. Karahalios trying to reestablish BJ to say he was acting with authorization, with the knowledge by using Tamara's thing. Okay, fine. The tens of millions of dollars. Who was going to get it? Oh, that's right. Pat King. The back and forth that he had with the attorney, Champ, the one from who's representing Zexi Lee. He says you froze my bank account, and then the lawyer says, "Oh, you mean the money that people donated to you?" And Pat King's like, "Yeah, people can donate money to me." Like, we've gone into full audit mode. Like, maybe I don't know this to be the case. Maybe Pat King was saying, I represent the convoy. If you want to support the convoy, here's my personal PayPal account. I don't know that was the case. I don't know that he did that. If he did, that's a separate problem. So when he says, he tells the cross-examining attorney, he's like, oh, so you're the guy that froze my bank accounts. And he's like, oh, I didn't understand what the lawyer said, but it was not a professional response. Actually, forget it. I don't even want to drop the ethics issue. You're never supposed to, a lawyer is not supposed to directly interact with a client that he knows is represented by counsel. So if I'm a lawyer and I'm a neurotic lawyer, because I am, I would not even engage in that type of back and forth, even if it's in the context of a cross-examination, because it didn't really have much to do with the commission. It sounded like it had to do with separate proceedings. And it could be, in my view, at least for my own personal ethics, bordering on, geez Louise. It could be bordering on, but that back and forth was interesting.
Afternoon, bon après-midi.
This guy's working so hard.
Commissioner, the next witness.
Okay, we're back. I'm going to put it on pause for a second. I'm going to go get my
Bowder.
afternoon drink, which might be from a sponsor, but not in a sponsor.
And it's Jeff Leon, co-lead counsel for the commission.
I'm sure that Jeff Leon knows my dad. I'm certain they know each other. So who do we have now? I talked over.
Mr. Bowder, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
The Bible, please.
Everybody's taken the Bible. I haven't seen anyone affirm. I think I would affirm because I would feel too religiously sacrilegious to swear on a Bible and then I had bacon for breakfast today. It was so delicious. We went to Bagel Works. It was a very, very late breakfast.
For the record, please state and spell your first name, your full name.
James, James, Ralph, Ralph. PH, Bauder, Bauder.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
You,
I'm listening, peeps.
Commissioner, Mr. Bowder does not have counsel, and he's requested to take the protections available to him in giving his evidence.
Okay, well, I understand you're under subpoena, Mr. Bowder, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I have deemed that the witness has objected to answer each and every question on the ground that his answer may tend to incriminate him or may tend to establish his liability to a civil proceeding at the instance of the Crown or any other person. And if but for the act or the act of any provincial legislature, the witness would therefore have been excused from answering the question. Then although the witness is by reason of the act or provincial act compelled to answer, the answer so given shall not be used or admissible in evidence against him in any criminal trial or other criminal proceeding against him thereafter taking place, other than, of course, a prosecution for perjury in the giving of that evidence or for the giving of contradictory evidence. So that will be for each question and answer, it's taken that you've taken the protection afforded to you under the charter and the various statutes. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowder.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey.
Can you tell me where you were born?
I was born in Kamloops, BC, Canada.
I understand today's your birthday.
It is.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And you currently reside in Calgary?
Correct.
And for how long?
Better part of my life, I guess. I met my beautiful wife, Sandy, and moved there 15 years ago, I guess. I've been in Alberta and BC my whole life.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a truck driver.
And how long have you been driving a truck?
Since I was a kid on the farm.
Has
and
that
then
been
from there in my early 20s, and then went into a different career path in truck driving. And from there, I just picked up the wheels a couple years ago.
Okay. And what was that other career path?
My background started in oil and gas when I was 18 years old. And by the age of 26, I had worked up to consultant level of where then I specialized in various levels of governance, policy design, and risk mitigation internationally at the C+ director level.
And I understand you have some education in corporate governance.
I've got a very interesting CV. Yes.
Could you just briefly tell us a bit about your corporate governance experience?
So I don't know why that's relevant here today. However, I spent a better part of my career looking for the truth and auditing and assessing governance models, looking at the root cause analysis of our governance, and then cross-referencing that over to policies and looking at policy design, and then using risk mitigation factories and modelings. From there, was able to develop corrective action models for projects all over the world.
Thank you. And I want to deal with some of the convoys that you've been involved in. I understand that in 2019, you participated in the United We Roll convoy. That's in February 2019?
Correct.
And that convoy went from Calgary to Ottawa?
Correct. Red Deer, actually.
Red Deer. And that convoy was involved in protesting legislation related to oil and gas issues.
Yes, at that time, I believe Naughty Notley and Justin Trudeau were ganging up on us, and we said enough of that.
And what was your role in relation to that convoy other than participating in it? Did you have a role?
Yes, I did. My role was to represent Unity. I had just started the Canada Unity Foundation, and I got a call from some beautiful people and said, James, this is right up your alley. You should get into this. And that was an amazing journey. Just amazing.
Did you play a role in the planning?
No.
Now, you mentioned Canada Unity. I understand that Canada Unity is a humanitarian organization that brings people together and bases its foundation on community. Is that
correct?
And one of the things that Canada Unity does is oppose COVID-19 public health measures.
What Canada Unity is developed into has been my honor and privilege to serve. We represent and we defend all Canadian lawful freedom of choice by coming together in unity.
Okay, and
that's the mission statement.
And you have taken a position that with respect to COVID-19 public health measures. What's that position?
I find them all unlawful.
That's clear enough.
And starting in August of 2021, I understand you started planning for a convoy to Ottawa. Is that correct? And you used the name for that Convoy for Freedom?
Correct. If you'd like, I could elaborate a little bit on that, because there is some relevance to this and how that Convoy for Freedom was originated, because it's pretty important.
Yes.
When I'm looking at my wife, who comes to me and says, James, it's your job to protect the family. I didn't know what that would detail. However, I just found my faith and got recently baptized. And that day I got baptized, it stuck. It stuck deeply. And you can imagine my world going from international flying, the only object of news I got was CNN and BBC in an airport. So I have a pretty good understanding of how corporate decision makers and policy makers can get very distracted with the media and not get the full facts. So I made a prayer to save my soul because of all the division and divisiveness that I was witnessing in my country. And the answer to that prayer was Convoy for Freedom.
Okay.
And to specialize and put unity at the forefront of that convoy.
And does Canada Unity have members?
A few.
How many?
Hundreds of thousands.
And how do you join Canada Unity?
We have a platform, multiple platforms.
I have a feeling they're going to gain a few more thousand after this.
Clerk, could you put up on the screen COM 50505?
The Canada Unity is the sticker that I have on my computer.
I understand this to be a copy of a Facebook page of yours, and it's dated August 30, 2021?
Correct.
And you say, want to know what Justin Trudeau hates more than protesters, a convoy parked on his front step, just saying. And then
how
you go
dare he
on,
refer to him as
if you have a
Justine.
semi-truck and are willing
That's
to
hate
step up to save our great nation from becoming China, text me, I am ready to make some noise, but I need you big truckers. So is this a call for people to participate in your convoy?
Yep. Yeah, I was watching and witnessing the destruction of Australia and our brothers down and sisters down there. And two factors gave me the motivation to do this, other than answering and being directed by God on this was the United Rural Convoy, and me coming here and witnessing the homeless in the streets, where you can check this on Canada Unity's YouTube. I didn't participate in the politics because I'm non-political with our foundation. And that's hard to see that we're actually, there's a definite line there. So I went out and I actually fed the homeless, and I made a documentary on it.
Okay, remember
That was my first time I came here. So then, and you're, yeah. So watching Australia start a convoy over there over these unlawful mandates, and seeing our brothers and sisters down south get treated like third world citizens, it gave me enough motivation to step up and do what Canadians do. We are the peacekeepers of the world. We need to step up in unity and show the world what peace and unity is all about.
I just want to remind you, as we've talked about, we have an hour for you to give your evidence. I know you want to be able to tell your story.
True.
So
you were supposed to do this.
Okay. So you say further down, the convoy will be 100% geared for uniting Canada, no political agendas. You say simple terms, no vax passports Canada-wide, no masks mandate Canada-wide, no more lockdowns Canada-wide. We demand our government put immediate stop to all of the above, correct? And so that
Correct.
was the goal of that convoy?
Yep.
And you started from Calgary and went to Ottawa?
Correct.
Did you go, in terms of the planning, how many vehicles were part of that convoy?
Upwards of 500 sometimes. And then there was, we made a big boo-boo when we started. We had all our registration dates, and my wife and I were in Calgary with Action for Canada, and we were convoy of one.
Okay. So,
and we got going, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just, it grew.
And you planned it all? Did you,
yes,
develop the maps and the routes, the logistics, schedules?
No, actually, I made a post asking for help, and from there, I got a lot of help. A lot of help.
And
I'm grateful for that.
And when did you arrive in Ottawa?
I can't remember, to be honest. It was in October sometime. And if you're going to ask me dates, I'm terrible with dates. So
no, October's fine.
If you need the actual date evidence, I can provide that
if I need
at a later
it,
time.
I'll ask you for it, okay? Now, if I can ask you to put up on the screen, please, COM 50858. This is another Facebook page of yours from December 13, 2021. And it says, Operation Bear Hug Ottawa was a great success. This was what we've just been talking about, the convoy?
Yep.
And you say Operation Bear Hug. What is the, why Bear Hug?
So if you want, I've got, hang on here. Okay, where is that one that I'd like to bring up?
Sorry, what are you referring to,
because I'm going to
sir?
actually read my evidence to answer your question, John, or Jeffrey, if that's
Well, what are
okay.
you referring to?
JBA 00000, so 6043.
Okay, can you
And I
bring
can-
up that document, please?
Yeah, and then I can answer that question about the bear hug right there.
Someone's going to ask him to see the notes that he's referring to, because witnesses are not supposed to have notes in front of them. But if it's just referencing exhibits,
That's not
that's
it.
one thing. But someone's going to say, "Can I see what you have in
Well,
front of you?"
can you just give me an explanation, sir, of why you use the term bear
I'd
hug?
really like to actually read my evidence that I submitted here, Jeffrey.
Well,
and
if
that's
this
not
was-
what I.
Jeffrey, he's going to get in trouble for calling
Well,
him
can we
Jeffrey.
do it this way, sir? If you answer my question,
So
we'll get
the object
through
of the
this.
bear hug, okay? Let's be honest here. We are in a country of division by design. The very root foundations of our government and our governance have division in it. So the opposite of division is unity, pure and simple. And we are a country that has got many problems with division. And if you're in touch with God and you're praying all the way through this, the one thing that came to our team, and this was a team effort. I can't remember the exact person that came up and he said, bear hug. And we started looking at this from a psychology point of view. And it has been an amazing journey to keep love and peace as an organizer with a bunch of truckers. Bridget mentioned here a couple of days ago, they had a couple hundred truckers together and, you know, we're a little rowdy, and I know I am one. So how do you bring together a country in unity that's fighting in division? A bear hug. Love, love, love. And if you want, I can give you a demonstration.
No, I don't need a demonstration. Thank you.
Because it was very much evident. And if those that went down to Ottawa or anywhere across Canada.
Can we go on to my next question, please?
Sorry,
you
Jeffrey.
put back up COM 505858. And just quickly I want to deal with the things you did in Ottawa in that convoy. Say you went maskless shopping and maskless dining on day one. And then,
Every day.
And then on day two, you went to Dollarama and they shut down their tills, but they were told by the police to open.
Correct.
And then day three, you did a media blockade at CTV. What's a media blockade?
It's we just showed up and
Block the parking lot?
yes, not like we were on the street. So there is laws on doing this, and the police of Ottawa were very, very helpful. And these are the laws that we can operate within.
Yeah. And
because
then
I've been working with the police all the way through from day one, August, every day. And this is what we can do. So we held CTV and, you know, I think for half an hour or 45 minutes each person. And then we had a little chit chat with them about their propagandas that they were spreading. And yeah, it was lawful. Very
and
lawful.
then on day four, you did the same thing with CBC.
Yes.
And then you say you went over to Justine Trudeau's and the Governor General's houses and held a block party in the middle of the street, shutting down the road for about 30 minutes. And you say the police were called and they didn't interfere.
Correct.
So that lasted 30 minutes at each residence?
Correct. And there was a I do remember something, we did two back-to-back convoys over there because the first convoy, we were told that Trudeau was going to be in the main house, on Sussex, I think. And then he wasn't there. So we turned around, we came back to Confederation Park, and then we got news that he was at the cottage. So we did a pretty big convoy size at that point. So we jumped in and we went back to the cottage, and you know, the police that were there with us, they were pretty cool. They all started scurrying and trying to catch up to us. And then they caught up to us and they said, James, what are you doing? So I said, we lost something. And he said, well, what'd you lose? And I said, our freedom. We're trying to go find it.
Okay, thank you. And then so you also went to Prime Minister Trudeau's house again, is what you're telling us, and the Governor General's house, and you blocked the road during rush hour traffic. Is that
correct? And all the evidence and the videos we uploaded for you for that.
And further down, you mentioned Bear Hug 2.
Correct.
And so your plan was to repeat this, if you could do that?
So the original Bear Hug 1, we had been marketing and promoting Convoy to Ottawa. and doing several convoys all across the board and marketing when the time comes that the federal mandate is imposed on the trucking industry. Get ready, be prepared. So we thought that was going to come on in December. That's why we were there for Bear Hug 1. And it didn't happen. So we knew that the federal government was still itching to put this federal travel mandate on and force us to take vaccines just to travel. So we went home, as you can see, and then just as I get into Calgary, Facebook shuts off my everything. They reinstated it, but we were completely taken out of the equation. So
I'd like to go on and talk about the MOU that you mentioned in that docket, the Memorandum of Understanding.
Yes.
And
so
could you bring up, please, COM 50866?
See, he's prepared. If he's looking at the exhibit, he's prepared. None of the other witnesses had the exhibits except for on the screen, but.
And can you just scroll through that and confirm
Okay,
for me
I
that
remember
that
seeing
is
this.
your Memorandum of Understanding?
I have the original right here. So
well,
piece of history right here in front of me. That's 15 pages. That's not the original.
Can you tell me what this document is then?
Yeah,
I need to see the whole document. I haven't seen this.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll scroll through it.
There we go. Okay. No. So this is the French and English version?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this was the original.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I take it that this document was prepared by you and by your wife, Sandra, and by a gentleman named Martin Broadman.
Correct.
And who is Mr. Broadman?
Martin Broadman is a truck driver with a also similar interesting past. With his background, he also worked international as well.
And I think it would be an understatement to say that this is a very important document to you.
It served its purpose.
Okay. And has it remained the same since the outset? Have there been any changes to it?
Not since we strategically withdrew.
Sorry?
Not since we were strategically withdrew.
What does that
So
mean?
that's, you withdrew that in February 2022.
February 8th, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. After we got viciously attacked by this government and slandered and defamed and character assassinationed and everything.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
Okay.
If we can go to page 2, please.
Oh, who just shouted?
You
in
just scroll up.
Someone just shouted in the crowd.
Next page.
You could see what they're going to make.
Sorry.
Bauer.
Can you go back?
Bauer look like.
Now, the parties to this agreement, if you can scroll a little further,
Okay, that was a cough. I thought someone was screaming.
are listed as the concerned Canadian citizens, the Senate of Canada, and the Governor General.
I think you missed a few more people. Back up there, please.
I'm trying to, we
Okay.
can all read it. I'm just trying to summarize it.
Okay.
If you can keep going, please. To where it says, to where it says the Senate of Canada, or sorry, let me start with the concerned Canadian citizens where we were.
Mm-hmm.
There it says represented by you and your wife and Martin Broad, correct?
Correct.
And the Senate of Canada would be represented by the Honorable George J. Frei, QC, the Speaker.
Correct.
And the Governor General would be the Honorable Mary May Simon.
Correct.
Representing the Queen in Canada. Now, did you have any legal assistance in drafting this document?
No.
The three of you did it on your own?
Yep.
Here, guys, I got a link to the document here.
And so
Because an MOU isn't a legal anything. It's just words. So.
And I take it that your intention was to have the Senate and the Governor General enter into this MOU along with you, correct?
Had the Senate or the Governor General responded, then the next step would have been immediately contacting multiple organizations that we'd been working with across Canada, like Police on Guard for Thee, Action for Canada, Vaccine Choice. I mean, I could keep going. We had a lot, Take Back Our Freedom. We had a lot of groups that we could have we could have facilitated establishing the Canadian Citizens Committee so that we could then sit down in partnership with the Senate and the Governor General and address the unlawful mandates that are happening across this country and come to some resolution.
Now, can we come to Article 3 where it says mandate? I'd just like to review these with you. So Canada Unity, that's CU, and I guess that's SCGGC, which is the Senate and the Governor General, agree to form a committee called Citizens of Canada Committee. And that committee undertakes and appoints authorized representatives. The Senate and Governor General undertake to appoint authorized representatives, and Canadian Unity does the same, correct?
At that point, Canada Unity is out because we would have had a group of individuals that come forward, of doctors and scientists and specialists and so on and so forth. So that at that point, Canada Unity would have been out of it, and CCC would have taken it over.
The document, sir, and if you go to Article 1, you see Canada Unity and in brackets CU, and then we come down to Article 3A, it says CU. So you're referring there to Canada Unity, right?
Correct.
And if we can look at Article 3D, the parties adopt and adhere to various legislation that you've set out there. And coming down to E, SCGGC will effective as of midnight on that date, instruct all levels of the federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to immediately cease and desist all unconstitutional human rights, discriminatory and segregated actions, and not limited to immediately instruct all levels of federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to not only stop, but furthermore waive all SARS-CoV-2 and not limited to SARS-CoV-2 subsequent variation fines that have been issued and imposed on its citizens, institutions, and private enterprises. And so in that, the SCGGC would have the authority to instruct those levels of government to do that?
Yeah, if we'd all entered into an agreement, this is just here, we'd like to talk about this, but it means nothing because nobody signed it and nobody entered into it. So it's non-binding. But that was the hope that we had presented, that we could sit down and collectively come to an agreement to cease and desist on all these unlawful mandates.
And you understand, sir, that the purpose of a memorandum of understanding is to set out the principles that will then be formalized into an agreement, right?
Yeah, I believe that's right here in front of you. That was our principles that we wanted to.
And if we look at paragraph F, I won't read everything but but it's again, instruct all levels of government to reinstate all employees in all branches of government, private industry, institutional sector employees with full lawful employment rights prior to the wrongful dismissal and unlawful dismissal stemming from SARS-CoV-2 and subsequent vaccine passport mandates. And
thank you, Maureen,
very much. And then we go over to G.
I've been listening. I got to go walk the dogs. But
SCGGC will issue a cease and desist order, abolishing all federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal vaccine passport requirements, vaccine discriminatory regulations, initiatives, and mandates regarding SARS-CoV-2.
see, this is the thing.
Correct?
I'll say in a moment of
This
quiet.
committee would have the power to issue a cease and desist order?
If we had been able to get to that
Yeah.
aspect and the committee had come to an agreement that we had proved our case that all of this was unlawful,
Yes,
at that
and-
point, then obviously the next step would be to do a cease and desist because of laws being broken and tyranny and treason and crimes against humanity that are listed within the document.
See, you got to appreciate
And
he's
then,
good. He's well intentioned, but
H
this is not going to come
provides
off
for a
well
further
for
cease and desist
most
order,
people.
to the members of the Government of Canada with instructions to the premiers and the mayors to stop all such unlawful activities pursuant to Article 3. So they would have the power to do that if you'd come to an agreement.
Correct.
And then in J, it says, by signing this memorandum, Canada Unity will immediately stop Operation Bear Hug Ottawa demonstration / convoy and federal referendum activities, and will strive to work with all groups and entities to bring this country together in unity.
Correct.
That was, if you had this memorandum agreed to, then you were going to stop the protests. Is that right?
Correct. If we could have entered into an agreement, that would have been, that's all we wanted to do is communicate with our government. And we tried every single option available to us
Right.
multiple times. We exhausted all means of communication with this government from one part of Canada, from coast to coast to coast.
They're
And
obviously trying to make
you'll
this guy
see
look
in,
less than rational.
just to further the point you've been making, under L, there's to be a final signed agreement in place within 90 days of accepting the memorandum. Correct?
Yeah, we felt that 90 days would have been given enough time to strike the committees and talk to Canada about this process. And then from there, sign into and enter into an agreement.
And then if we can come down to Article 4C, SCGGC will represent itself as the Government of Canada as a whole and not party related.
Correct.
You're saying that SCGGC is now the Government of
No.
Canada?
No, not even close. In correlation to everything that we would be discussing as a committee, we have the people and the government together. And that was, the best that we could come up with is that this committee would bring forward on behalf of the government of Canada and represent the wills of.
What you have here is someone who is not an attorney.
Okay.
And, wants to present their
and that it
terms
wouldn't-
and act like
so
a
and
negotiator.
that it wouldn't be party related because when you
I
look at the
understand what he's
Liberals
getting at, but
versus
like
the
a
NDPs
15-page
versus
document
the Conservatives,
is
there's so
always
much
gonna look
division
a little
in that whole process of governance right there in itself that we didn't want the parties being involved. We wanted to have a direct correlation to the source root of our laws, which is, we believe, the Senate, because they make the laws, they amend the laws. And a very interesting part in the Helsinki Act that's listed
sir,
in here that comes from the Nuremberg codes
I
is
think we're
that the
getting a bit
Senate
far afield, sir. Could you-
can enforce the laws.
Okay, thank
When
you.
our government has chosen to completely ignore
The Senate is part of the
all
government.
the moral aspects that come from the laws that so many people represent and defend.
So you're saying the Senate under those acts has the right to enforce the laws against the elected government? Is that what you're saying?
Under the declaration, Helsinki, yes,
Okay, thank you. Now,
because we signed on to it
I understand.
as a government and as a country to stand up for all humanity and end discrimination and segregation. And it is a law that we as a country
You
stood
don't
up
have to
for
shout,
and signed
sir.
on to.
Let's just stay calm, please.
I'm
No, I know you're emotional and that's understandable, but if you could try and just keep it down.
No,
a
I
bit.
don't apologize. I
No,
will.
don't have to
I
apologize.
will. I
Just,
will. Calm down.
just,
This is emotional when we see our government completely violating all the laws.
I understand.
And where do we turn to? The Senate
See, the substance
is our last hope.
Okay, this is where it
And that's
gets-
what's in their paychecks and their job descriptions.
Now, and you widely publicized your MOU. You wanted as many people as possible to know what you were doing?
Correct.
Yeah, and I want to skip ahead if I can for well, actually, let me ask you first. When you were
we'll come back
in,
and talk over the break. Okay, I'll be back.
Ottawa with the Canada Unity Convoy, I understand you sent this by registered mail to the Senate and the Governor General. Is that right?
We sent it all over, and it's listed in the MOU who we sent it to.
Okay. But those were the people that you sent it to because those are the parties, and then you sent it to a number of other entities, correct?
Correct.
And if we can come forward for just a moment, and I'll come back to the Freedom Convoy in January, February 22. I understand one of your purposes was to again see if you could get the attention of the Senate and the Governor General to sign this memorandum, correct?
Enter into an agreement with the committee.
And when you were in Ottawa in January, February 2022, did you again send it to those parties?
No, it's already been sent.
I see. Okay.
And it was receiving an enormous amount of support. Our servers were going crazy, literally.
And you were aware, weren't you, that the Governor General was getting a lot of phone calls from people that supported this?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Why? Was that a problem?
I'm just asking the questions.
Okay. So was I.
Now, you told us before that you withdrew the MOU, I think on February 8th. And if you can bring up OTT 30242296. You'll see that's addressed to Honorable Mary Simon, Governor General, withdrawing the memorandum of understanding. It has come to our attention that the MOU is being erroneously presented in the House as a means of displacing the democratically elected government. This was not the intention behind or purpose of this document. So you, in effect, retracted it, correct?
I didn't retract, I withdrew.
Sorry?
I didn't retract, I withdrew.
Okay.
And if I had my statement, I could actually bring that statement up that I gave you.
Yeah.
And it shows.
And and why did you do that? Why did you withdraw it?
I can tell you I didn't want to, and that I didn't need to. However, we had grown and morphed so fast as a humble family of truckers coming together. And there was documents flying left, right, center, press releases, Zoom calls. We were going at Mach 2 and 2 phones and 18 gears. And I think looking back at the amount of work that we were doing nationwide to come together and put this convoy together, there were so many people that had never heard of me and I hadn't heard of them, but we were all coming together for the greater good. So one thing that we had done is sit down as a group, and we had brought this forward. Martin, being the president of Truckers United Inc., had a lot of truckers, and Yeah, we talked about the MOU. We addressed that it deals with all of our mandates. And it's a document that we're presenting to the government to try to communicate. And we want to negotiate and sit down and say, hey, you've created and committed crimes against us by unlawfully enacting these unlawful mandates. So we would like to sit down as a group. And the MOU actually addresses all of that. It always did from day one, because 2 truckers sat down and wrote it. And a bunch of other truckers came in at the last minute. And they didn't get a privilege to, who here has actually read the MOU?
Sorry, sir, that's not the way you conduct yourself in this room. Would you answer my question?
What's the question again?
Let me suggest to you that you withdrew it because there were other people associated with the Freedom Convoy.
So everybody's just getting together in Ottawa.
Let
And
me finish, please, sir.
I will.
Thank you. You withdrew it because other people involved in the Freedom Convoy asked you to do so because it was creating problems for the very reasons that you list there, that people, you say, interpreted it as displacing the democratically elected government. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. And you did refer to a document. I don't think we have to bring it up now, but it's JBA 6064, where you explain that the memorandum of understanding was officially withdrawn on February 8 because of external pressures after an intense slanderous media smear campaign directed at the group Canada Unity and the founders, the authors Martin Broadman, James Bowder, and Sandra Bowder. Correct? Yeah.
If I can just go back in time on that, because it was pretty raw.
I understand.
Here we are as a freedom movement, and inside that freedom movement, we have been talking about fake media and all the slander stuff they do, and how our government uses very, very hateful, harmful wordsmithing directed at us. And it was never the intention to cause confusion behind this, but I love my brothers and sisters that were coming here so much that this meant nothing. We'd already won because we came here together in unity. So in our perspective internally, the fact that they tuned on to CBC and CTV and Global, which they better be lowering up because I'm going to be suing them for everything on what they've done to me and my family. That's when it was like, this has gone so out of control that it's lost where it should be. And at this point, I just said, you know what, team? We've won. The rest is in God's hands. Let's just withdraw this from a temporary point of view and sit back and observe and see where this goes. So.
Right, and the media was, in your view, mischaracterizing it as an attempt to overthrow Canada's democratic government. Is that
So I just want to put it out there that I want you to all think here for a second here. They unlawfully arrested.
Sorry, sir, I'm going to stop you. This isn't the place to give speeches. You answer the question, and you've answered it. Thank you.
There's more to ask.
And could you pull up, Mr. Clerk, ALB 401819. Now, are you familiar with the fact that after the Emergencies Act came into effect, there was an explanation offered by the government as to why they put it into effect?
I haven't seen this document before.
Okay, I just want to take you to one paragraph and ask you about it. If you can go to page 5, please. So that paragraph that starts the protests, If you look on the screen, it's there, sir. The protests have become a rallying point for anti-government and anti-authority, anti-vaccination conspiracy theory and white supremacist groups throughout Canada and other Western countries. Protesters have varying ideological grievances with demands ranging from an end to all public health restrictions to overthrow the elected government. As one example, protest organizers have suggested forming a coalition government with opposition parties and the involvement of Governor General Mary Simon. Was that part of your memorandum of understanding?
Nope. This is hilarious, though.
And you see it says, this suggestion appears to be an evolution of a previous proposal from a widely circulated memorandum of understanding from a group called Canada Unity that is taking part in the convoy. The memorandum of understanding proposed that the Senate and Governor General could agree to join them in forming a committee to order the revocation of COVID-19 restriction and vaccine mandates. And I just want to deal with the issue of appears to be an evolution. In your view, was there ever an evolution from the memorandum of understanding to suggest that there be a coalition government with opposition parties and the Governor General?
No, and we talked about that already in there where I said that the reason that we didn't want the parties in was because they weren't invited. This was just strictly the people of Canada and to sit with their Senate. That was it. And so this will help me actually with my lawsuit when I sue them. So thank you.
You're welcome. Now, do you know Tom Marazzo?
Mr. Tom.
Yeah.
I didn't know him.
Did you ever talk to him about your memorandum of understanding?
Yeah. I don't know if, I can't really recall if we did. We talked for about 15 minutes twice. Over the phone and then in person. And
if we can,
very grateful.
I just want to show you a couple of other, in the interest of time, I will move on. You mentioned a document before. I want to take you to it, COM 50857.
Jeffrey, for
Yes.
1 second, can I just reference, or Jason, can you reference
Well,
that number?
you can get it afterwards, sir.
The number was ALB 1819.
ALB 00040?
Lots of zeros.
1819.00.
Sorry, I'll give you that again. ALB 401819.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Got it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Now, can we go to COM 50857? And I think you referred to this before, and I wanted to give you a chance to tell me about it. You'll see it's again, a Facebook post dated September 16, 21, to Constable Isabel Cyr-Piddock of the Ottawa Police. And you told us before that you remained in contact with the Ottawa Police during the Canada Unity convoy?
Correct.
And was this part of the contact that you were talking about?
Yeah, so I mean, speaking of contact with the police, prior to us getting involved, we took this MOU to Police on Guard for the nationwide. And we were ecstatic as two truck drivers that this prestigious, honored group of Canadians that represent our police and our military would endorse the MOU nationwide. And
Mr. Goddard, you're kind of venturing off the questions.
So
We'll get a chance at the end to
Yeah, we
make
were-
a statement or something. So
Okay.
Sorry. Because we want
Lots
to
of
try and
questions.
get through it because there's
It's
another.
tough. I
witness.
like to tell stories. So
I know you do, and it's obvious, but we're going to try and control
Yeah.
this, okay?
And
Thank you.
This, I can tell you that this document is in evidence now, and it will be reviewed as part of the process of the commission in coming to its conclusions. I'd like to take you now to the Freedom Convoy in the period of January, February 2022. I understand that your view is that this was just a continuation of the planning that you started in August of 21.
Correct. We didn't stop. Our whole team, just 24/7, every day we were doing it. We were going and we were standing up for our lawful freedom of choice.
And at some point, you were put in touch with some other people who were thinking of organizing a convoy as well?
When?
In late December, early January. Pat King.
Yeah, look,
remember?
Lots
Chris
of people were
Barber.
calling me wanting in on this convoy.
So who called you about that? Do you remember?
No. Where are you going at with Jeffrey?
Well,
Lots of people
remember
called
who
me.
called you about getting a convoy going the end of December, early January?
A lot of people were calling me to get it. Like,
Did you speak
we were
to,
already.
Did you speak to Chris Barber?
Nope. Until a Zoom call. I didn't know Chris before.
Okay.
I met him on a Zoom.
Who invited you to the Zoom call? Pat King?
I told Pat to put us. So you're referring to how we all came together as a
Yes.
team? Okay, so
But
I
I'd
believe
like you just
we,
to answer my questions and we'll get through this.
yeah, so you got to be a little bit more, like if you're looking for specific information and who I was talking to, then just put their name.
Sure.
I
So
can't
let's
read
go
your
to
mind.
the Facebook Live event that was hosted by Pat King. That was January 13th.
Okay.
And did you know Mr. King at this point?
Yep.
How did you know?
He was with the convoy that we came here to Ottawa with back in 2019.
And did you follow him on social media?
Not really, no.
Okay. And you recall that Bridget Belton and Chris Barber also participated in that Facebook Live.
Yes.
And later on, you met Tamara Leach.
Here in the Arc Hotel for the first time.
Okay.
And I didn't talk to her. I just seen her.
And
And I'd never met her before. And I talked to her on the phone prior to launching all this. I did my due diligence to make sure that our trusted invested interest in this whole movement. One thing that you don't want to put truck drivers with funds and stuff like that. We got enough to do, and we were looking for and trying to recruit somebody that we could trust to handle all the funds. And I remember talking with Bridget, and then talking, and she'd mentioned that Chris was hooked up with her, and they were, building the convoy. They were going to do some slow rolls and stuff like that. And I think we'd mentioned that we already had Bear Hug Canada, so that was the, for those that couldn't come to Ottawa, Bear Hug Canada would represent the slow rolls and so on and so forth.
can I just stop you there? Those were individual protests that you had were promoting across the country.
Nationwide.
Yeah.
So
And
at that point, yeah, we all came together on a big Zoom, and
Yeah. And so I understand that from your perspective, what happened then was that this was, you provided the structure for people to participate in this convoy by providing the material that you'd already worked up and developed for your own convoy.
all the logistical aspects behind the scenes with our national partnerships that we established, that they were all involved already, and anybody was welcome because we're about unity. So we were, you want in, come on in. We don't care. This is for all of Canada to come together in unity. So.
And so were you in touch with you left Calgary when? on this, do you recall?
Which time?
For the, in January of 22.
Yeah, when we left.
Yeah, and were you in touch with you yourself, were you in touch with the police along the way?
Extensively, every day.
Talking about what sort of things?
We had all sorts of routes going on. We had captains of the yin yang that were coming in. The western route was pretty easy to put together. It was the eastern, southern eastern Ontario routes. They gave us a lot of logistical stress, and we had to work very, very carefully with multiple police individuals. And so what we did was, instead of working, I worked at with staff sergeants that had been working with since August 1st. So hey, we're coming back. How you doing? Get prepared. And then from there, they started funneling police to start connecting in with the captains. And as we started bringing more captains in, then we would start working on the routes in the back end so that it all flowed. And if you look at all the route maps and everything else, everything flowed into Wellington. So.
And I take it that you were in contact with both the OPP and the Ottawa Police Service? Is that?
OPP, PPS, and OPS.
And so what happened when you got to Ottawa? How were you directed to go somewhere?
I was coming in from the west, and what I wanted to do was hook up with Martin Broadman, and I knew that Bridget was bringing in the crew and our family coming in from Southern Ontario, and it was always planned that she would come in a day ahead of time. And then that actually turned out we had to split it up at the last minute because there was just so many trucks and it was just so large. So that became a Friday and a Saturday event. Then from there, I left to literally drove all night kind of thing so that we could get over to meet with the Eastern convoy, as the Western convoy with Chris and Tamara, they're coming in. Bridget's in with all the captains from the southern area, and there's still more captains coming in on that day as well. So then we're bringing we got the west routes, and then we went and grabbed the east routes so that we could all come together in unity.
And when you came together and about to enter Ottawa, were you being directed where to go?
Yeah, we were shamboozled and blindsided, because I can tell you that was not the original plans that we had set down with those police. If you looked at the original mapping that was well posted, it was all points lead into Wellington. And we had really good detailed mapping on that. So you can imagine our surprise when we get to these blockades that, honestly, a real convoy, do a 98, crash the gate. We got us a convoy. We didn't crash no gates because we respect the laws. We respect the citizens. We were working in partnership with the police. But when we hit that the edge of town, and we're like, this isn't what we planned on. And from that point on, I got a lot of flack for that. People were blaming me and throwing me under the bus. As soon as I got downtown, it's like, and I was like, I didn't do this.
What were they blaming you for?
For not getting the trucks in to Wellington, like we had all agreed on.
And was the plan for all the trucks to be on Wellington?
There was two main routes that were on our maps, and our logistics team had put that in, and our maps are uploaded into the server. So there again, you'd have to bring those back up and review them all. But it was two main corridors that we'd had, and I don't have that off the top of my head.
And so where did you yourself go?
I went back to Confederation Park to start with Unity 1, and that's where I parked to Unity 1, and then straight over to the Arc Hotel.
And what type of vehicle were you driving?
A 1991 Glendale Royal Classic that was adopted and named Unity One, not by us, but
sorry for
Unity One, because it was the first convoy vehicle that started this unity movement.
And what size vehicle is that?
That's big. It's 30-footer.
Okay. And can you put up, please, Mr. Clerk, OPP 00001489. And this is a document you won't have seen before, Mr. Bowder, but it's comes from the Ontario Provincial Police Report, and it's dated January 28, 2022. And if you can go to item 5, I believe it is. And it refers to a video posted on the Canada Unity Facebook page. And it says, James Bowder, who is driving in the convoy, indicates that Operation Bear Hug was intended to bring the law to Ottawa, and they will not leave the city until the law has been restored and they get their lawful freedom back. Is that something that you can recall communicating to the OPP that you talked?
Correct. Yeah, multiple times.
And then it says, well, Bowder states that they have made plans so that members of the public and public transportation in Ottawa will not be disrupted. And let me stop there. What were those plans?
From day one, Convoy One, always keep the lanes open. That was well communicated. We had a code of conduct that everybody had agreed to, had been distributed to all the truckers, well communicated. And between the captains and the police, we worked in partnership together multiple times, conversations, and so on and so forth. And public safety has always been precedent number one, always. So anything that we could do working together in partnership, and that actual word was used multiple times, partnership and safety.
Thank you. And it goes on to say, he also hints that there are plans that they cannot make public for strategic and security reasons.
Where is that?
Bowder further states that he anticipates that they will win in Ottawa, after which they will proceed to the United States to support the truck drivers there. Was that part of your
What date is this?
plan?
What date is this?
January 28th, 2022.
22. Yeah. We lit up the world. And our brothers and sisters down south in the border, all the truck drivers, they started seeing what we're doing. And yeah, they were pretty excited, and they started convoying down there. And we figured, well, when this is done, maybe we'll go down there and we'll give them some support because they're supporting us up here. So that was what that was about.
And then it says, he further references a memorandum of understanding that has been prepared that once signed will result in Prime Minister Trudeau, Aaron O'Toole, and the NDP leader stepping down. Is that something that you told the OPP?
Don't recall.
Sorry?
I mean, obviously, I mean, if we catch them committing treason, which we believe they have, they'd be stepping down, right? And all the evidence that we wanted to sit down with the Senate and say, here, you know, we believe our government is committing treason, enforce the laws, please, Senate. At that point, yes, we would definitely expect to see Trudeau and, well, Aaron O'Toole isn't anymore, but, you know, applicable members that would be identified throughout Canada that have committed treason and crimes against humanity. And we will never stop until that is public and on, you know, another hearing needs to come from us.
I see my time is up. Could I have a few more minutes, please, Commissioner?
You actually have another 15 minutes.
Oh, I do?
Oh, good.
Well,
It's
your lucky day, Mr. Bowder.
Yeah, keep it going.
Actually, it's for 13 minutes.
Thank you. Now, you told us you were you parked your vehicle in Confederation Park, and I understand that there were some people who set up a teepee in Confederation Park. Were you part of that?
A teepee?
Yeah.
There was no teepees. We wanted teepees and we could have had teepees, but there was no teepees that I was aware of.
Was there an incident that the police spoke to you about regarding Pat King and things that were going on at Confederation Park?
Correct.
And can you briefly tell the commissioner what that was?
So a couple of days into landing at the Ark, it was pretty hectic and chaotic, and I was very blessed to come across these two tribal sovereign clan mothers that I met at the Ark Hotel. And being my wife is Algonquin, it was a very interesting conversation. And, you know, we respect our elders deeply. And when two clan mums come up to you and want to talk to you, and, you know, the relevance behind Confed Park is that when we were here for Bear Hug 1, we had attained the permission to use Confed Park, and we attained the permission again to use Confed Park. Okay,
Yes.
so we had all that in play for Bear Hug 1 and Bear Hug 2. So that's why we took Unity 1 to Confed Park, and our team was down there. And then comes along what I think is controlled op. Because what I was seeing from Pat King, and then this incident that happened at Confed Park, where this, what I learned from the clan mums was that there was a fake chief named Chief J.D. Anderson. Now, he's claiming himself as a chief, but I find out from the clan mums, who are the hierarchy in the law in tribal, that this was not the case, and that he was running around Ottawa, and there was a.
So
I'm a trucker. I don't know anything about controlled op and all the rest of that stuff, and a lot of us didn't. That's why we had to call police on guard and help, you know, get in here.
And I take it that
so there was lots of these little incidents and bubbles of just, you know, shit disturbers, right? Looking for attention.
And I take it that at some
I think
point,
Pat got wrapped up in that.
yeah.
And then they did something that is very wrong. They started a fire, and a sacred fire. Okay, there's a difference between starting a burn barrel kind of thing, but this fake chief was running around, and Pat's there, and all these controlled op people that we'd identified were hanging out, and it just was very greasy. This wasn't our, you know, that they basically just sort of, we're taking Confed Park over, and from there, that caused a lot of conflict.
And I take it that ultimately they.
Oh, it got big. This incident just about caused it was, you have no idea what happened behind the scenes. And that took me out. Okay. You didn't know where James was, putting fires out, trying to stop the Indian natives, you know, from going after Pat King and these fake chiefs. So I worked with the clan mums, who then worked with City Hall. I worked with the police. And together, we worked in partnership for safety, and we had to shut down Confed Park. And I was mad because had that event not happened, the clan mums were working to try to bring in some teepees. And you can imagine if we'd had some teepees there, because that would have completed the circle of unity. Without our tribal, we have no unity in this country. And they were very much a big part of this unity movement from coast to coast to coast. So we were really excited to get an opportunity, and sadly controlled ops destroyed
And so we've heard evidence about various complaints made by residents when the convoy was in Ottawa, things like constant honking, smell of diesel fumes, harassment. Did you see and experience that?
Certainly going to give the sound bites to people who want to discredit everything he has to say. Treason
celebration in my life.
And controlled
And
opposition.
with that, you got everything else that comes with it.
And just a few more questions. Did you have any contact with truckers that were organizing blockades at Windsor?
Nope.
Coots?
Nope.
Emerson?
Nope.
Surrey?
Nope.
And yesterday, Mr. Marazzo, in his evidence, we had a live stream press conference from February 7th, and he made the statement, "I'm willing to sit at a table with the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc as a coalition. I'll sit with the Governor General. Put us at the table with somebody that actually cares about Canada." Did you know about that statement?
No.
Did you have anything to do with it?
No. Sounds like a good statement, though. That's what we wanted to do. And Tom was entrusted deeply, and we're very, very grateful for Tom. Very grateful. He was exactly what we needed to help a bunch of truckers out that had a lot of emotions, a lot of fears. We had multiple police officers and agencies.
Yeah.
There's just so much going on.
I understand
When
that. Can we
Tom
come
came in
then
with his
to,
background, it's a big help.
I think they, at some point, after the Emergency Act was invoked, I understand that you and your wife were arrested. Is that right?
Correct. And I'd like to bring that video
But-
up if we could, because that shows
How long is the video?
5
sir?
minutes. Not even. It's actually
Okay.
quick.
We'll
It's
can at
actually
least
quick. I
show
think
part
this
of
is
it.
relevant because it really is.
It's the new video that you just received.
That's
this
that
morning.
you. No.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
That's the one that I just
Yes.
that we had problems with.
Yes.
this is the hearing clerk. Just for everyone's benefit, that video is JBA 6081.
Thank you.
So I'm just coming out of the Arc Hotel here on Sunday. Okay. And this constable here, if you're planning on leaving, yes, we were. And you can see the blockade of snow where we couldn't leave. We were obstructed. We couldn't leave if we tried. And just down the other side behind Unity 1 here, just down the road, there's a snow clearing crew coming down.
Especially with it being snowed in. So you're willing to leave right now? We don't need to take action? I gotta get my hotel room. Okay. Yeah.
Right there, we're cooperating.
Talk to Sergeant Louis with OPS.
Now, also, when I came down, I was blindsided. I hadn't even had my morning coffee or nothing. And 15 of these officers had a crowbar. They were trying to break into Unity 1. I said, hey, whoa. I'll get the keys. Okay, please don't hurt it. And I ran back up. I grabbed my keys. I came back down.
And I want out.
I want out.
I know lawful time to anybody.
Sooner the better.
Well, I know. So the question is, they're gonna give you time to check out? Well, we're talking minutes, not hours.
Minutes. How am I supposed to get out of that in minutes?
Well, can you back it up and go out?
An RV don't back out
RV, guys,
of that
it
crap.
doesn't move that way.
I was blocked by Ottawa city crews that didn't do their job and clean the streets.
You can call the auto police in 7 days? This guy just said he was gonna let me move up. No, not happening. Vehicles that are parked in this zone are all being towed and seized. Find your own way home.
I actually don't.
Okay, what's your name?
I'm Stu.
Stu? Stu, what? Where do you live?
I'm in the hotel here.
Where do you live? Is this your house?
I'm homeless and I live downtown Ottawa.
You live downtown Ottawa?
I'm homeless.
Where?
I don't have ID. No. It's like I've got, I guess, my health card.
7 days, you can call the auto police and get a release.
Is over. Conversation is over. What part of that you don't understand? We've already arrested 2 people at this location. Yeah, absolutely. Go check out. How long did you give?
So when I run your name, they're going to tell me your address is going to come back to what?
Find your own way home.
Probably somewhere in Sudbury because I'm homeless and I've been in Ottawa since Canada Day and I've been living here. I'm on the
Can you just pause it there, please?
Do you want?
At what point can we forward it?
yeah,
This part
just a little bit.
about.
Sure, try there.
Okay, let's try there.
Yeah.
Maybe back.
Keep going, keep going. I think what you're going to see from here, I don't know, keep going. There is audio, extensive audio behind this.
Well, it's a little too long at this point.
So I
the
think
time
because
is
it's
up.
already, I don't, we don't
Okay,
need.
but
to
we
do
get,
this. I mean,
we
I was
understand
arresting
your
people saying this
evidence,
and-
sir, as to what happened to you.
You'll notice that we
Yes.
cooperated completely. And if you got the rest of this, you would see that my wife and I were very lawful, very peaceful, very respectful, as we always have been with the police. From
Thank
day
you.
one.
Those are my questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we could, I could call on the Government of Canada, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowder.
Good afternoon.
My name is Brendan Vanianais, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I wonder if we could go to a document that you wrote, I think, after you had left Ottawa.
Which time?
It's JBA 6043.
On the first time, the second time, or the third time? Because it did 3 nationwide convoys.
I'm not sure. You might have to tell me, but let me just ask you first if this is a letter that you prepared.
Yep.
And looking at it, I suppose in fact, you were still on the, as you say, on the front line in Ottawa when you wrote it, and you talk about having been there for about 3 weeks, right?
Can you just shrink this down a little bit so I can just, I mean, there's so much that, okay, so what do you need for a question?
So this is a document that you wrote and made public after being in Ottawa for about 3 weeks.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Okay.
And if we look at the 7th paragraph on the page, it's the one that starts, "The call for freedom, unity, and love has gone out, and Canadians answered." Do you see that?
Correct.
And in the last sentence of that paragraph, you say that you made a choice, you Canadians, I guess, made a choice to come to Ottawa, to Coutts, to Windsor, and make your stand for freedom. Is it fair?
All across Canada, coast to coast, we came together for our freedoms.
And you told Mr. Leon that you were not in contact directly with the participants at the events in Coutts and Windsor, for example, while you were in Ottawa, but you were grateful for the response across the country. Is that fair?
Yeah, very grateful because they chose unity over division.
And you accomplished more than you could have hoped to accomplish in terms of the national and international response. Is that fair, Mr. Bowder? Yeah. You saw that what you had done inspired the protests at the borders in Coutts, Windsor, and Emerson, Manitoba, for example.
What I had done? I didn't.
What you and others
We-
had done.
There's-
What you and others
what
had
we, Team Canada,
Yeah.
had done.
The collective you when I ask this question. And that those efforts by you and others also inspired events at the Thousand Islands Bridge near Cornwall, the Blue Water in Sarnia, Port Huron crossing, the Peace Bridge the Fort Francis crossing and the Confederation Bridge in Prince Edward Island, right?
It was a lot of people coming together because they were in pain.
You inspired convoys in Surrey, BC, Vancouver, Toronto, Quebec City, Regina, and Winnipeg.
I convoy for freedom. It's what we do. So if I'm guilty of anything, it's because I love to convoy and I love looking for my freedom that's missing. So apparently other people, they wanted to convoy too on their own accords under the Bill of Rights.
And similar convoys were inspired in the United States too, right?
Well, we started campaigning strategically bear hug, which I'm still wowed at how that traveled around the world. It was convoy for freedom, freedom for convoy, and bear hug. Those three just exploded around the world, and it's still amazing. It's godly.
It went as far as New Zealand, Australia, Paris, Belgium, Finland, and the Netherlands, right?
This guy's blaming the global movement.
And the United Kingdom, right?
Worldwide, we had the biggest unity movement in the world, and that goes down in history. And that's all of us, Canada. Thank you for coming together in unity and showing the world what this is all about. Thank you.
Could we go to your statement of evidence, which you submitted to the commission? It's JBA 6080. This is the statement that you prepared and you submitted this, I guess, over the weekend, eh?
Oh boy. You're bringing this one up, are you?
This is the evidence statement that you were asking Mr. Leon to see earlier.
Canada, this is the one that you want to look at and download and read because it has links to evidence contained within that link Trudeau to treason.
We'll come back to that. Could we go to page 4, please? If we could go towards the bottom of the page under the heading, the launch of Canada Unity Convoy for Freedom. Do you see that area there?
Yep.
And you describe in the first paragraph under that heading that what happened to you in the spring of 2021 that led to the launch of Canada Unity, right?
Yep.
And I understand from what you've written here that your employer, where you were a full-time truck driver, came to you and said that you would need to provide proof that you'd been injected with the COVID vaccines in order to be allowed access to their clients' facilities, right?
Yeah.
And therefore, you say that you were forced to quit your job, right?
Yeah.
And that's because if you were not willing to become vaccinated, then you would not be able to continue to attend at your employer's client's place of business, right?
Vaccinated with the RMNA gene altering therapy, yes.
And that was a requirement that was imposed upon your employer as a condition of continuing to do business with the client, right?
Correct.
And to be clear, that was not a decision that was imposed upon you by government. Is that fair?
No, that's not fair.
Okay. Could we go to page 6, please?
Okay, sir, can you back up and what was that question again?
I said that was not a decision that was imposed upon you by government.
Oh, no, that 100% was imposed by this federal government as the main root of all of it, and then followed by provincial governments that are so eager for a little piece of the trough to get some money, and then the municipal governments at the very end. So a three-ring circus of just total unlawful issue of unlawful mandates.
That's your explanation for why you quit your employment, Mr. Bowder?
No, I quit my employment because they're never going to put that ever in me. I don't have any problems with vaccines. I've traveled internationally. I got lots of vaccines. Okay, those are medically approved and tested and everything else. But there's no darn way I'm going to put some gene altering therapy into me. That's no good. And no way. That's my medical rights. That's my lawful rights. And there's so many laws that are in this MOU that highlight that. Canada.
Could we go to page 7, please, of this document? The second last paragraph on the page, please.
My wife and I should never have been arrested after the emergency order was implemented, for we committed no crimes. Pretty sure they don't want to.
6 before, but
They don't want to bring that up.
I just don't want to get it wrong twice.
Don't worry, you already got it wrong
That's
once.
why we're here, because we did get it wrong. We chose division over unity, and hopefully we'll get it right, and we don't have to
Okay.
go down this path again.
just, if you can just wait for the question.
Excuse me, it is page 6, second last paragraph on page 6. You see at the end of that paragraph, Mr. Bowder, you've written here that the words convoy for freedom and Operation Bear Hug got out internationally, deeply embarrassing our Liberal minister, specifically Trudeau and Freeland, as they were called out by the international community.
They
As
were.
they rightfully should be. You see that?
Yep.
Who specifically in the international community did you have in mind when you wrote?
I don't have names. There's
The
videos all over
European
place.
Parliament. I'll get the video
You
right
have to
now.
Do that research yourself. There's a lot of evidence out there, and if you would like or you need evidence, by all
I'll
means, I
get
can
the
provide
video
it. I
right now.
just don't have that
5 minutes of Justin Trudeau getting roasted by European
I
Parliament.
just wanted to understand what you had meant, sir. That's all. That's okay. Thank you.
European Parliament, sir. Here, there's a
Could we
link
go
for the
now
chat.
to another document.
5
that
minutes.
is a letter from you of February the 16th. It's JBA 708.
5 minutes of European Parliament telling him he didn't respect fundamental rights. They didn't want him in Parliament. Called him a dictator.
You see, this is a letter from Canada Unity. I take it by you that you submitted to the commission and wrote to the Ottawa Police. Do you see that?
Correct.
And if we look at the third and fourth paragraph on the page, please. Starting with the paragraph that starts Canada Unity and the Convoy for Freedom. Do you see that?
Correct.
And you say that you're also very concerned to hear about the estimated 2,000 missing firearms from Peterborough, Ontario, right?
When crimes are committed, what do? We call the police, okay? And we had intel. We couldn't confirm or deny or anything. We just had intel. And any intel of crimes being committed that we could identify, hey, right away, 911. This was a little bit more important that required, because it just, as you can see, this was more where it felt that if it was put in a document, that maybe it would get a little bit more assistance from the police to make sure that if you can scroll the very top.
What was the question?
And I'm not a weapons expert. All I know is that LRAD weapon was causing a lot of fear amongst everybody. And it was, so we wanted to do our best. Remember, we're partnerships with the police all the way through. Hey, what's going on? Can you please address this and put everybody at peace? Because if that had been the case, we would have all said, no, I would have contacted everybody. I would have stood on buildings and said, no, please.
Well, if we can just go back to my question, you'd become aware around February the 13th when it came out in the newspapers that there had been a trailer of approximately 2,000 stolen firearms from a trailer in Peterborough, Ontario. Is that what you're referring to?
From the best of, I mean, whatever's here is what I can recall from what was happening. There was a lot going on. It's just,
you don't dispute that timing?
No, this is just a risk mitigation process to try to give the police an opportunity to respond and do some.
And you say your concern is not least because of that number of firearms, clips, and ammo being so easily taken, but because of their unknown location, right?
Yeah, that's the evidence. I mean, we were getting intel that this was happening and they didn't know where it was. So.
And you immediately, if you look to the next paragraph, you said, we have concerns that these weapons will be used against peaceful demonstrators or the citizens of Ottawa in order to blame the participants of this lawful demonstration, right?
Correct.
You were concerned that there was a connection between the events of the that were occurring in Ottawa on the Freedom Convoy and the theft of this large quantity of firearms, right?
I didn't know anything other than I got some intel, and I can't connect any of the dots. I'm not this is just an observational request letter, really, that this is stuff that I'm getting. It's concerning. It's deeply concerning. And I don't have all the evidence or the facts, but please investigate and put us at ease.
Sure. Sure. And you knew by February the 16th about the fact that a large quantity of firearms had been seized under search warrant in Coutts, Alberta at the border blockade, right?
I'd heard of some stuff that was being seized and so on and so forth.
I may or may not be back for a while. People.
Regardless, it was a reasonable concern for you to wonder if there was a connection between these stolen firearms in Peterborough and what was going on in Ottawa, Windsor, and elsewhere.
Yeah, because this was so close. When you get a rumor or a speculate, you don't play around with this. Like, this is serious business, and it's over my pay grade. And I felt that the right response was to notify the police. So that's what we did.
Thank you, Mr. Bowder. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowder. My name is Brendan Miller, and I'm counsel to the Freedom Corp, which is an organization that represented the protesters that were here in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. I am the lesser, better-looking Brendan of the lawyers.
Come forward or put your mic a little bit.
Yes, sure.
There you go.
Okay. So I want to first discuss with you again, you've mentioned and has been put in evidence this memorandum of understanding, right?
Correct.
So I take it that was just basically a piece of paper, fair?
Yeah.
Right. And therein, and nothing that I've seen at least, Canada Unity has never called for any form of violence.
No.
You never called to violently overthrow the government of Canada.
Never.
You never offered to do any form of sabotage, like blowing up bridges or anything like that.
No.
No, you didn't.
Actually, can I from that one there? Speaking of rumors again.
Yeah.
We got a rumor that our big trucks down in Windsor, or the big bridge down there, right? That the vibration. So we put a call out, used our social media. Hey, everybody, if this is the case, out, get off that bridge.
Okay.
And that's all that I could do from my position to try to risk mitigate, right? Anything to do with risk.
Right.
I'm going to jump in and try to take a high risk down to a LERP.
Right. But I take it that there was no motivation and no expression on part of your organization and yourself to call for any form of violence or destruction of property.
No, we're
Okay.
calling for love and unity and peace and giving bear hugs. I mean, violence is the last thing in our minds.
Now, you don't have to answer this question, and I'm just telling you because you don't have a lawyer, because what I'm about to ask you is subject to privilege, okay? So you don't have to answer it. You're not required. Did you have a lawyer help you prepare the memorandum of understanding?
No.
Okay.
No, just two truck drivers.
Two truck drivers. So it's just a document written by two truck drivers?
Yeah.
All right. With no legal advice?
No.
All right. And you can agree with me that in that document, of course, it's proposing that the Governor General and the Senate would essentially take over government in consultation with the committee? Is that...
Not take over government.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
They would, because those are the key holders of our laws. Okay. When Trudeau messes up, we're supposed to be able to go to the Governor General and have a communication with her or him or whoever is elected in that position. And when you research into the Helsinki Act, you're going to find a very, very interesting.
Right.
aspect.
And I don't
So-
need to, this is just the only question. I just want to make sure you're clear. You understand, of course, the Governor General is appointed by the Prime Minister?
Correct.
Right? And you understand that senators are appointed in
Correct.
Canada? So those are non-democratic actors, right?
Yep.
Right? So can you agree with me that what you were actually asking for was somewhat of an undemocratic solution?
Yeah. Well, democratic, I guess. I mean, if you're asking to come together at a table and communicate, and you know, if they don't respond, you have nothing.
Right.
Right. You got nothing.
Right. And
you're going to communicate yourself to the wall because it takes two parties to make an MOU.
Right. I get it. Okay.
Something.
But the other thing I want to ask you is this, is that my clients, Freedom Corp, Tamara Litch, Tom Marazzo, Chris Barber, et cetera, none of them supported the memorandum of understanding. They actually asked you to withdraw it, right? It was them who requested it.
I didn't hear them request. They didn't come to me personally and say,
Okay.
James, would you request this? My wife and the Sovereign Clan mums, we talked, and out of respect, just to say, hey, I mean, it served its purpose.
Okay.
Right at that point, because of other situations with the Freedom Corp, where I was put Tom in place, and then from there I backed off because I was dealing with all the shit that Pat had been doing and everything else, and I didn't even get a chance to come and talk to the Freedom Corp. I didn't even know who they were.
Okay. And so
really, I didn't know who the Freedom Corp was until weeks down the road.
All right. And I take it my friend with the government, he put to you a discussion or a statement that you made about the Prime Minister had been condemned by the international community. Do you remember when he put that to you just moments
Oh,
ago?
that, yeah.
Right. Was what you're making reference to, just to remind you, was it the March 2022 incident where the Prime Minister was to speak in European Parliament and a bunch of the members of Parliament walked out and gave speeches against him invoking the Emergencies Act? Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, that's like there's evidence out there. It's pretty easy to find, but yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Nice to meet the Freedom Corp for the first time.
Call on the Ottawa Police Service.
Thank you very much. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service, Mr. Botter.
Nice to meet you, David.
Thank you. You too. I understand that you participated, you said, in an earlier convoy to Ottawa. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that was the United We Roll?
Yeah.
That was in 2019?
Correct.
And I believe in that case, you ended up staying in Ottawa for several weeks?
2019.
In 2019?
Yeah, no, we came, we were here for 3 days and we went back home.
3 days?
Yeah.
And it was peaceful?
Yeah.
And were you parked on Wellington?
I believe we were there, and then we were out at Arnprior, and then we came back in. I think it was back and forth for a couple of days, honked our horns and went home.
And you maintained contact with the police while you were here?
I was not an organizer in that first 2019. That was compliments of Glenn Carrot and Haley Whale. I was just, I was here with my camera, and I was a participant, and I was invited to be on the convoy because, you know, trucker, and I was just invited. I was a participant, and my wife had told me, she says, James, this is my first launch of Canada Unity kind of thing. She says, it's not about you. Point the camera on everybody else and give them their voice and, and let their voice be on the platform. So
sorry, I
wasn't an organizer of 2018 at all. No capacity at all.
Appreciate that. But you were here with a number of other vehicles, correct?
Yep.
And you had no issues with the police?
No.
No problems?
Not that I was aware. No, I was too busy feeding the homeless in Ottawa.
Okay. And so there'd be no reason for the police to suspect this time that the convoy you participated in would cause problems because it didn't last time either, correct?
No correlation at all, none. And I wasn't involved in with any of the dealings with the police for 2019 at all. Just a participant.
I just want to talk about the parking situation. You talked about where you could park in Ottawa. Do you recall that?
Which time?
This time.
Okay.
And I think you said you had some maps.
The first bear hug or the second bear hug?
I'm sorry?
The first bear hug or the second bear hug?
This time when you were here in February.
Okay, second bear hug too.
Right.
Okay.
And so you said you were given some maps. So if we could just maybe call up that map, it's JBA 400068. And so you'll see this, we'll just scroll through it for a minute and then I'll come back to it.
Can you just back up for a second, please?
Sure.
Take direction from the police whenever applicable. Leave open space for emergent vehicles at all times. No closed trailers permitted on Wellington. All staging areas must be kept on adjacent emergency vehicle. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
And this is what you were referring to. And then there's some maps if we scroll down.
Yep. There's a lot of maps.
Right. So this is what you were talking about, the information you had, correct?
Logistics and planning and all sorts of stuff.
And so if we could please look at page.
That was a big team that put this all together.
Were you coming eastbound on Highway 417?
Which time?
This time.
I actually came in from the east.
Right. So
with Martin and the Eastern convoy.
Okay. So were you traveling eastbound on Highway 417?
Eastbound. No, westbound.
You were coming westbound.
I'm from Calgary. I don't know your streets.
So
Save a tree and these maps. I got a big team.
Okay.
Okay. And I know that they specialized in doing a lot of logistics and mapping and everything else. I just know that I overviewed and I made sure that the main the safety points were in correlation for all of our captains. And if our captains had any problems or questions, then we would make a change.
And so you weren't able to park on Wellington this time, correct?
Yeah. All points lead to Wellington.
And so you'll see on page 3, the map shows parking only in curb lane, capacity 38 tractor trailers. Do you see that on Wellington?
Yep.
And so
that was our goal all the way along, was take the curbs, leave the center open for everybody, and then we're there lawfully, and we're
right. But you see, there's a limited amount of parking on Wellington.
If you
correct?
know how long,
Sorry,
if you know how long a block is and how long 53-foot trailer is, and so on and so forth, and you do the math roughly, you can get about 38 tractors in there.
Right. So you agree with me? There was limited parking, and you knew that on Wellington Street, correct?
Yeah.
Right. And so if we keep scrolling down, there are then instructions for where vehicles are supposed to come in, depending on whether they're coming from the west or the east. And there are staging areas for those vehicles, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So there's nothing that suggested that there was unlimited parking on Wellington, correct?
Nope.
Okay. And if you could also look at OPP, speaking of maps and parking, if we could just turn up OPP 404261. And so if we could turn, please, to page 5. You'll see on the bottom, well, if you look at Parliament Hill Area 1, you'll see the traffic plan provides that a decision will be made by the incident commander based on the location of the individual convoys on when to shut down traffic in this key area. And then if you scroll down a little further, where it says stacking area, you'll see the real estate roadway on Wellington will be filled on a first come basis, no spots reserved, and then vehicles are to be staged along Wellington. And so there were specific instructions you understood as to where the convoys were supposed to be parking, correct?
Correct.
And then just finally, just to conclude, there is an article in, I believe, Vice magazine about you. Have you seen that one?
You got it?
Well, let me just
get a reference it. Do you want to pull it up?
Let me just ask you this, sir. The article talks about you having Facebook postings saying that the 2020 election in the US was rigged.
What's that have to do with this?
I'm
Let's leave
just
the US
asking you
out of it.
if,
I mean,
if that's what's posted on
well,
your.
I believe that it was rigged, but
Right.
what's that got to do with this?
And you've shared on that Facebook hashtags for QAnon. Fair?
Yeah, so?
And that 9/11 was planned by a shadowy government body. Is that correct?
If you've seen it, there again, you're trying to make me recall stuff that I don't have to recall, but I'm going to take your word.
Okay.
That you've seen it with your own eyes, obviously, that you're trying to do stuff. But what's the point? What does that have to do with us being here to talk about an emergency act that was unlawfully invoked by Trudeau?
Right. And
Hashtags?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Just to finish off, I understand, and I'll pull up this document and maybe you could just confirm it. It's OPP 403562. And if we could please go to page 5. Just going to ask you about 2 pages on it. The third bullet under open source information, sorry. Yeah. And so it indicates an image of Ottawa police notice to demonstrators has been posted to the Freedom Convoy Facebook group page. And you see that?
Yep.
Okay. And is that in fact correct? You did see that notice to protesters?
Negative.
You did not see it?
Nope. This is Freedom Convoy 22. I'm Convoy for Freedoms, the original.
Okay, so you didn't see that. Okay.
No.
And then if you could please go to page 7. The second paragraph, I believe. Yeah, you're actually highlighted in there. And it indicates police information indicates James Botter of Canada Unity was more so aligned with King, that's Pat King. His current position as to who he may align with or direct his some odd 40 odd trucks remains a gap. So am I correct that you were in fact aligned with Mr. King?
In what respect?
In terms of your participation in the
So Pat King, I mean, it's no secret. I mean, the guy's a social media guy, and that's what we brought Pat King in for. It was social media, and he was really good at it. Plus, he also had a background in convoys and logistics and stuff like that. So I mean, Pat was Pat, and we don't have to agree. That's the beauty of all of this, is that we all had individual rights to be here, and we came together as a team with our indifferences.
Right. And then it talks about you having about 40 odd trucks that you believed were in your control. Is that a reasonable estimate?
No.
Was more or less?
With respect to what date, when, and 40 trucks, like I don't even.
That you would have some influence on whether they would stay or go.
I don't have influence over anybody that's exercising their Bill of Rights, nor would I ever want to.
Okay, thanks
We're
very
all
much.
free will to come here on our own.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police, the OPP.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see me and hear me okay?
You're on mute, or we can't hear you, so.
Is he here in the court?
No, he's
Oh, Zoom.
zooming.
Oh,
He's
Zoomy
zooming
Zooms.
in. We're,
Okay.
we're high tech.
I was like,
here.
huh? What?
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, I guess there might be a bit of a delay, which caused that issue. But sir, can you see me and can see me on the screen and hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Right, my name is Chris Diana. I'm counsel to the OPP. I just have a couple of questions that just arose out of some of the evidence that you gave in response to questions from my friend, counsel to Government of Canada. He brought you to a document where you expressed some concern that a number of firearms have been stolen from the Peterborough area. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I take it you were concerned about the possible existence of firearms, perhaps, in your area there?
Rightfully, yes.
All right. Do you know what happened with those firearms?
No, that was the last I heard of it, was that report. And then from there, I got distracted and off to another, putting out something else.
Okay, so I would put to you, and just because I don't think that's information that should be out there without resolution, but I would put to you that those firearms were recovered only a couple of days after they were stolen. Do you know that?
No, I honestly, after that, there was a lot of other things, and I just didn't get a chance to follow back on it. But I'm glad that if we were able to help in any way and just alert you, it's just one of those things when you see something, you phone Crime Stoppers kind of thing. So we were just doing our part to help.
Sorry, thanks. I think police services were aware of it, but Commissioner, I think this is an important fact that, again, that I don't think should be just kind of out there as a loose end. And although this document was not on the list to be put to the witness, I think it's relevant to this issue. And so I would like to refer to it now on this point. And that's document OPP 401549. And if we can make it a bit bigger, thank you. And sir, you will not recognize this document. It's internal email correspondence within the OPP. If you can go to page 2, please. And under where it says update 10, this is an email from Brad Collins, who's with the OPP to a number of others within the OPP. You'll see it says Peel Regional Police confirmed the recovery of the stolen load of firearms from Peterborough Police Service jurisdiction. Information developing, but the load of rifles has been recovered, save for possibly a few individual pieces removed from skids. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
All right, well, thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions, but I thought that was a factual issue that should be dealt with.
Thank you for clearing this up, that we were able to help assist in catching some bad guys.
Yep, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tom Curry for the former chief. We have no questions for Mr. Ottawa.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next is City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins for the City of Ottawa. This city has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Next is the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Botter. My name is Paul Champ. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. Just have some questions for you.
Nice to meet you, Paul.
Nice to meet you. The MOU, people could sign that or show support for it online, or
at the present time that we had it going out there, you could sign on it.
Right.
And then you would get a digital certificate of authenticity and everything else stating that you actually signed it, like DocuSign.
Right. Right. And to your knowledge, did the other some of the convoy organizers, did some of them sign it?
There's no way I could sit here and recall close to 400,000 signatures.
That's fine. No problem. So next, I just want to talk to you a little bit about what the plan was when you were coming to Ottawa. You know, seeing some of the videos and whatnot, and your Zoom call on January 23rd with Mr. Barber and Ms. Belton and Mr. King. What was the plan when you were going to come to downtown Ottawa? You were going to try to encircle downtown. Was that what Operation Bear Hug was?
No. We wanted to come here and talk with our government, the federal government specifically.
Okay, I'd ask the clerk to bring up document COM 00838. and that's the transcript. While he's calling that up, I want to ask you another question about some of the protest tactics you were thinking about when you came to Ottawa this time. Was it discussed or was it planned to have groups of people without masks go into restaurants and shops and stores?
Yeah.
That was part of the plan, to make the point that you're free people who could go where you want.
Yep. Because I mean, we were here for Bear Hug 1, right? And we've got all the videos of us exercising under the Bill of Rights, our lawful freedom of choice. And it just proves that when you follow the path of law, you'll find that these mandates don't have the law to back them up. And that's why we went with the police and we talked with the police and we communicated with the police and we got it all on video.
Sure. But
they're there all the time. And at any given time, if we had committed and broken laws, we would have been arrested right there. But you know what? The police of Ottawa were really helpful and they showed us that we can do lawful events. And from there, we told Ottawa that when we were here, we would be back.
But the plan was as a form of protest to go into restaurants and shops without masks to show that.
We were protesting that all over the world.
And I know I'm going to regret doing this, but the Canadian Bill of Rights has property rights. What about the property rights of the restaurant or the shop owners? Why couldn't they ask people to not come in unless they're wearing masks? Didn't they have those rights? Or was your rights more important than their rights?
Well, let's see here. So you're asking Canadians to violate and participate in an unlawful mandate. So I don't want to break the law and put myself in a situation where, like these mandates are going to be proven that they were unlawful all the way through. And history will write that, not me.
If you could just bring up page 27, and while that's coming up, I'll ask you just another question on that, Mr. Bowder. But wasn't that maybe a little bit of a recipe for conflict at times if a store owner or like a teenage staff asked people to leave who aren't wearing masks and they wouldn't leave? Wasn't that a risk of some conflict there?
I'd say that the risk of conflict was the day that the unlawful mandates were put across Canada and our government ignored us from there on in.
Right. So because the government imposed those unlawful mandates, that gave you and the people you protest with.
Thank you for saying they were unlawful.
The people that you and protest with could then override the rights of a
No, we
staff.
couldn't override anybody.
Or could threaten a staff.
Couldn't
if they
threaten
said,
anybody.
Please, if I could finish. But when a staff member would ask people to leave, you saw some conflicts in stores and restaurants, didn't you, Mr. Bowder?
Seen conflicts all over this country.
Yeah, but you saw some in Ottawa while there were several thousand people at downtown and big trucks going into stores.
Yeah, no, and that's why we brought the police along with us and they handled the conflicts.
If you can try and you're eager to answer, I understand, but if you could wait till the question's finished to answer.
Sorry.
So if we could just roll to near the bottom of this page where it starts, Mr. Patrick King, just up a bit. Mr. Patrick King, you lit the spark here again, but it's not just going to roll into Ottawa and park in the trucks for a couple of days. James, give them an idea of what's going to... I apologize.
Slow down for the translators. Please.
Thank you. James, give them an idea of what's going to partake in Ottawa when we're there. Just an idea. Don't let the cat out of the bag just yet, but let them give them a little bit of an idea. What was the cat in the bag at that point, Mr. Bowder? Do you recall?
What date is this?
This is, I apologize, Mr. Bowder. This is a transcript of your Zoom call with Ms. Belton and Mr. Barber and Mr. King on January the 23rd as you were planning.
23rd.
If we go through, maybe this will assist your memory. So at the bottom, it says, Mr. James Bowder, okay, well, let's see here. What is a bear hug detail? Well, we're going to have some fun doing a bunch of convoys all over Ottawa. Okay, we won't mention where, but we're going to have fun, definitely going a whole different pile of convoy activities. We may potentially convoy over to Justin Trudeau's house. Good, says Mr. Barber. Mr. James Bowder, little things like that. We may get stuck on a couple of bridges, things like that. So that was part of the plan, Mr. Bowder, is to maybe block bridges for a period of time?
Well, if you notice that when we were in Ottawa the first time, we did a lawful blockades, right? So, I mean, we are allowed under our Bill of Rights and so on and so forth to do coordinated with the police. We wouldn't have done any of this without the police. I can tell you that. So,
But what you did in 2019, Mr. Bowder.
I didn't do 2019. Okay, that was another organizer. So please.
Right. So
you know, you have to understand that was already put on record that I did not have anything to do with 2018 as a organizer.
Right. You didn't have anything to do with organizing.
I just said you're homeless. That's it.
But you participated in that protest in 2019, and that protest in which you participated with a number of trucks in a convoy. You came from staging areas a few times a day, drove around downtown a few times around the Parliament buildings, and then would go back. And you did that a few days, and that was a successful protest.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. So this time you had to do something more. Is that right? Right? That was the plan. You had to do something more. You had to not simply come downtown, you had to stay downtown and create a bear hug around downtown. Is that right?
That's your words.
Well, Operation Bear Hug is your words, but is that what it meant? You wanted to do something different and bigger this time. Is that right?
Yeah.
And
because obviously every other option to try to communicate with this government had failed.
That's right. So you needed to increase the volume, so to speak.
Correct.
You had to encircle downtown and apply some pressure, right?
What do you mean by encircle and apply pressure?
Well, encircle, have trucks all around downtown.
Love, hug,
right?
Hug.
Yeah.
Love.
So okay. So and apply pressure
to who? To what?
To the people that you're hugging. So. All right, Mr. Bowder, I only have a couple more minutes here with you, but I want to ask you about horns. Now, the horns, when they're very loud and when they're all going at the same time, I've heard it described as something that's almost biblical. Is that something how you would describe it?
Yeah, I'd say that with the reference of the trumpets and bringing down the walls of Jericho.
Right, and that's where I was going to go. Joshua Book 6 talks about how you bring down the walls of Jericho with the trumpets, right?
I have honestly never read the Bible, and I just got baptized last year, and I still haven't read the Bible. And I really am a weird duck, and I don't get it, but that's the truth.
Could we, particularly council, I don't want to set off things, and I think it's important that at a minimum, council give the example.
What does that mean, sir? So did I do something wrong?
No, you did nothing.
Oh, I'm
wrong.
sorry.
I'm just having some trouble with the
What council?
with the crowd and council, but that's my problem. Don't worry. You're giving your evidence. Everything's okay from your perspective.
Okay.
I'm nearly finished here, Mr. Bowder. I just want to understand. So you haven't read the Bible, but it sounds like you know the story of Jericho, right?
I've heard of it from others.
Right.
It was fascinating. It was actually really interesting.
Right, and that inspired you a bit for the tactics for the convoy protest in Ottawa, correct?
No.
Well, you raised it before I did.
So
right?
If you want to get into this and talk about God, so when I got baptized, I was told by God to put this convoy together and come to Ottawa, and that's where I'm at.
I don't want to get into big discussion about your faith, Mr. Bowder. I respect your faith. I just want to understand to what extent your faith inspired the tactics that you suggested and worked on with others with Ottawa. So it's my understanding with Jericho, the plan was to encircle the city. They walked around the city 6 days.
I think it was just the Parliament building where they walked around the Parliament building because that's where the evil's at.
Well, and on Saturday, the first day of the protest, Saturday the 29th, isn't that what the trucks did? They did a circle around the Parliament buildings. They went across the bridges over to Gatineau and around, right?
The first bear hug?
Yeah, no, this one on January of 2020.
Well, I don't know. I was out in the east, so I don't know what was happening on that because we had 2 days of convoys coming from all over Canada. And I was, like I said, I was with the Eastern crew and we got stuck out in the middle of nowhere. And then we had to come in here and that pissed off a bunch of people. And it's just what it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund Citizens for Freedom, JCCF.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowder. My name is Rob Kittredge, and I'm counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. And you, like me, are a chatty man and a challenging witness. So I'm going to try and do the impossible
trying to
here.
be challenging, honestly.
Well,
I'm trying to be as open as I can.
I agree that you are being as open as you can, but I'm going to try and persuade you to give me yes or no answers if you can, because what we're trying to, one of the things we're trying to do here, we have a short period of time, and I am trying to construct an argument that the Emergencies Act was invoked unlawfully by Trudeau, and your yes or no answers will help me to do that.
I can play with this.
Pardon me?
I can get along with it.
All right. Well, let's see how well we do.
Do we have a clock?
So what I'm looking for is a little clarification on a series of questions that my friend Counsel for Canada asked you earlier on today about how you and others in Ottawa inspired other protests across Canada and around the world. You had an emotional response to those questions, as I think I would as well if I were in your position. And I just wanted to get a bit of clarification for the record about what inspired meant to you in that context. And again, if we can do yes or no question, yes or no answers, that would be great. Counsel for Canada said that when he said you, he didn't just mean you, he meant, and I quote, the collective you, meaning you and the other people in Ottawa. Was that your understanding when you answered those questions?
No, I thought he was referring to me personally.
To you specifically?
Yeah.
All right. So Counsel for, I thought, well, it doesn't matter what I think. Counsel for Canada suggested that you inspired other protests across Canada and around the world. You agreed. You remember that series of questions, do you?
Yeah, the questions, yeah.
All right. I understood your answers and your emotional response to mean that you were proud that the protest here in Ottawa had been seen by others in Canada and around the world, and that they had independently decided to protest themselves. Was that your understanding? Yeah. Can you say yes for the record?
Yes.
Because it's a written transcript.
Yes.
So. And
I say sorry a lot.
Pardon me?
Typical Canadian. I say sorry a lot.
Right, as do I. So while the Ottawa protesters, yourself included, may have inspired protests outside of Ottawa, you didn't organize any of those other protests, did you?
No.
People elsewhere may have seen what you and others were doing here in Ottawa, but they independently decided to follow that example and raise their voices in protest, didn't they?
Yes.
And just to be, I guess, fair to you, since you've been so fair to me, I have a minute or two left. If I was wondering if there was anything you'd like to tell us about how it felt to inspire people around the world to raise their voices.
Objection. Get into my feelings.
Objection. I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Oh,
it's okay. It's okay. I still to this day, how I feel. I'm broken, but because people come together and they chose on their own accord to choose one word, unity, I will forever be grateful and thankful for Canada for giving the world hope, because we needed it. I got a lot of feelings and I'm sorry.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bowder. Those are my questions.
Thanks for the love and thanks for the bear hugs.
Mr. Commissioner, that's Paul Champ on the record. I apologize for not saying it earlier for the purposes of transcripts. I just know I didn't ask Mr. Bowder any questions about his many hateful comments about Islam, his many hateful and bigoted comments about homosexuals.
I'm not sure how this is relevant. What are
I
you
agree.
doing
I
here?
didn't think it was relevant. That's why I asked, but that's why I'm asking why Mr. Bowder is given an opportunity to answer those kinds of questions, which are otherwise irrelevant.
Well, it's firstly, it was a question within his time period, and he was asked how he felt. I'm not sure what that adds, if that's your point in terms of the evidence.
But in any event, I was going to give him, as he's unrepresented, an opportunity to say something at the end. So I think all this is done is do it in advance. But what exactly is your point? You want it, what, struck from the record, or do you want a further opportunity to cross-examine? What is it you're after?
Well, Mr. Bowder has made many comments about unity. If that's relevant to the commission, I would ask him some questions about his views on unity.
If you want to do further cross-examination, you stopped at the end. I was prepared. I didn't cut you off. If you want to come back up, you can go ahead.
Mr. Bowder, you've testified many times about your love and brotherhood for others and your love of unity, but you would agree with me, you don't feel unity towards all Canadians. It does not include Canadians, for example, of Islamic faith. Isn't that right?
No.
You are upset that you feel the government of Canada promotes Islamic ideologies. You said that before, correct?
Was that before I found God?
Okay, so you've said that before.
Was that before I found God? Because you're asking dates, and I don't agree with what you're saying now to date, right now.
Okay, well, that's good. I appreciate
that's where I'm under oath to date.
that.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, we've seen some documents up there where you've referred to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau as Justine Trudeau. Why do you refer to him as Justine Trudeau?
Why not?
Are you trying to suggest something? It's emasculating or making some kind of comments or suggesting
typo.
that
I don't
he's,
Could be a typo. I don't know.
Pardon me?
Could be a typo.
Was it a typo? It's your words, sir.
Well, maybe it's a typo. I don't know.
But are you telling us it's a typo, or were you trying to suggest something because you think it's somehow negative to be of transgender or so forth? Is
As
that
an
the point
alpha
you're trying to make?
male, trucker, oil patch, farm boy kind of guy, and seeing old little Mr. Trudeau there in his boxing shorts with his juice box water bottle sort of things, yeah, we call him Justine.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, that's any re-examination?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bowder. You're free to go.
Am I free to go, or?
Yes, you are. This is, you're completed your examination.
Right on. I'm not done. Am I not allowed my 15 minutes or no?
If you'd like to make a statement, that's fine. You
There's a
can have it.
video that I'd really like to bring up, and I lost my video stuff, and it's got to do with, hang on here. Where is the video? Jason, where are you? The speech out in Quebec. The Unities. Which number? Media press release. I don't have it on here. Okay, is it in the file or no? Which number?
I just,
I'd like to leave. I really would like to have that video of this.
I have 4 videos with a JBA prefix. I can give you the titles if that helps you that I have. I have one that says maskless shopping, one that says James at Trudeau's house, December 21st.
That's worth watching.
One that's MOU served December 21st.
No.
And then we already showed JBA 81 during commission councils.
Well, we tried to upload a lot of evidence, and we had problems and technical issues and so on and so forth, but it's too bad.
maybe you could just sum it up for us.
It was when we left Calgary, my wife and I, and for those that want to do their research in Canada and look into the definition and our history and our governance and respects to division over unity. When I was looking at all the governance aspects and policy aspects, looking for a solution, you can imagine when the word unity was given to me. And that has forever changed my life, my heart, my mind. And from there, I did this little research because I was very stricken that in our country, there was nothing really out there for Canada Unity. Like you Googled back then, and there was only one reference that I could find as a Western Alberta oil patch farm boy growing up with this: the West hates the East, and the East hates the West. And I started asking myself, well, they're Canadian, aren't they? They're our brothers and sisters. Where does this division come from? So I get into our governance and I find out that by design, we are designed to be divided, right in our governance. And that disturbed me deeply. So that's when I made the first prayer. I said, God, what do we do? And he says, unity. What? How am I going to put that into a corrective action? Well, you look at our history and how close we were to dividing. Quebec, somebody in Quebec saved this country. And I don't know who. I tried to find this one person. Because if you remember in history, when Quebec wanted to separate, and we had a 51-49 vote. What if somebody hadn't raised their hand and said unity? Because that was the only reference I could find at that time, was somebody had raised their hand in Quebec and said unity. And then there was a Canada Unity flag. And that was it. And I was like, this can't be. So I went on Google and I registered all of everything Canada Unity, all of it, trademark, all the everything.
Yeah,
And
I'm not sure this is,
so
can I just interrupt you for a minute?
I mean, my stories, I try to, sorry, sir, I
I'm
tell too
just,
much stories.
it's a little too much of a story. I'm not sure how
When
it helps us. I understand your unity.
This
is
video would tell
important, but that's fine. I think your message has been given. And
we've seen, let's wrap it up.
Just please,
What I observed was that unity was missing, and I'm thankful to this day for Quebec for standing up and saving country and putting unity onto that table. It is my humble honor to come from the West and come out to Quebec with my wife and with the olive branch of unity and say, let's stop dividing, let's stop the division, let's come together. And thank you, Canada, for that precious moment in your history.
okay, thank you. We're going to adjourn for the afternoon break for 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Hello, I'm back. I got something tonight, and I thought it was at 4:45. I'm going to be on Ping Trip doing a live. I thought it was at 4:45, but it's at 5:45. So at least I can come back and we can talk about that testimony. I missed a little bit of his closing argument. Oh, hi, Viva. Oh, hi, Steve, the Canadian. What's up? Yeah, I'm back. Let's talk about that last testimony. James Bauer, was it? James Botter. I know a lot of people liked his message. You don't have to be a rocket scientist or even a lawyer to know that that testimony is not going to play well. For highlights, it's not going to play well even for James Botter. I do not question his intentions. Full stop. I think the guy looks sincerely committed to his beliefs. But you can tell that his testimony has all the problems of what one considers to be the most frequent problems of pro se litigants. They tend to have difficulty controlling themselves when they get heated. Sometimes they misconstrue and misinterpret the law. And huge swings in emotion are not, generally speaking, not good, one way or the other. Chief slowly crying and then going straight back to straight face.
Order allowed.
Oh, we're back. It's not much, it's the same thing. It's not because you agree with the reason why he's having a swing
The
of
commission
emotions.
is reconvened. La commission reprend.
But James Botter will have given every legacy media outlet all the sound bites they need to discredit him.
Good afternoon,
and
Commissioner.
the
The
convoy
next
by
witness is
association.
Tamara Leach.
Although the association between Botter and the convoy has been sufficiently segregated so that I don't think anybody's going to think that Botter represented the convoy, because convoy specifically said, we want to dissociate from you and the
Ms.
MOU.
Leach, will you
This
swear
is
on
going
a
to be
religious document,
fantastic.
or do you wish to affirm?
Religious.
I would like to swear on the Bible, please.
Put it on mute to crush the ice because some people don't like that. So yeah, Botter's testimony, he had some good points, but sometimes
For the record,
having a
please state
lawyer
your full name and spell
is
it
good
out.
just to limit
Tamara Lee Leach, L-I-C-H.
your responses.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Sir, Brendan Miller for Freedom Corp and also counsel to Ms. Leach. We have already invoked in writing on October 7th, 2022, all the proper provisions of the relevant statutes with respect to testimony here today. But I believe my friend's consenting that I can have that invocation marked as an exhibit. If we could bring up document HRF 00001610, please.
Did we get confirmation? I suppose Tamara knows how to pronounce her own name. It's Tamara Leach. So that's it. End of discussion, people. Anyone pronouncing it otherwise
We can
is
just
pronouncing
scroll
it wrong.
down to, I believe, the third page. Oh, fourth, my apologies. And there is the invocation. And thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I understand she's under subpoena, so just confirming that. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leach.
Good evening.
My name is John Mather. I'm Commission Counsel. I'm going to start with some questions about your background. Can you tell the Commission where you were born?
Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
And where do you live now?
Medicine Hat, Alberta.
And could you tell us, in brief, just give us a summary of your employment history?
I've been primarily oil and gas logistics and administration.
And we understand, or the Commission understands, that prior to COVID-19, you were politically active. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I was.
Okay. You were, among other things, a regional coordinator for Wexit in southeastern Alberta.
Yes, sir.
You were on the board of directors for Wexit Canada.
Yes, sir.
And at one point, you were vice president of communications for Wexit Canada.
Yes, I was.
For those who may not be as familiar with Alberta politics, can you explain what Wexit is?
Wexit started out as a movement, I guess, based off of the Brexit movement that started in the UK. And I joined that movement. I was very concerned about the things that I was seeing happening to Western Canadians in politics, and became, I guess, a bit of an advocate. So I got involved in the movement, and we morphed into a provincial and a federal party.
And at one point, Wexit merged into the Wild Rose Independence Party, is that correct?
It did, yes.
And you, at some point, left that party and then joined the Maverick Party, is that correct?
How that happened was I was sitting on two boards when it first came out, the provincial Wexit Alberta as well as the Wexit Canada. And during COVID, my husband and I relocated to Manitoba for about 19 months during the pandemic. So I left that board right as that merger happened. But I stuck with the Wexit Canada board, and then we renamed ourselves into the Maverick Party.
So is Maverick essentially Wexit but with a new name?
Basically.
And when you said you had concerns about, I think, how the West was being treated, can you expand on what those concerns were?
Yes, sir. At that time, we were dealing with Bill C-69 and Bill C-48. And I was just seeing friends and family that worked in the energy industry in Alberta suffering as a result of some of that legislation. There was job losses, and I just saw people losing their jobs and coming into my office, handing me their resume with tears in their eyes, asking for a job 2 weeks before Christmas. And I just felt like I needed to get involved and exercise my democratic rights.
And again, for people who maybe not be as familiar, can you explain how those bills, at least in your mind, led to the job loss you're talking about?
Well, Bill C-69 was the No More Pipelines bill, and I think you can recall at that time there was the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion and other pipelines that they had been discussing or proposing, Energy East, for an example. And when all those got canceled, a lot of people didn't have any work.
What is the goal of the Maverick Party?
The goal of the Maverick Party was to seek constitutional reform for better equality for Western Canada, or to seek an independence, very much like what Quebec has, being referred to as a nation within a nation.
And what, can you give any examples of the constitutional reform that the Maverick Party is seeking?
I believe one of them was the getting more equal seats in the House of Commons. I mean, a big concern for people in the West is that every election, before the polls even close in Alberta, it's already decided. The elections are already decided. So I think myself and a lot of people in the West just felt like we didn't really have a voice in the House of Commons.
Does the Maverick Party consider the federal government to have too much power?
I don't necessarily think so.
And going back to the constitutional reforms that you referenced, and then I think the next thing you said was, if there isn't constitutional reform, then ultimately the goal of the Maverick Party is independence from Canada. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Joyce, I'd love to hear him grill, someone from Quebec on sovereignty in Quebec.
Have you ever
see how
been
well
a
that
trucker,
goes
Ms.
over.
Leach?
Never.
The commission understands that in 2019, you also participated in the Yellow Vest movement.
I did.
Can you explain what the Yellow Vest movement was?
Well, at that point, there had been Yellow Vest. I'm sorry, I don't speak French. I'm not sure of the French term, but there had been similar protests in France.
Gilets jaunes?
The organization that I joined in, Medicine Hat, again, was primarily to deal with the legislation against our energy industry, which is what we were advocating for. And we would have rallies every Saturday from 1 to 2 in front of the Tim Hortons and stand there with flags and hold signs, that kind of thing.
And so those Yellow Vest rallies were rallies in opposition to the same legislation we spoke about earlier?
That's correct.
Gilets jaunes, yeah, okay, that's what.
And you mentioned that it was, maybe is inspired the right word by the movement in France? What would be the right word?
I guess inspired, maybe.
And were you aware that the movement in France eventually came under some controversy for being associated with Islamophobia?
Oh, it's funny. It's funny how every movement just slap a phobia on
and
it.
so I think you mentioned, but it's the commission's understing that you
now
were
maybe
the
people don't
organizer
believe.
of the Yellow Vest rallies in Medicine Hat.
I kind of moved into that role like I said, I was going to the rallies and meeting people and offered to help in any way that I could.
Was the yellow
And
vest
it's,
movement
the commission's
racist,
understanding
sexist,
that
misogynist as well?
the yellow vest in Medicine Hat ended up changing its name. Is that right?
Yes, they did.
And why did the yellow vest group in Medicine Hat change its name?
I read this morning an article, and I don't really remember what happened at that time, but I did see in the evidence that I was reviewing last night that there had been death threats against the Prime Minister. So clearly we wanted to distance ourselves from that.
Right. And so if I could pull up COM 50908.
Good reason, and it shows good intentions. Good intentions of wanting to separate from people making death threats. CBC, just so you don't misconstrue. So this guy is the commission lawyer. So technically neither
And if we could
adverse
scroll down to
nor
the headline.
for wants to get the facts out.
This is an article from January 12th, 2019, and says, following death threats to Trudeau, Yellow Vest Medicine Hat looks to change their name. Is that the article you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And the article states that not on the Medicine Hat Facebook page, but on the more general Yellow Vest Canada Facebook page, there had been death threats that had been posted about Prime Minister Trudeau. Do you recall that occurring at the time?
Faye, I don't really recall that, but I do recall that we did change our name. I'm not sure what the threats were per se, but we did change our name.
And did the name change? I appreciate you might not recall the specific threats, but the name change was as a result of those.
Yes, yes. That's not something that I ever advocated for or anybody that I was associated with in the Medicine Hat movement.
Right. And if we could go to page 3 of the article. It quotes you, Ms. Leach, as saying, stave positive is number 1. We don't want any name calling, bashing, or belittlement. Respecting people's privacy is also a big one.
Good.
We will not tolerate threats,
Good.
hate speech,
Good.
or anything like that.
Good.
We don't want that kind of stigma attached to our cause. Do you see
Good.
that there?
Yes.
And I take it that's a view you held at the time and a view you still
Absolutely.
hold today?
And still holds today.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's ultimately you had to deliver a similar message at times when it came to the protests in Ottawa. Is that true?
I did, yes.
The commission has heard evidence on a few occasions about a convoy in 2019 called United We Rule. Are you familiar with that convoy?
I am.
Did you participate in that convoy?
I did not.
Did you have any involvement in that convoy?
I didn't have involvement in that convoy other than maybe connecting people's phone numbers or getting people connected that were going. At the same time as that United Reroll was starting, there was a lot of, I guess, mini convoys, I would call them, in little communities. And so I was a part of organizing the little one that went through our community.
So you connected people's phone numbers and then organized a smaller convoy within Medicine Hat?
Yes, sir.
Can you provide more detail about what you mean when you say you were connecting people's phone numbers?
Well, just because I've moved around a lot, I know a lot of people, and that would have been the extent of my involvement if someone was looking for a contact number, per se.
Were you aware at the time that Pat King was involved in the United We Roll convoy?
That's when I first heard of Mr. King.
And how did you first hear of Mr. King?
I was on social media, so of course, you're scrolling and you would see videos. So that's how I came to know of him. He had a social media live stream. He was live streaming it.
During United We Rule, did you ever communicate with Mr. King?
No, I did not.
When was the first time you communicated with Mr. King?
The first time I ever remember communicating with him was after we had started this convoy.
So in the context of the Ottawa convoy.
I'll be back. I got to go make sure my
back to
kid's
that in a
not
minute.
devouring Halloween candy.
Between United We Roll and the Ottawa convoy, did you follow Mr. King on social media?
I followed Mr. King until the United Reroll was over, and then I stopped following him at that point.
And when we talk about following, did you make a deliberate decision to click on follow on Facebook?
I did.
And why did you make that decision at that point in time?
Because it was over and I really had no further reason to follow him.
Did you come to form an impression of Mr. King's views in following him during United We Roll?
I thought he was loud, very boisterous. Other than that, I didn't really know too much about him.
Do you recall finding anything he said offensive with respect to United We Roll?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you communicate with James Bowder at all during United We Rule?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you remember when the first time was that you met Mr. Bowder?
I would have met Mr. Bowder for the first time in person in Ottawa this past winter.
Right. And then had you met him virtually before then?
No. Or sorry, when we were organizing, my apologies. Yes, as we organized, he was in the meetings.
So again, within the context of
Yes, sir.
January 2022?
Yes.
So moving now to the Freedom Convoy, how did you get involved in the Freedom Convoy?
A friend of mine sent me Mr. Barber's TikTok video where he was calling for a shutdown on the 23rd of January. She sent me that video and I watched it and I texted her back right away and I said, well, what do you think about possibly another convoy to Ottawa? And she kind of laughed and said, well, it didn't really accomplish much. I mean, it was great to see the crowds come together, but
Could
they
you just slow down a bit, please? for
Sorry,
the
yes, sir.
translators.
Yes, sir. And then I'd reached out to another friend and I asked him the same thing. And we just sort of came to the same conclusion that we weren't sure if that was an idea that would be successful. A friend of mine or an acquaintance of mine from Red Deer that was involved in the United Reroll gave me Mr. Barber's phone number and I contacted him on January the 13th. And we discussed, I can't really remember the details of the conversation. I do remember that I said, I'm here to help you in any way I can. My background is logistics and organization and administration, and you are going to need social media and you're going to need some funding. And if I can help you at all, I'd be happy to do that.
A few questions arising out of that. Do you remember who the acquaintance was that gave you Mr. Barber's phone number?
Yes, it was Glenn Carrot.
Okay. And did Mr. Carrot participate in the convoy, do you know?
He did not.
And the two friends that you indicated you had a conversation with about whether or not a convoy again was a good idea, who were they?
Cindy Parker from Medicine Hat. She ended up assisting on the finance committee that I was going to create, and she also assisted with the social media.
Yeah.
And Kevin Tuchinski, he was a friend of mine that I worked with in Manitoba.
And I understood from your answer, but correct me if I'm wrong, that both Miss Parker and I'm going to mispronounce the last name, Mr. Lachinsky, was that?
Tuchinski.
Tuchinski, did they participate in United We Roll?
No, not to my knowledge.
So why did you want to get involved in the convoy? Why did you want to reach out to Mr. Barber?
I was growing increasingly alarmed with the mandates and the harm that I was seeing the mandates inflict on Canadians. Sorry, I'm going to get emotional. I'll try not to. And I just felt like I needed to exercise my democratic rights. I have tried over the years emailing MPs and just never got a response. And I just felt that this was important for Canadians who had been living under lockdowns and restrictions for 2 years.
When you say emailing MPs, had you been emailing them about COVID-19 mandates?
I believe I did once, yes, but I had emailed previously, like I said, in conjunction with the Bill C-69 and Bill C-48, and never felt like anyone was listening to me. And I know it wasn't me. There was other people that were emailing also, and you just get these, thanks for contacting our office, blow off emails.
So you had formed this impression that you were having difficulty getting someone to listen to you in the government based on letters you sent primarily with respect to the pipeline issues we've been talking about?
That's correct, yes.
How had COVID-19 restrictions or mandates affected you personally?
Well, I lost my job. My husband also lost his job on the same day. My parents run a pilot truck business, and a lot of their business was involved crossing the border, which they were no longer allowed to do. At the time of the convoy, there was rumblings of stopping cross-border, interprovincial, travel if you were unvaccinated. My parents live in Saskatchewan. My grandmother's in Saskatchewan, and I have a daughter and a granddaughter in Manitoba. So I found that incredibly alarming.
And why did you lose your job?
We were sent home, I guess, in early January because of the Omicron variant. And that combined, obviously, with the downturn in the economy at that time, they closed the shop that I was working at. And the majority of us were laid off.
And what shop was that?
It was for an oil and gas services company.
Were you affected at all by vaccine passports or other restrictions on unvaccinated people?
We didn't go out. My husband and I played in a band. We weren't allowed to even go and play. Everything was shut down. That's part of the reason that we went to Manitoba after we both lost our jobs. We went to visit my daughter and realized that the city that we were in was basically a ghost town, and we would prefer to be out on the farm in the country, helping them on the farm and being productive.
What did you want to achieve by participating in the Freedom Convoy?
I was hoping that somebody would come and listen to us and listen to the concerns that we had, essentially, about the mandates in particular.
Did you have a goal beyond having someone come and listen to you about the mandates?
No, we wanted to be heard. We wanted to have discussions. We wanted to end the mandates.
Was your goal to have the mandates end, or was a discussion enough, or was that something you hadn't turned your mind to?
For me, I feel if we would have just been able to have a discussion with somebody, that would have at least opened a dialogue. And as the convoy came across Canada, Canadians were telling us, don't stop until we're free, don't stop until the mandates are lifted. So honestly, a bit of both.
The frustration that you were describing with respect to mandates, did that feel familiar to the frustration you had been feeling with respect to the pipeline and oil and gas issues?
I was much more frustrated over the mandates.
And why was that?
Because I was seeing families torn apart. The suicides in my hometown were so numerous that they stopped reporting them. Elderly people were dying by themselves in long-term care facilities and saying goodbye over iPads. My grandma is 94 years old, and she was locked in her little apartment by herself for 2 years. And now that she can go out and do things, she's not healthy enough. She lost 2 years of her life. My father is, I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
My father is a very social man. He is the Coffee Row, Saskatchewan father. And I remember him telling me one day that he went down to the local restaurant that he went to every single day. And these are small towns where everybody knows everybody, and he was asked to leave. And I didn't want my children and my grandchildren to live in a world like that. I was becoming increasingly alarmed, listening to my prime minister call me a racist and say that I shouldn't be tolerated. I found his rhetoric to be incredibly divisive, and I'm a believer that if you are a leader of a country, you have to lead all of your people, even if you don't agree with them. And I just saw so much. Coming across Canada every day, I heard stories. People, at least 3 people would tell me they were planning their suicides until we started the convoy. Or stories of people that we were too late. I heard from families that were living in their vehicles because they'd lost their jobs. I heard from people that had lost their jobs and lost everything. I have the tears of thousands of Canadians on my shoulder, who every day told me that we were bringing them hope. I saw little old ladies praying on their knees on the side of the road, and I saw little children holding signs saying, "Thank you for giving me back my future." Sorry.
So you offered to help when reaching out to Chris Barber, and it's our understanding that one of the first things you did was create a Facebook page, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And started the GoFundMe campaign, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir, I did.
And you did both of those things on January 14th?
I did. And a Twitter account also.
And a Twitter account. Was that different than the Twitter account that we saw earlier today? That was your personal Twitter
Yes,
account?
that was my personal one, yes.
With respect to GoFundMe, had you ever done fundraising before?
Not on that type of platform. Just community, selling chocolate covered almonds or stuff like that.
So never done an online social media driven
No.
fundraiser? And then it's the commission's understanding that on January 17th, you created, or the organizers created, a finance committee. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain what the finance committee's purpose was?
Yes, well, when I started the GoFundMe, I had asked, I think it was Mr. Barber, what should I set the target for? And he said $200,000. And I said, no way. I kind of laughed. I was like, that sounds greedy, and I don't believe that we'll ever hit that. And I said, well, how about I set it for $100,000? And I said, I feel even funny about doing that. I was literally expecting maybe $20,000 in donations, which I was prepared to handle. I felt I would be able to handle that with my very minimal accounting skills. And I can't remember what the total was up to on Monday morning, but I realized that I wanted to create a finance committee so that Canadians that were donating this money would rest assured that we were going to be open and transparent and accountable, and that they would know exactly what was happening with their donations. I just felt that was so important.
And how would a committee assist with that?
Well, there was, in the initial meeting, there was 2 bookkeepers that had obviously accounting experience. Cindy Parker was also on that committee. Nolene Villebren joined us also. She's a clan mother, a Dene clan mother from the Northwest Territories. And we were in consultation with a chartered accountant in Medicine Hat. So we formed the committee. Obviously, we had a lot of things to figure out, such as how we were going to pay the costs of the truckers to get to Ottawa. And they came up with some calculations based on distance. I'm not sure if it's been entered in evidence, it might be, but because clearly if you're driving from Vancouver, it's going to be, way more expensive than if you're coming from someplace in Ontario.
And we'll get into that more in a minute. Commission also understands it was around January 21st, 2022, when the GoFundMe donations hit $1 million. Does that sound accurate?
Probably. There was a lot going on then, but yeah.
Yeah, in and around there?
Yes.
What was your reaction when that milestone was hit?
I believe I was blown away. We did not see that coming, did not expect that we were going to have that level of support. And it was funny as we were driving across Canada, and the committee member or somebody would call me or text me and say, you got to bump it up again, because there was a few days there where Canadians were donating $1 million a day. And it was very exciting and exhilarating, of course, but at the same time, I would just feel myself almost getting like more and more anxiety, because from my view, when you're talking that kind of money, the lawyers are coming, and here we are today.
Right, because that kind of money, in the millions of dollars, a lot of responsibility.
It's a massive responsibility.
Other than set up the finance committee, what else did you do to address the responsibility that came with having millions of dollars?
Well, as you heard from Mr. Dichter, I contacted him and I was, for the same reason that we added Chris to the accounts, I didn't want to be solely responsible. So I added him onto the GoFundMe campaign, just as I had added Chris Barber as a signatory on my accounts.
Anything else?
Probably. Sorry, my mind went blank.
That's okay. And then on February 2nd, 2022, we understand that $1 million from the GoFundMe account was transferred to a TD bank account in your name. Is that accord with your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And then that TD bank account was frozen the next day. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right, yeah.
And then there was actually another TD bank account that got frozen. Is that correct?
Yes, we opened another, or I opened a checking account underneath that account so that we could keep the e-transfers separate from the GoFundMe donations. I don't know why, I just thought it would be maybe easier that way to keep them distinct. I wasn't sure, obviously, again, what was going to happen, and I was trying to just make sure that all the boxes were ticked and everything was going to be easily identifiable or easy to account for, I guess is a better way.
Right, and it's the Commission's understanding that donations were received both through GoFundMe and through e-transfers, and what I understand you'd be saying is to segregate where the money came from, you opened a second account specifically for e-transfers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Within a few days, or probably actually within a couple days of the GoFundMe campaign, we were receiving messages about people that were very hesitant to use the GoFundMe platform, and they were requesting an alternative method to donate money. So that's why we started that.
How did you find out that your bank accounts had been frozen?
Mr. Chadiros and I had gone down to the bank. The lawyers had flown in, and we were going to cover the cost of that flight. And so we went down to the TD Bank here in Ottawa, and we were going to wire that company. And that's when we were told, no, there's a hold on your account. The lady was excellent. She gave me a note and said, there's a Mr. J. Stein that has left his name on here if you could contact him. And then she indicated that he was working with the fraud department.
If we could pull up com.or 705, and Ms. Leach, while it comes up, this is the overview report that was presented this morning with respect to crowdfunding. And if we could go to paragraph 87, which is on page 33. So here, Ms. Leach, it's describes that on February 5th, 2022, you attempted to make a wire transfer to Northern Air Charter, PR Inc. from an Ottawa TD branch. This transaction was denied. Is this what you were referring to just previously?
Yes.
And that was the flight, I think you said, that had brought Mr. Wilson and your husband and others to Ottawa?
That's correct, sir.
Who approved the using of the funds for that purpose?
Oh, boy. I'm not sure if at that time we had already had the board created or not.
And the board, are you referring to the board of the directors for the not-for-profit corporation?
Yes, yeah, I don't know if that was created yet. I don't really remember, honestly. I think it was maybe with me and Chad and Mr. Barber.
Did you consult with the finance committee before attempting to use the money for that purpose?
I don't believe I did.
Do you know
I don't
why
recall.
sorry.
That's okay.
Do you know why you didn't consult with the finance committee?
Other than it was very busy and crazy times, it was kind of chaotic at that point. So we recognized that we needed to have legal counsel and legal advice here on the ground. So I guess we felt it was just urgent, and so that's why.
If we could, we can take that down. In that same report, I won't turn it up, but it indicates that most of the $1 million was frozen and you weren't able to withdraw it from the account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall how much you were able to withdraw?
I believe it was $26,000. So $10,000 of that, if you would like me to break it down for you.
You're anticipating my question, so yes, please go ahead.
$10,000 of that was wired to a bulk fuel supplier. $3,000 was e-transferred to another fuel provider. Chris and I had gone down, sorry, Mr. Barber and I had gone down to the TD and we withdrew 3,000 in cash from one account and 10,000 in cash from, one branch, and then went to the next branch. And then, and I remember being very nervous about it because I was very conscious that we needed receipts and we needed to be accountable. And they were the road captains that went out and bought whatever supplies, fuel. I believe some of that went to fuel. And when they brought the receipts back, there was actually extra money in the kitty.
So when you're talking about the road captains, are you talking about the $13,000 that wasn't for the first two bulk fuel purchases
That's
you had?
correct, yes.
And am I understanding you correctly that that money was distributed to the road captains?
I believe so. I didn't keep it. I had 10 million problems of my own, so I didn't want to be handling any of the cash. So I think I gave it to Chris, and then Chris distributed it to the road captains from there to provide fuel.
And the $10,000 that was used for the one bulk fuel purchase, do you recall where you purchased the fuel from?
I believe it was a company called fillerup.ca.
And there was also a $3,000 fuel purchase. Do you recall?
Yeah, that went to Adam something who was with the Quebec, the Quebec part of the convoy. I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name.
That's okay. After the fuel was purchased, how was it distributed?
The fuel?
Yes.
That I left up to the professionals.
Did you, through dealing with the professionals, did you come to have any understanding of how they distributed the fuel?
I'm assuming with a fuel bulker of some sort, or I honestly don't know.
And when you're talking about the professionals, who are you referring to?
The truck drivers.
Was there anyone in particular or any people in particular who were responsible for overseeing the logistics of distributing fuel?
We did have a few volunteers that came on board. There was a gentleman that was there for the first, I think he was there for the first week, who looked after that. And then he had to leave, and another gentleman stepped in and took it over, who was from Alberta, Calgary, I believe. And then another gentleman from Ontario that assisted.
And who were those gentlemen?
The first one, I believe, was Joey Mitsu, M-I-Z-U. Tihan, I'm sorry, I don't know his last name. He was from Calgary. And then John Skubik, who is from Ontario.
What happened to the receipts that the captains returned?
I have them in an envelope in my room. They were scanned and sent. I believe Eva Chipiuk had scanned them, and there was one of the road captain's uncle was here, so he created a spreadsheet so that we could keep track of all of them also.
If we could go to GFM 156. So this is a GoFundMe attestation letter. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Can you describe what this document is and what its purpose was?
I don't really remember the details. Is it okay if I read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks to me they just wanted confirmation on where the funds were going and how they would be distributed.
Right, and the clerk has scrolled down now, and what I want to ask you about is, it says, with the oversight of the Finance Committee, I will execute the following plan to meet the stated purpose of the fundraiser and distribute the funds raised and released to me. And then it sets out a process. Do you see that there?
I do, sir.
Do you recall making this form of commitment to GoFundMe?
I do, yep.
And it's our understanding that GoFundMe sought this sort of commitment as part of the ongoing discussion about whether or not it would release the funds. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe they were trying to do their due diligence.
And you see here, it sets out a process. Funds will be distributed via e-transfer directly from the TD Unlimited checking account, established in my name to individual convoy participants. Participants must submit their own convoy registration forms, fuel receipts, and verification for their participation from the road captain. To that, participant registration is verified by the respective road captains upon demonstration of completion, receipts, and confirmation of the journey to Ottawa. And reimbursement amounts will be calculated at an estimated rate of 62 cents per kilometer driven. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
So this attestation, it appears, was contemplating how people would be reimbursed on their way to Ottawa. Is that right?
Yes.
Was any similar plan made for disbursements once the convoy was in Ottawa?
Well, I guess what the finance committee, we decided to do was obviously come up with registration forms because we felt that that was really important, and a code of conduct also. And that is based off of the calculations that the finance committee had come up with to pay them for. So when it was not anticipated how large this was going to grow, I thought e-transfers would be a very easy way to disperse the money, and that's what the registration was for, so that we would have their contact information and their email addresses in order to make that happen.
So my question was with respect to distribution once you were in Ottawa, was the plan to use the registration forms once money was distributed in Ottawa as well?
It was. That was the plan.
Did you follow that plan?
Well, we didn't need to because the funds were frozen and
What about for
returned.
the $26,000?
I'm sorry?
What about for the $26,000?
Oh, that was from the e-transfer money, not the GoFundMe money.
So the GoFundMe money, you had a distribution plan, but for the e-transfer money, you did not?
That's correct.
Did you consider having a distribution plan for the e-transfer money?
At that point, I had handed over everything to the finance committee because once Mr. Barber and I got on the road, I was quite busy doing other things. So my communications with them were quite quick, and I trusted them. I trusted that they knew what they were doing, and yeah.
And while you may have turned things over to the finance committee, it's the commission's understanding, again, from testimony and documents that we've read, that you became the person associated with the GoFundMe campaign and the person associated with the $10+ million. Was that your experience?
Yes.
What impact did that have on you?
Well, it was incredibly, again, it was an incredible responsibility. And again, I wanted to always be as open and transparent about it as possible, which is why I started doing the lives so that I could let people know, what was happening. The finance committee has been formulated and try and do little updates on what we were achieving at that point.
Did you get a lot of questions about the money and what you were planning to do with it?
Oh, of course. Yeah, everybody wanted to know about the money.
Did you get a lot of people approaching you and asking you if they could have some of the money?
I did, yes.
And Mr. Eros, who we've spoken about, had an interview with the commission, and he said that at some point after February 1st, he spoke with you on the phone and you told him that you were feeling overwhelmed because a lot of people were circling you and asking for money. And he said that you called them vultures in a text message.
Yeah, that's how I didn't mean they were vultures. I just felt like the vultures are circling.
How did you handle having all these people circling around you and seeking money?
The best I could. I had created a finance committee to ensure that the money that was donated was protected and that I was protected. And I just wanted, I don't know. I just put one foot in front of the other, and I would just explain that I was not in a position, like this was not my money to give out, and that we needed to. The money was primarily, like it said in the GoFundMe campaign, primarily for the it was for the truckers for fuel fuel, food, and lodgings if needed. And so I couldn't buy hot dogs. I didn't feel like buying a sound system for $150,000 was appropriate when I couldn't get money out to give to the truck drivers. So I had a lot of people coming at me, and my hands were tied. At one point, I had somebody threatening that they were going to get a lawyer to come after me for the money, which was kind of ridiculous because that was really at that point just going to tie it up even longer. You know.
I'm going to now ask you some questions about the organization of the Freedom Convoy. First question for you is, at the time, did you see yourself as one of the founders of the convoy?
A supporter.
Who did you see as the founders?
Mr. Barber and Miss Belton.
Did you view Mr. King or Mr. Bowder as founders of the convoy?
I did not.
When you joined, were you aware that they had been assisting in planning and promotion of the convoy?
I found out, and I can't recall if it was in my initial discussion with Mr. Barber or the next day. It would have been either the 13th or the 14th that I found out that they were involved, but I don't remember exactly which date.
I appreciate that you saw yourself as a supporter and you're not one of the founders. Did you come to see yourself as one of the leaders of the convoy?
I came to see myself as part of a team. And maybe it was because of the GoFundMe that my name was on, or maybe it was because of the live videos that I was doing. I felt I was perceived as that, but all I wanted to do was help.
Did you see yourself as having any say greater than anyone else on the team?
I did not.
And who did you see as the members of that team?
Obviously, Miss Belton and Mr. Barber, the road captains, Joe Jansen, Miranda Gassier, Ryan Mihilowitz, Dale Enns, Sean Thiessen. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone.
So when Mr. Wilson described you as an organic leader, do you agree with that statement?
I guess that's what I alluded to with my previous answer.
Right. And what I understood from your previous answer is that you were seen as the leader, but you yourself didn't feel that you were the leader.
Absolutely not.
Chris Barber in his testimony discussed that there was power struggles among the organizers. Was that something you observed as well?
It was, and I think when you have any type of organization, there's always power struggles involved, and ours was no different.
What power struggles did you observe?
I saw what I perceived was, people, organizations coming in, perhaps trying to take over, or I hate to use the word take over, but I believe that they were all there with the same goals that we had. It's just that maybe some had different agendas or were looking to possibly promote their own brand. There was obviously, I had a lot of people coming up to me as we were just talking about, telling me what I needed to do with the money, should do with the money, could be doing with the money, what I had to do, and it was very overwhelming.
What were some of the people or groups that were doing that?
The first one that I was concerned about was an organization called Taking Back Our Freedoms. And I felt, again, that they were there with the right end goal in mind. I remember they showed up with bags of swag. All of a sudden, I was getting pulled into meetings with, I believe it was Give, Send, Go, because we were looking at, there had been obviously problems starting with GoFundMe and we weren't sure what was going to happen. And so I honestly I remember being in meetings and conference calls and I really didn't even know what was going on. And I had a discussion with Mr. Eros after one of those and he was concerned.
When you talk about bags of swag, and that was is that a case where you were concerned that, well, the group might have had the same goals, they were seeking a promotional opportunity? Is that what you're referring to?
Essentially.
Right. Did you have concerns that there were other groups or individuals who were seeking to use the mass media coverage, and the $10 million as a way to promote themselves instead of focus on the cause?
Not that I can think of offhand now.
Did you ever turn your mind to whether or not this was acting as a promotional opportunity for yourself?
Absolutely not. I never in a million years saw this coming. I never had an agenda. I literally just wanted to help some truckers drive across Canada and stand in front of Parliament with some signs. That was literally what I had envisioned.
So the commission understands that you participated in a press conference on February 3rd, 2022. Mr. Wilson also attended. Do you know which conference I'm referring to?
I do.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you some questions about that conference in a second. But first, I just want to understand when you first met Mr. Wilson.
They flew in on the evening of the 2nd of February, I believe. And it was quite late at night when they arrived. They came to, I think I was still at the Arc Hotel at that point, and they came up and introduced themselves. There was five lawyers, I believe, that showed up, and that's when I first met them.
And how did it come about that the convoy was looking for a lawyer?
Well, I know that there was a doctor that was in Ottawa with us that was quite concerned, I believe, about what he was seeing from these organizations that were coming in. And if I remember correctly, he's the one that set up a call with the JCCF.
Sorry, who was that doctor?
Dr. Francis Christian.
And was it your understanding at the time that it was the JCCF that had arranged for Mr. Wilson and others to come and assist the convoy?
Yes, yes.
And what was your understanding of what the JCCF was?
I had heard of them before. Never imagined I'd ever need to use them. About the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedom. So I at that point, I just understood them to be a charitable organization that assisted with legal cases, helping to fund defendants in legal cases such as this.
Had you met Mr. Wilson prior to February 2nd?
No.
So can you please explain to the commission how it came to pass that you met Mr. Wilson for the first time on February 2nd and then on February 3rd we're at a news conference with him?
Yes, I can. Again, there was a lot of pressure that was happening at this time. It was Mr. Marazzo and I think within the first day or so, I think he saw me running around and people pulling me in all sorts of directions. And he took me into a room and we sat down, and in his very calm voice, he told me, you know, you need to take a day off. You need to just take a day and not do anything and just relax. So I decided, I thought, okay, well, maybe Thursday I'll just try and sneak away and have a nap, or, you know, just relax for a little bit. And so I agreed to it. I was like, okay, I'll try. And then we had a meeting, I think it was Tuesday evening. It was actually probably Tuesday that day that we had that talk. We had a meeting Tuesday evening, which would be the night before they arrived. And one of the gentlemen from Taking Back Our Freedoms told me I was to be at the Marriott Hotel for a press conference the next day at 1 o'clock.
So was that on the first going to the second, or the second going?
I believe that was the first going into the second.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't, yeah.
And I said, no, I can't. I can't. I'm going to get some rest. And they were quite alarmed that I was turning them down. I have no media experience. I I felt, and I'm not saying that this is what they were doing, but I felt at that point like I was literally being thrown to the wolves. They were going to take me to the Marriott, give me 10 minutes of media training, and then put me in front of the mainstream media. Like, I grew up in Saskatchewan. This is not my world, you know? And so I was, of course, had a lot of anxiety, and it was a big responsibility for us here. You know, I was really concerned about being put in that situation, terribly unprepared.
So that was the first.
Yes, sorry, I haven't answered your question.
Oh,
yet.
so,
I
no, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you're.
Yeah, I forgot. I still hadn't answered it. So Mr. Wilson and the team came in on Tuesday night. We met with them. He explained to me his reasons for being there, which was a bit of concern for his children also. And I immediately liked him and his team. I told them about this press conference, probably begged him to help me because he's had experience with this. As someone who is a very trusting person, I was rapidly becoming aware that I needed to be careful who I trusted, if that makes sense. And so I trusted Keith and his team immediately. And he agreed to help me, and it was crazy. It was a crazy day. I can't remember if he drafted the statement I made, or perhaps the media committee our communications committee had something to do with that. Anyways, he agreed to help me, and they were like knights in shining armor, in my opinion.
You said in that answer that maybe we'll back up. So February 1st, I took it from your answer. It's fair to say you were already feeling overwhelmed by everything that was going on.
Yes, definitely.
And,
before I left Medicine Hat, I was feeling overwhelmed.
and now you were being asked to do a press conference, which you were not feeling prepared to undertake. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And you said in your answer that you also were getting the sense you needed to be careful who you trusted.
Yes. Because as these groups would come in, I did trust them. Like, if you wanted to help, we need your help. You are welcome here. And in that instance, if I may back up just a bit. So as we were organizing before we even left, obviously the finance committee was one thing I recognized needed to be created instantaneously or right away. Our Facebook page was being inundated with messages that I was unable to keep up with. So I found volunteers and created a social media committee to have that, or to look after that. I then realized that we needed, I guess, a media team, or I guess a media team would be the best thing. So there was a little committee made with that, which you heard Mr. Dichter allude to today that he was a part of. And I forget where I was going. Could you ask me your question again, please?
My question was really, you said in the February 1st to 2nd period, you began sensing you need to be careful who you trusted.
Oh, yes.
And I wanted to understand what had caused you to have that feeling.
Yes. I just can't remember what my point was with the committees. But anyways, yeah, I felt at that point like everyone kind of, not everyone, I felt that some people didn't see me. They just saw $10 million over my head. And of course, as they would come in and these organizations would come in, and there were many, many wonderful organizations. And obviously we were very grateful for their help. But again, in that case, I was feeling as the days went on, I was getting more and more uncomfortable with them coming in and taking over the meetings that we were like our briefing meetings. I I actually left the Arc Hotel because all of a sudden they were in the room next to me on the 7th floor, which I thought was really odd. And one of the road captains made mention to me that we had a coffee in my room one morning, the road captains and myself. And they mentioned that when they left, like they were opening and closing their door to see who was leaving my room.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you explain who the they is in this situation?
I'm not sure who the room was, who it belonged to, but Mr. Byer and Mr. Peloso and their team were in that room.
And they were with the Taking Back Our Freedoms group?
Yes.
Was there any other groups causing you this sort of concern?
Not that I can recall.
And so what was different about Mr. Wilson and the people he was with?
What you mean, why did I trust them?
Another way of putting it, yeah.
I felt that they were genuine. As I said, when Mr. Wilson was explaining to me his reasons, he was a lawyer, obviously. He was sent there to help us, but he was also had concerns, and he was concerned for the future of his children too. And I guess I just had to trust them, and he gave me no reason not to.
And then at the next day, you did appear at the news conference with Mr. Wilson, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And at that press conference, Mr. Wilson described you as the spark that lit the fire. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you agree with Mr. Wilson? Were you the spark that lit the fire?
As I said, I never saw myself in that light, and I still don't. I feel like I was part of just an amazing team. I would not describe myself as the spark that lit the fire.
Appreciating everything you've said about Mr. Wilson, and I've heard you, did it concern you that Mr. Wilson opened the press conference by placing you in the spotlight like that?
I didn't really think about it, to be honest.
Now I want to ask you some questions about sort of your day-to-day life in Ottawa when you were participating in the convoy. And we've heard the evidence, and I've already heard you say we understand that it was a busy time, there was a lot going on, but can you give the commission a sense of what you were doing on a day-to-day basis?
Well, when I first arrived there, I was in and out of a lot of meetings. It is honestly a blur. We had kind of a joke there that one day felt like a week. There was so much going on, but we would have briefing meetings in the morning to lay out kind of what we anticipated for the day. As I said, when we first saw this taking off, our number one priority became safety. Safety for the drivers, safety for the participants, safety for the public. So we had a lot of briefings on making sure that, talking about things like keeping the emergency lanes open. I remember, if I remember correctly, I believe the first weekend we got there, we had some problems with, I heard Antifa, that were spray painting vehicles and breaking windows and putting nails under tires. And so they created block captains that could monitor throughout the evening to ensure that people were going to be safe from, I guess, anti-protesters or whatever they are.
So you attended the meetings. What else did you do?
Lots of meetings in the beginning. I was at the Swiss Hotel. It was so many meetings at the beginning, honestly. I tried to get out to talk to people. The first Sunday we were there, there was a church service that we attended, and I spoke with the clan mothers and Mr. Dichter.
And the commission's heard evidence, for instance, Mr. Marazzo, who described himself as responsible for logistics. Mr. Barber, who sounds like he spent a lot of time interacting with truck drivers and speaking with them. Mr. Dichter today talked about how he was responsible for public relations and messaging. We anticipate that Mr. Bulford's going to testify tomorrow and that he was responsible for security and other things. With all of that covered, did you have a specific responsibility?
Mother hen? No, I guess when I first got there was lots of obviously meetings to do with the finances and stuff like that. And as I said, they were, we ended up setting up a give, send, go. So there was conference calls and stuff like that. The details I couldn't tell you, but I got out to speak to the crowd and wanted to go see the people. And I went to 88 or the Embrum, I believe it was called. Saw and went to the truckers that were down on Parkway. So I spent some of my time just walking around in the crowd and talking to people.
And fair to say that once the money was frozen in terms of managing the finances, that was something that was mostly off the table?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people we've already discussed about and some of the people we've heard in the evidence. You've already talked about Mr. Eros, who we understand was the accountant for the non-for-profit corporation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Eros when he was in Ottawa?
He was a godsend. I will be forever grateful. That man dropped everything to come to Ottawa to help us with the accounting portion and GoFundMe and work with the legal team. And I thought he was great. I have very basic accounting skills. And so to have him come in was a huge load off my shoulders. He could understand what they were talking about. He knew the big words, right? And I was extremely grateful. We had a great relationship while he was here, yeah.
And another name the commission's heard about is Joseph Bourgault.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Bourgault prior to the convoy?
I did not know.
Did you know of him prior to the convoy?
I did not.
When did you first meet Mr. Bourgault?
I believe we had stopped in, I want to say, we had a stop along the way, maybe Sault Ste. Marie. I can't remember. Anyways, we had a little pit stop, and I believe it was Mr. Barber who introduced me to him.
And when Mr. Barber introduced you to him, was it your understanding that Mr. Barber and Mr. Bourgault knew each other?
I'm not sure if they knew each other or if he knew of him. I can't say.
Fair enough. What did you come to learn about Mr. Bourgault after meeting him?
He's a very good man. He was there also to exercise his democratic rights and express his concern for what he believed was happening in our country also. Just a patriotic, good Christian man.
Did you learn anything about his background?
I knew he had a business in Saskatchewan, a successful farm implement business in Saskatchewan.
What contribution did Mr. Bourgault make to the Freedom Convoy?
Well, as I believe he paid for a lot of hotel rooms. He covered, I believe, at least the rental of one of the conference rooms, or maybe a couple of conference rooms there. Obviously, when the lawyers flew in, my husband was on that flight, and I was quite concerned because I didn't want that nothing. I mean, when I started GoFundMe, my savings account was $1.13 overdrawn. So I made sure I put the $1.13 into it, right? So that I never wanted any questions asked. And so Mr. Bourgault actually took my husband and I into his room one day and offered to pay for what would have been, I guess, Dwayne's portion of that flight.
Did he do that?
In the end, no, because I believe after I was released from prison, I was told that Adopt a Trucker covered that flight.
In his interview with the commission, Mr. Eros said that at some point a Ryan Olson asked you for $100,000 to reimburse Mr. Bourgault for the hotel rooms he had paid for. Do you recall that occurring?
I don't recall that occurring, no.
The next person I want to ask you about is Mr. Bowder, who testified before you.
Yes.
Did you know about Mr. Bowder prior to the Freedom Convoy 2022?
I knew of him. I think maybe he was live streaming during the United Rural Convoy too, or maybe that he was participating or involved somehow. So I knew of him. I did not know him.
What did you know about him?
Really nothing other than he was a participant in that convoy.
Right.
At that point, I think he maybe had a podcast or not a podcast, but a live stream Facebook show.
Did you ever watch that?
Briefly, I might have watched a few clips as I was scrolling through Facebook, but I didn't follow him.
Do you have any memory of what he was streaming about when you did watch?
I'm not really, no.
When did you learn that Mr. Bowder was involved in the convoy?
Like I said, when I spoke with Chris, I can't be sure if it was the 13th or the 14th,
Right.
but their names had both come up. I talked to Mr. Barber on the 13th, and then I believe they had a meeting that evening over Zoom, and so it 13th to the 14th.
At any point in time, did you become aware of the memorandum of understanding?
I did. I think it was quite a few days after that, and I do recall hearing about it. I've never read it. I really didn't pay any attention to it, to tell you the truth.
Do you recall what you were told about the memorandum of understanding?
Just that there was a memorandum of understanding.
Were you
out there.
given
It was,
any indication about what was in it?
no.
Mr. Wilson has testified and in his interview summary stated that members of the board had come to him at some point in time and asked him about the memorandum and whether or not it was, for lack of a better word, legitimate. Were you part of that conversation?
Maybe. I honestly don't recall that.
Did you interact with Mr. Bowder at all while you were in Ottawa?
I ran into him. I didn't really see him that much once we got to Ottawa. So I think I ran into him maybe a handful of times. And if we spoke, I believe it was just kind of a greeting and small talk. I really didn't have anything to do with him.
And we heard testimony today also from Benjamin Dichter. He testified that you two met sometime in 2017 or 2018. Is that accurate?
I thought it was 2019, but it could have been 2018.
It's possible. And then he testified that whenever you first met, that you stayed in somewhat regular contact after that. Is
Yes,
that
we
correct?
did. Yeah.
Yeah. How would you describe the relationship between you and Mr. Dichter before the convoy?
I consider him a friend.
Do you still consider him a friend?
I'm not allowed to speak to him anymore.
Was Mr. Dichter testified that you asked him to take on a public relations role and messaging role? Was that correct?
I did, yes.
And as part of that, did you give Mr. Dichter permission to post on your Twitter account?
I absolutely did. I asked him to help me with my Twitter account, actually.
And why did you ask him to help with your Twitter account?
Because I was getting very, very busy. I was getting messages about the convoy, and I had my hands full with trying to focus on the Facebook page and help the social media committee, as well as preparing for our departure to Ottawa. So I just asked. I felt like he was excellent on Twitter. And I felt that he could help me with that, just to kind of, I guess, keep getting the message out or the progress.
And the next person I want to ask you about is Mr. King. If I understand correctly, you became aware of Mr. King during the United Reroll because you would see him posting and then you stopped following him at the end of that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I apologize if I did ask you this, but had you met Mr. King prior to the Freedom Convoy?
No.
When did you first meet Mr. King?
I was thinking about this last night. I must have met him while we were on our way to Ottawa, but the first time I remember now meeting him was in Winnipeg when we were discussing Benjamin's concerns with the video that he'd seen that morning about bullets flying. I'm sure I met him along the way before then, but I honestly don't recall. But that was definitely, I remember that conversation, or being on the side of the road.
Okay. And again, I think we'll get to that in a minute. What would you understand Mr. King's role to be in the convoy prior to that conversation?
I believe he was helping with some logistics. He was, I think because of his previous experience with United Reroll, he had a pretty good idea as to the routes that they would be taking. fuel, helping to try and find fuel, that type of thing.
If we could pull up COM 50902. While this is coming up, Ms. Leach, this is a news article that's reporting on text messages between you and Mr. Barber.
Oh, yes.
It was referenced during Mr. Barber's testimony.
Yes.
And well, before we get to my questions, we have been advised by your counsel that you no longer have access to your text messages. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What happened to them?
Well, I was in jail for 19 days, and of course, my phone was inundated with messages. And apparently, I found out after the fact there's a setting that you can have on your iPhone where you can have them automatically delete after 30 days, and it was set to that.
So we go to page 3 of this article. Do you see where it says on January 22nd? You see there?
I do, sir.
Okay, so it says on January 22nd, Leach told Barber that they need to have a very frank discussion with King, raising concerns about past allegations against him. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall what the concerns were at this point in time?
Well, up until then, I mean, I've obviously followed Pat through the United We Will convoy, and but I knew him by reputation also. And Pat has Mr. King, sorry, has a lot of people that like him and a lot of people that don't like. He's a very controversial figure. So I was getting messages and phone calls from a lot of people that were concerned that he was involved. This frank discussion, I believe, came about because somebody had contacted me and mentioned that Mr. King had lied about being a veteran, and which is a very serious allegation. And I just felt like we needed to have a discussion with him and, you know, a frank discussion and I guess find out the details.
And what was your concern at that point?
Well, there was people that were not joining the convoy because they were concerned about him, and again, because of his reputation. I know he's said a lot of inflammatory things, which I was concerned about, and I was concerned that that would have an impact on what we were trying to achieve. It would take away the focus from what it was we were trying to achieve.
So at this point in time, January 22nd, you were aware of Mr. King's reputation for saying inflammatory things?
Yes.
Controversial things?
Yes, sir.
Things that people may find racist?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever been offended by anything that Mr. King had said?
I'm not the type that gets easily offended, sir.
But you recognize that some people would take offense and that could have an effect on the image of the convoy?
Yes.
And I thought I heard you say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you were actually receiving messages from people who were expressing a reluctance to participate because of Mr. King's involvement. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. Yeah.
Do you have a sense of how many messages you received along those lines?
Oh, geez. I had a conversation with my MP about his involvement. I remember that. He was concerned about it. Cindy Parker had concerns about him also that she'd raised right away. And yeah, I don't know how many messages there was concerns, but there was also people that were there because Pat was involved too. Like I said, he did have his followers also, right?
Right. And if we continue to look at the story, it goes on to say that despite the concerns we've just talked about, you said that he was needed by the movement. And then it makes a commentary about later comments, and then it quotes you later statements, and then it quotes you as saying, "We need him, and I don't care about his past, but it only takes one. We have to control his rhetoric, not even threatening to throw snowballs at Parliament." When you said we need him, was that what you were referring to, that he had a lot of followers? Or was there something else?
That was in reference to conversations that we'd had with the road captains, and some of them, he had been involved from the start and had, made. I think he looked after the accommodations or something in Sault Ste. Marie because he's from that area. So, yeah, so that wasn't necessarily me saying I felt like he was needed. That I was kind of referencing the conversations in general that we were having, and some of them felt that they were concerned that if he left, that the people that supported him would leave. My reference to I don't care about his past is that I had to believe that everybody that was involved was getting involved for the right reasons. And as I said, when I spoke with Mr. Barber, and I found out that they were involved, I was aware of his reputation, and I just felt that I didn't want to start this off criticizing other people again, because I just felt like I had to believe that people that were joining this movement were joining it with the best of intentions, regardless of their past.
At this point in time, did you think Mr. King was participating for the right reasons?
I believe he is a passionate Canadian.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
It says here that we have to control his rhetoric. At that point in time, did you think you stood a shot at controlling Mr. King's rhetoric?
Well, he's kind of a beast, and he very much speaks his mind. I, again, was just concerned with, to be frank, he was a bit of a hothead, in my opinion. And I was just concerned that he would say things or say controversial things or inflammatory things. And so that's why I added in we can't even be threatening to throw snowballs at Parliament, because that's not what we're here for, right? So.
If we can pull up, well, actually, before I do that, so we understand that at a certain point you had a conversation with Mr. King and that you asked him to not come to Ottawa.
That's correct.
And so I understand that happened around January 28th. Does that sound correct?
It was in Sudbury.
And describe that conversation to the commission.
Well, we pulled into Sudbury. I believe it was by accident. I think we took a wrong turn. So we ended up in this yard somewhere, and we stopped and had a break. And my recollection was Mr. King came over to the truck, and he said to me, I can't go into Ottawa. I'm getting death threats. And I said, good, Pat, you shouldn't come into Ottawa. And he's made a comment or said something, well, I organized this whole thing. And I said, no, you didn't. We all did. This was basically, I'm paraphrasing, this was a team effort. We all had a part in this. And again, he said something about not going to Ottawa, or he organized the whole thing. And I said, no, you didn't. This movement is not about you. This movement is not about me. You need to check your ego. And if you care about this movement, you will not go to Ottawa.
And in his testimony yesterday, Mr. King denied that you had said you need to check your ego and not come to Ottawa. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
What was your reaction to that?
Maybe he just doesn't recall it.
So ultimately, as we know, Mr. King didn't take your direction. He did come to Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you feel when you learned that he was still coming?
I had other things to focus on, and so once we got to Ottawa, I think I saw him 4 or 5 times, maybe. I believe I'd been there for at least a week. Again, a lot of stuff happened in 3 weeks. And the first time I ran into him was down at Parkway one night, and I was just leaving. And so I didn't have a lot of interactions with him when we were there.
To your knowledge, prior to February 14th, and we'll get to that later, but prior to February 14th, did Pat King do or say anything that caused you concern while he was in Ottawa?
I heard a lot of rumors, but I heard a lot of rumors. So again, I had other things to worry about. I let the truckers or the road captains kind of handle that aspect.
If we could pull up HRF 401346 and then go to page 51, I believe. And again, just to give you some context while we wait, I expect the document we will see is a code of conduct for truckers, and I'll have some questions for you about that.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe I'll take a short break at this point, just 5 minutes to stretch our legs, and we'll come back in 5 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes. Order à l'autre. Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you for that indulgence. Now we can run through to the end, I hope, and adjourn before it, well, it'll be late, but go ahead.
It's already dark. So if we could pull up HRF 1346, page 51. And if we could zoom in a bit. So Ms. Leach, this is a document titled Freedom Convoy 2022 Code of Conduct. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am, sir.
Can you describe what it is?
It is a code of conduct. We recognized once the support started coming and we began growing that we should have something in place for people to sign saying that they would adhere to a code of conduct.
Right. And do you recall if this was distributed?
It was put on about the backside of the registration forms, I believe.
And those were the registration forms to get reimbursement?
Yes.
Was it distributed in any other manner?
I think they could get them by email or get hard copies. I think we had them up on a website.
Was anything done to proactively distribute them, for instance, to the people who were on the ground in Ottawa?
We had printed off a lot of copies. we had big hopes when this started, and so we'd printed off a bunch of copies to have the road captains take to the drivers to sign, thinking that this would be a fairly simple task. But because of the amount of participation that we had, it was crazy. But I actually did receive a lot of them through email, so they did get out.
I'm not asking for a precise number in any way, shape, or form, but do you have a sense of how many you got back?
I'm not sure. A lot.
Right. And we see here in item 3, it says, be respectful. Everyone will have their own reasons for participating in this convoy, and we need to be respectful of their reasons. What were you trying to capture in that point?
Well, I believe in being respectful, and while I may have been going to Ottawa to because of the mandates, there are the mandates. I mean, what my reasons were for wanting the mandates to be lifted may not have been the same as somebody else's reasons for wanting the mandate lifted.
To your knowledge, was there anyone there who was seeking to do something other than end the mandates?
No.
In all the people you spoke to, did anyone ever suggest that they had any other goal than ending the mandates?
Other than hearing about the MOU, which, as you've heard today, I haven't even read it yet. But other than that, no.
And what were you hearing about the MOU? I know you haven't read it, but what were you hearing about it?
What did I hear about it? I just heard that it was a document that was to be presented to the Governor General. I really don't recall all the details. It was just a general in passing, I guess.
Item number 4 says not promote harmful media.
Mm-hmm.
What did you consider to be harmful media?
Well, no hateful rhetoric. We didn't want any sort of divisive rhetoric. Just again, it goes back to point 3, be respectful. We didn't, I was on lives daily saying that we are going to Ottawa to peacefully protest and exercise our democratic right to assembly. We are not going there to create problems and, you know, I said, if you see anyone that's acting in a threatening manner or an aggressive manner, to get their license plates, phone the police and report it, or contact us and we could report it. We just didn't want any of that type of behavior happening here because that was never what it was about.
Did you believe that there might be people in the convoy who may promote hateful content?
It was a concern. Again, I know when we were on our way at one point, I believe it was when we got to Thunder Bay, we were on our way to Thunder Bay, and I can't remember who it was, but somebody had contacted me saying they thought that there was infiltrators, Antifa, that had infiltrated our convoy from Winnipeg that were maybe going to cause some problems for us. So there was always, that kind of information was always coming to us, right?
Other than potential actions by Antifa, were you concerned about other people potentially making or promoting hateful content?
Not really. Everyone that I talked to and saw, and we're all there for the same reason.
At any point in time, to your knowledge, did any of the organizers have to do anything to have to take any action because there was reports of either threats, harassment, violence, or hateful conduct, or anything that you would have thought was inappropriate?
Well, of course, there was the conversation that Benjamin, when he called me that one morning when we were on our way, I think it was our second day, and there had been a tweet come out about Mr. King talking about bullets. And so that was obviously concerning. We stopped and we chatted with him on the side of the road about it. He indicated that it had been heavily edited by some media, I'm not sure. But it was obviously concerning.
Do you recall if that bullet comment, whether there was, we've heard evidence of 2 bullets comments from Mr. King, at least 2. One was Trudeau, you're going to catch a bullet, and one was this will all end in bullets. Do you recall which one of those?
It was the ending in bullets one. I don't remember ever hearing about the one about the Prime Minister.
Ms. Leach, you can take that down now. Ms. Leach, you've watched much of these proceedings, so you've heard a lot of the evidence that we've heard about people complaining about the horns, people saying there was harassment, there was intimidation, there was unsafe settings. We've had evidence from citizens of Ottawa who said they felt unsafe in their own city. Do you have anything to say to that?
I encountered hundreds and hundreds of Ottawa residents when I was here, thanking me, thanking us, saying that we gave them hope. Ottawa residents and, in fact, federal government employees that were taking donations of food to the truckers, blankets, fuel, and yeah, everyone had said the same thing to me, that I mean, the word that I heard the most on the way here and when I was here was hope.
Many of the protesters who have testified this week have shared a similar message, talked about the positive, loving atmosphere that that they experienced in the protest. Do you deny that there were incidents of harassment or incidents of intimidation or threatening like the ones we've heard? Do you deny that that happened?
I never witnessed it. I never witnessed any of that type of behavior. Again, there was always rumors, but I never personally witnessed any behavior like that whatsoever. I also heard that the Russians were involved. I also heard that we tried to burn a building down. I mean, there was a ton of misinformation out there. I had my family from Edmonton messaging me, texting me, asking if I was okay, and they were really worried about my safety. And I said, worried about my safety? Like, this is the biggest love fest I've ever participated in, right?
When you hear the citizens of Ottawa, not all of them, I appreciate that, but when you hear some of the citizens of Ottawa say, I felt harassed, I have felt intimidated, I felt unsafe, do you believe them?
I believe that's how they felt. Again, I can't say I never witnessed any of that. Obviously, the last thing that we ever wanted to do when we came here was to make the citizens of Ottawa feel that way. And I guess, you know, as we alluded to even in our letter with the mayor, right? Like, we never intended for that to happen, and we didn't want to cause that kind of disruption. And we worked really hard. The the road captains worked really hard to keep the emergency lanes open and to, of course, the horn injunction came in and worked really hard to ensure that that was adhered to. Because we definitely would never wanted anybody to feel that way.
Right, and then once the Horde injunction came in, that was now a court order. But
Yes.
prior to the court order, did you have a view on the honking?
Well, I did have a view on the honking, as even Mr. Barber said. After a couple of days, it was getting to be a bit much for me. You know, trying to walk down the street and have a conversation with somebody was sometimes difficult. But again, I stayed in the Ark Hotel for a few days, and then at the Sheraton Hotel for a few days. And at least in my room, maybe I was preoccupied, but I didn't hear a lot of horns. But then we were on, Slater and Albert.
Did you see yourself as someone who had a level of influence over the convoy and the protest?
I felt like I was respected, that my opinion was respected by most of them, yes.
Did you ever consider, given what you said that you started to get annoyed at the horns, I take it you probably at some point understood that the horns was causing frustration to a lot of people. Is that fair?
I'd heard that, yes.
Did you ever consider taking any steps to use the respect you had to reduce or eliminate the horn honking prior to the court order?
On or about February 4th, I want to say, my Facebook page was disabled, which is how I accessed the convoy page to do videos. So I couldn't have, I guess, but I never really considered it because I left that type of stuff up to the captains.
And was it, again, given the respect that you felt you had, and the evidence bears that out, or that we've heard a lot of evidence on that, do you think that if you had asked the captains to take action with respect to the horns, that they would have listened to you?
Well, they already were, so it wasn't necessary for me to.
So had you instructed the captains to stop the horn honking?
I don't know. I don't think I instructed them to. I believe we had discussions about the horns, though.
And what was the result of those discussions?
Well, for sure, I know Mr. Barber would go out and try and talk to the drivers, and I believe Mr. Marazzo was also out to try and get them to slow or cease, become less frequent. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to move to another topic now, and I apologize. I am moving around in time.
It's okay.
The commissioner is aware that on January 30th, you attended a press conference with Mr. Barber and Mr. Dichter. This would be before the arrival of Mr. Wilson. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned earlier that you were uncomfortable attending a press conference on February 2nd. Do you recall why you were comfortable attending this press conference on January 30th?
Well, I wouldn't say I was comfortable. I was still quite nervous, but Mr. Barber and Mr. Mr. Barber and Mr. Dichter were friends of mine, and also we had made the conscious decision at that point to not have the mainstream media there. So I felt like the independent media were not going to be aggressive with me, if that makes sense.
And with respect to the Taking Back Our Freedoms press conference, was your understanding the mainstream media would be there?
They were there, yes.
If we could go, so the video, the commission has the video, it's COM 50850. I'm not proposing to pull it up because again, that would be the end of the day. But unless there's objection, I would like to enter it into the record. And then I'm going to ask you about the transcript, which is COM 895.
Yes.
So if we could pull up COM 895 and go to page 10 of the transcript, page 11 of the PDF. So if we can scroll down. So scroll down, stop right there. Actually scroll up just a little bit. There we go. So an unidentified reporter asks you, notes that Maxime Bernier has sort of had a rally here in downtown Ottawa today. Are you associated with him at all? Are you pleased with support he's given the convoy? What are your thoughts on that? And you respond, we're not associated. We took a vote as an organization, all the committee heads and the organizers, and we are not partisan. We had reached out to a couple of others. A couple of other ones reached out to us. And we wanted to get up and who wanted to get up and speak, and we said no. That's not what we're about. This is a grassroots movement, and no politicians are going to represent us. I mean, they're kind of the reason we're in this mess in the first place. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Right. Why was it important to you that the movement was nonpartisan?
Well, because I guess right within the first couple days of us starting to organize before we'd left, I did have politicians reaching out to me that wanted to get up and speak. And I just felt like we had our message, and that's the message that we needed to stick to without getting it convoluted with the messages of other politicians. And so by this point, to tell you the truth, I shouldn't say that, I'm telling the truth, but it was about 3 days into organizing the convoy that I knew that my time with the Maverick Party was done. And the reason I knew that it was done was because I was sitting at my kitchen table and we had chats with the different road captains in the different areas going on Messenger. And I was chatting with the Quebec team, and we were told there was 1,000 truckers ready to come and support us. And I had, I guess, an epiphany moment. And there's me, chatting here, and I got Google Translate on the other one, and I'm talking to the Quebecers, me and Albertan. And I just had this moment where I just thought, this division has all been a lie. They're the same as us. And I knew that I didn't want to see Canada divided at that point. And I resigned from my position with the Maverick Party up 2 or 3 days after I arrived in Ottawa.
So as I understand what you just said there, that seeing the pan-Canadian nature of the convoy led you to no longer be interested in an Alberta secession? That's correct. Do you still hold that feeling?
I do. As a matter of fact, I'm going to learn French.
We've already referenced that Mr. Eros had an interview with the commission and provided us some information. One of the things Mr. Eros said was that he suggested, I should say, in his interview that once Mr. Wilson and the other lawyers arrived in around February 3rd, I guess, as he describes it, the Western sovereigntist movement tried to take control of the narrative. Do you have, at any point in time, did you get any sense that there was direction or influence from the people that you would have known through your time at the Maverick Party?
Absolutely not. No.
Did anyone who you had affiliations with or know from the Maverick or Wexig Party join you in Ottawa?
The only person that I saw that came out from there was a gentleman that had ran as a candidate for the Maverick Party who was a friend of mine. His name was Tarek.
Anyone else?
Not that I can remember. Oh, sorry, my bad. Colin Kruger also showed up for a few days.
When did you first become aware of the protests and blockades in Coutts, Alberta?
Oh, I'm not even sure. We had so much going on here to deal with. I remember hearing about the borders, but I'm not sure when it was. It has already been in the news for a few days, I think.
Did you know anyone who was participating in the protests or blockades there?
It's sort of my home area, so I do know of 2 of my friends that were there for sure. But I believe my parents even took food there one day. But other than that, I don't know.
Were your friends there? Were either of them involved in organizing the protests or the blockades?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Were you communicating with your friends who were in Coots?
I think one of them had sent me a text message just to see how I was doing because he was a friend of mine and mentioned that he was there. But other than that, no.
Did your friends or anyone reach out to you to request support or guidance on how to organize a protest?
Never.
Did you have any understanding about the makeup of the protest group at Coots?
I did not. I really did not have time to follow what was happening closely. I just knew that they were happening.
What did you understand their goals to be?
I think they were there. I assume they were there for the border mandates.
Did your friends tell you what they were doing when they were participating?
No.
Or sorry, why they were participating, to be more precise?
No.
Did you have any communications with any other protesters at any of the other protests in Canada that were occurring at the same time as the Ottawa protests?
No, sir.
Anyone, any communications with anyone in Surrey,
No, sir.
Emerson,
No, sir.
Windsor?
No, sir.
If we could pull up HRF 1294. So if you scroll down, so this is an email dated Friday, February 11th, 2022. And while it's blocked out, I believe this is an email that was sent to you. Is that correct?
I had 15,000 emails, maybe.
Well, let's scroll up and put some context to
Sure.
it then. So you see there on 2 days later, there's an email message from February 13th from Tamara with a signature, sincerely Tamara Leach. So it appears that you're forwarding this email onto someone named Danny.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any reason to believe you didn't receive the email down below?
I don't, yeah. I don't have any reason to believe I didn't. There was a lot I didn't get to.
And if we can scroll down. So it says, good afternoon. Please, we are looking for help to get in touch with an Ottawa convoy organizer or someone who can help us. My uncle is desperately trying to organize the convoy in Windsor. Currently, there is no persons or persons in charge. We are in immediate need of help and direction from the Ottawa convoy organization. We are not looking for funds so much as support, direction, and to make the connection with your convoy. And scroll down. I will continue reading. And then it's signed by a Kathleen Tom in brackets Hogan. Do you recognize the name Kathleen Tom or Kathleen Hogan?
I do not.
Do you recall if you had any other communications from Miss Tom?
I don't.
Do you recall, does this refresh your memory at all about whether or not you received any other similar messages from anyone in Windsor or any of the other protest locations?
No, like I said, I had a lot of emails that I never got to, but I don't recall. I don't recall seeing any of them.
Now I'm going to ask you some questions about the agreement that was reached with the mayor of Ottawa with respect to the moving of the trucks. And again, the commission has heard a lot of evidence about that, but I have a few questions for you. When did you first come to know that it was possible that there might be the opportunity to have a discussion with the mayor?
Well, we had a meeting with Mr. French, I believe it was February the 11th. At that point, he didn't indicate to me who he was representing. I think he was just trying to open some negotiations. And I think it was maybe the next day or after that that I found out that it was from the mayor.
And so
or that he was there on behalf.
And so you said that was February the 11th?
I think it was a Friday, February the 11th.
And as we understand it, the letters that you and the mayor exchanged were on February the 12th. Does that accord with your recollection?
It does.
So that happened pretty quickly, didn't it?
It did, yes.
Can you explain to me how that developed over such a short period of time?
Well, as I said, we had a meeting with Mr. French and some of the road captains and other volunteers. And it happened really quickly because we wanted I viewed it as a first step to start, getting the trucks out of the downtown core so that we could get those areas opened up for the citizens. And they've been saying here, shrinking the footprint or whatever. And it did happen really fast. And you have to understand that we had been there now for, I think that was going into our third week. We were tired. We wanted to go home. So we were looking for ways where we could start forming an exit strategy. And while our concern was obviously never with the city of Ottawa, we felt it was a step one. And number two, finally, someone is willing to sit down and just listen to us and have a dialogue with us.
So you were open to the notion of shrinking the protest footprint with an eventual view to an exit. Is
Yes.
that fair?
Yeah.
Did you have a timeline in your mind about how much longer you were willing to stay?
Not really. Everything was very fluid and day by day. I guess my hope was that if we could open communications with the mayor and he could see that we weren't, the types of people that we were being described as in the media, that perhaps that would open the door for talks with someone, with MPs or someone in the federal government who would take the time to sit down and listen to us.
You heard Mr. Dichter testify earlier today, I believe. Is that correct?
I heard parts of it.
Parts
yes.
of it. Okay.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Dichter, his evidence in some summary was that he did not want to shrink the footprint, and in fact, he thought shrinking the move up to Wellington was a bad idea, and it was an attempt by some people to make it easier for the police to clear the protests. Was that a view that Mr. Dichter shared with you at any point in time?
I don't recall if he ever did. I don't recall having that conversation, but again, there was lots going on.
Do you recall if anyone within the board of directors or anyone who you were talking to on a regular basis, whether there was any dissenting voices, anyone who thought this was not the right move?
Well, we talked with the road captains before that letter went out and had agreement. We discussed the draft of the letter, I believe, and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Chipiak drafted it and emailed it to everyone so that they would have a chance to read it also, and waited for the approvals to come back in. I don't recall if any of them strongly opposed it, to tell you, I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
Mr. Dichter also testified today that after the news of the agreement came out, he received thousands of, I think maybe 2,000 messages of people who had concern and seemed disappointed or upset. Was that something he expressed to you?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall receiving any negative feedback from anyone after the deal became public on the 13th?
I think there was some people that felt a little bit confused. I mean, I remember hearing that some people didn't feel or felt a little bit confused about what was happening. I remember hearing something to the effect of Tamara's negotiating with the mayor behind our backs, which was not true. But again, it was just all rumor,
So do you recall someone specifically saying to you that Tamara's negotiating behind your backs?
No, I don't recall any specific people telling. I just remember the gist of some of the things that I was hearing.
Right. And other than the road captains and the board, were the fact of the negotiations, was that something that was discussed with the protesters more generally before the deal was entered into?
We printed off some information after we discussed it as a group, and went out to speak to the truckers about it to explain to them why we felt this was a really good idea. I'm not sure what the experiences were of the road captains. I know I went out to 88, I believe it was, and had a great conversation with the gentleman that was kind of overseeing out there, and he was in full agreement. I talked to some of the other truckers that were out there, and they were in full agreement also. They all thought it was a good idea.
And we heard today Mr. Dichter talk about the tweets that he made, both from his personal account and from your account after the deal was announced publicly in the media. When did you first learn that Mr. Dichter had tweeted and then retweeted from your account that there had been no agreement?
Must have been that same evening. I believe I was at the Swiss Hotel when that came out. And I think it was definitely after the fact that I'd heard about it. And it must have been that same evening, I'm assuming.
What was your reaction?
I was shocked, but I knew that Mr. Wilson, they'd seen it right away. I think he saw it come up on his Twitter right away. And I trusted them to look after it. Correct it, I should say.
Did you ever discuss the tweets with Mr. Dichter?
I don't believe so, because so many things happened after that. Monday was the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which we found out when we were actually, ironically, on our way to meet with Mr. Brian Peckford. And I don't recall having the conversation with him about that, but I could have. It was because it was kind of a big deal.
Well, and the nature of the question was kind of the big deal. Do you, I take it then, but you don't recall any specific conversations with him?
I don't, sir.
Mr. Champ suggested, I think at some point yesterday, that in addition to the tweets that you went on a Facebook live stream at some point and said you didn't support the deal that had been struck with the mayor. Do you have any recollection about that? Does that ring any bells?
That doesn't ring any bells to me.
Were you here yesterday when Mr. King testified?
I was, yes.
And so you would have seen that the commission showed a video that Mr. King released after the deal had been announced. And when she said there was no deal, he said it's a lie, it's a false flag, and told everyone to hold the line. Did you see the video at that time?
I did not.
When was the first time you saw that video?
In totality, was yesterday. I believe I heard about it. Well, I know I heard about it, but I believe that yesterday was the first time I watched it, the whole thing. I might have seen bits of it before.
What was your reaction to seeing it yesterday?
Well, Mr. King wasn't in our meetings, so I don't really have a reaction. I mean, he wasn't attending our meetings. I don't know if like I said, my interactions with him were quite limited. So I don't know if he'd spoken to one of the other road captains or if anybody had told him what was going on. So
I take it he didn't reach out to you.
No.
And would you have expected Mr. King, before coming out and saying that a deal you had entered into was a lie, would you have expected him to come and check with you first?
I guess so. I don't really know. He kind of does his own thing.
Do you still think that Mr. King was at the protest for the right reasons?
I have never heard him speak from his lips that I could hear racist comments. I've seen the videos that have been, online that you guys have shown. I personally have never bared witness to that. And I believe at his core, he was here to, just like the rest of us were, to exercise his democratic rights to a peaceful assembly.
Do you have any regret that Mr. King was associated with the convoy?
I've thought a lot about that question, and he is a part of the story. And I can't really have regrets because it is what it is. The things happened the way that they were supposed to happen, and I guess he had a part to play. I don't know. That's a hindsight is 2020, right?
So as everyone in this room knows, the Emergencies Act was invoked on February 14th, 2022. After the invocation of the act, what was your understanding about whether or not people could continue to protest in the red zone peacefully?
Well, nobody had ever come up to me and told me that we needed to leave.
Have you seen the flyers that that have been shown in the evidence? OPS flyers giving notice that people needed to vacate the area.
I did, yes, yeah, I did see those.
Did you remember seeing flyers like that at the time?
I did see, somebody sent me a screenshot of one. I can't remember if I had an actual copy of it, but I had a screenshot of one, and I thought it was odd. Now it's been a while, but I think it was because there was spelling mistakes and it wasn't signed by anyone. I didn't know. I guess at this point I was kind of questioning the validity of anything I saw, really, and it was definitely alarming. But again, nobody ever came to us and said, "You guys have to leave right now." And as far as I was concerned, we were peacefully protesting. We were exercising our democratic rights to be here and to protest.
So if no one came and told you had to leave, what did you think the impact or purpose of the invocation of the Emergencies Act was?
Again, this is an entirely new world for me. I didn't know. I remember when I believe the city of Ottawa implemented a state of emergency, and then Mr. Ford invoked a provincial state of emergency. And I don't want to sound flippant, but what I saw from those were small groups of police officers standing around to larger groups of police officers standing around. So I didn't understand fully, I guess, what that meant in terms of what was expected of us. So it was really alarming. I remember starting to get quite anxious about what could be coming.
As one of the people who was organizing the movement, as the person who you at least identified had been held out as a leader, even if you didn't feel that way, did you take any steps to figure out what it meant that the Emergencies Act had been invoked and what that meant for the people who were protesting and the people that you understood to be supporting your convoy?
Well, as I said, we were on the way to meet with Mr. Peckford when we heard that Mr. Trudeau was going to be invoking the act or announcing that he was going to be invoking the act later that day. And Mr. Peckford thought it would be a good idea for us to do a press conference about it also. And so we did do a press conference later that day prior to the Prime Minister's press conference. And we wanted to continue and peacefully protest. But I knew that people were leaving, which I encouraged. And I believe it was the 16th. It was the day before I was arrested that some of the road captains and friends that were close to our organization started leaving, which of course I encouraged. I mean, I was concerned about what could be coming. We had heard that there was quite a police presence coming, and obviously I didn't want to see anyone be hurt. I didn't want to see anybody get arrested.
At that point in time, was it your view that it was time to leave Ottawa?
It was getting close.
And you already mentioned that you got arrested on February 17th.
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell the commission what it was like to be arrested?
Well, it was, again, kind of ironic because I went down to the War Memorial that day to attend the service that the vets were having there every day. I spent my afternoon walking the streets with a veteran and my husband and Miranda, one of the road captains, just talking to people. And I was aware the night before, I'm sure you saw the video, that it was most likely coming. Or that there was a chance that I could be arrested. And we went back to the hotel, and within 15 minutes, everybody's phones started blowing up and that Mr. Barber had been arrested. Mr. Bulford and I were at the Swiss Hotel with Mr. Skubik and Mr. Tyson, and we discussed what we should do, what our next step should be. And we were concerned that if they were starting to arrest the organizers, that they would come to the hotel. And my husband was there, and Mr. Bulford's wife was there. And obviously that was the last thing that I would ever want my husband to see, was to me be arrested. We definitely didn't want that sort of activity occurring at the hotel with a woman who had been so kind to us, actually who was about to lose her business until we showed up. But like I said in my video, I wasn't afraid. I believe and still believe that we did an excellent job remaining peaceful, advocating for the police, advocating for respecting the police. And so we made the conscious decision to go out and ask the police if they were looking for us. We walked up to the hill, and I believe it was Metcalf, and we stopped and talked to some officers. I'm not sure what their rank was. There was two Suburbans pointed with their headlights up at the hill, and we walked up to them, and Mr. Bulford identified who we were and asked the gentleman if we heard that they were looking for organizers. We're part of the volunteers, and he indicated to us that he didn't have information on that. Danny asked him maybe a second time, or he asked him another question, and he rolled his window up, communicated with somebody, rolled his window down and said no. And I remember saying, well, if that changes, we're just going to be up at the hill here. And we went up to the hill, and I think we were there for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And we decided to go back to our room. We'd presented ourselves to the police. They indicated that we were not, they were not looking for us. We walked down to the Arc Hotel and warmed up. It was cold that night. And I believe Sean was staying there and needed to get something. So we warmed up in there for about 10 minutes and then started heading back to the Swiss Hotel. As we crossed the street, there was construction on my left side of the street in front of the buildings, I remember, so it wasn't very well lit. And as we were walking, I met another couple coming towards us, and the lady hugged me and thanked me, and Danny, and she was crying, and we were standing there talking to this couple, and all of a sudden 3 Suburbans just went, police Suburbans, I think that's what they are, went flying down the street past us. And then a 4th one came and pulled over. And so at that point, I was pretty sure that I was about to be arrested.
How has the arrest affected your life?
I've lost my job. I've lost my freedom of speech. I've lost my freedom to communicate with my friends, which was quite traumatizing because we just experienced something huge. And we didn't get any time to even sit down as a group and just talk about it and talk about our experience. We didn't have that opportunity. That was taken away from me. I have to be very careful about every move that I make. As you know, I was arrested on an alleged breach charge for attending a dinner in Toronto. I had the police show up at the place that I'm staying last weekend because somebody saw me outside smoking a cigarette. I have a daughter that I don't want her to be seen with me. Because I'm worried. I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
I have yet to see the particulars of the mischief that I am alleged to have committed. I just, it's definitely affected my life. It's something that I've never been arrested before. The process, the legal process, I find extremely frustrating. My trial's not till next year. I have to live under these conditions for a year. But I'll make it work. I'll manage. And I did everything I felt that I could do in my power through the lives that I was doing. And I believe it worked as I was advocating again for peaceful protest, respect the police, please respect other people. That was a big part of the reason I did that live the last night. I saw a lot of those flags. And while I support anyone's freedom of speech, it's not something that resonated with me. I saw and heard of people that were upset with some mainstream media. And I just wanted to, I did my video because regardless of how angry we are with the lack or the leadership that we've seen, the divisive rhetoric, the division between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated that I've seen come from elected officials, civil servants, towards their own people. And I saw those flags one day and I kept thinking, I got to get to the stage and make a speech. Like I felt that I needed to get there and I needed to just say, you know, Mr. Trudeau has 3 children. And I have 3 children. And my kids have to wake up and see this stuff on social media too. Actually, when I was arrested, my 19-year-old daughter woke up to read an article that I hung myself in jail. She's 19.
Thank you, Ms. Leach. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're at the stage of adjourning for the day, and I think it's welcome for everybody. So we'll come back tomorrow at 9:30. You have a question? Yes.
Just a request. As you know, the witness is now technically under cross-examination hasn't started, but we would like permission to be able to communicate with the witness. We actually are all living in the same building. In fact, she's staying.
Pardon me?
Sorry, we'd like permission, sir, leave to be able to communicate with the witness, though she's still under oath. We actually all kind of live in the same apartment buildings and sharing apartments with the witness and things like that. So subject to your direction, whatever works. I understand that was given to Chief Slawley's counsel. We would like the same prerogative, sir, if that was possible.
I don't think there actually was any permission given. What was pointed out is the rule does not prevent you from speaking to the witness as long as you don't speak about any of the evidence. So, and that's my understanding of the rule. So you don't need my permission unless you want to speak to her about her evidence, in which case that's a different matter.
No, sir, but as we would have the evening, we would anticipate, we have already, but we would anticipate the possibility of continuing to prepare her for cross. But if that's not permitted, sir, we won't do so.
I don't think that's contemplated by the rule. I'm sorry, anyone want to pipe in on this? I'm sorry.
Well, Commissioner, if it's of assistance, and I'm not certain exactly who helped facilitate the way in which we approach the matter with Chief Slowly, but I believe the application of the rule is that the witness's evidence given to date is not the subject of discussion, but that would, I think my friend would be able to speak about the questions that he intends to ask without going back over what the witness has given.
Yeah.
I believe that's how we reached agreement with our friends from the Ottawa Police Service who had raised the issue and with some of your commission.
Yeah, I think it's lawyers have to be aware of the rule. It's basically the same rule as applies to in courts, and you can't speak about the cross-examination on the evidence. You can prepare, but that's a different matter. And the line, obviously, we rely on lawyers to respect that, obviously. I'm sure it's the same in Alberta.
Kind of. Yes, sir, it is.
We're all one country. Okay, so till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.